R69. A thick carpet of coal dust. The next car looked cleaner, so we decided to move there. Huan Tian and I were still on the coupling when the brakes of the train released with a long hiss and the cars began to move. With Kruma and Delta holding onto Huan Tian's arms, I boosted her in, then struggled against the rushing air to climb in after her. The four of us rolled together on the floor of the car and laughed hysterically in the moonlight. It was cold, a reminder that we were returning to midwinter. We huddled together in one corner of the car. The train stopped irregularly, sometimes for long periods. Maintenance inspectors would come along and hammer under all the cars, setting our heads to ringing. In the morning, we awoke to find ourselves blanketed by a light dusting of snow. Our faces were black with coal dust. We stretched our stiff bodies and took out our lunch tins. What a treat it was to have fish with our rice. I admitted my theft to the others, and they commended me. The second night was even worse. We wrapped our faces in our towels and tucked our hands into our sleeves. Hunger and cold kept us awake. In the morning, I found my right hand stuck in a half-curled position. I tried to straighten the fingers with my left hand, but they curled up again like a chicken's foot. Delta said I must have contracted chicken claw madness, a disease that a man in his village had. Soon after, the train stopped again, and we sat for a couple of hours. We were about to get up and look around when we felt a hammer striking the wheels right beneath us. A hand, a blue cap, and a weathered face appeared over the edge of our car. We were sure this railway worker would march us to the nearest public security station. However, he merely advised us to get off. As we clambered out, we realized that our car was one of 5 sitting on a railroad spur. The locomotive had abandoned us and disappeared. The worker had not spoken in Cantonese, a good sign that we were out of Guangdong province. We learned that we were in Hunan, still only a third of the way back to Beijing. This was a small station on a feeder line, 20 kilometers from the Beijing-Guangzhou Railway. We made a forced march to the nearest station on the main line, where the head of a freight train crew, a sympathetic northerner, agreed to take us to the next big station. We sneaked onto several passenger trains in succession. Each time we were discovered and kicked off, we consoled ourselves with the knowledge that we were closer to Beijing. Early in the morning, we arrived in Changsha, the capital of Hunan. Chairman Mao's birthplace, Shaoshan, was not far from here. It was a good place to leave the railroad for rest and revolutionary sightseeing. The Red Guard Reception Center sent us to the Hunan Provincial Stadium. Our first meal there, good white rice, stewed beef, and Hunan pickles, was the best food I had ever tasted in my life. We slept on the stadium floor for a full day and night without waking up. Then I reported to the stadium clinic with my chicken claw hand. The doctor prescribed acupuncture and infrared treatment. Changsha was full of landmarks of Chairman Mao's youth. We visited the teacher's college where he had studied, and saw the well where he had doused himself with cold water every morning. We took a ferry to Orange Islet in the middle of the Siang River, which he had referred to in one of his poems. We would have gone to Shaoshan if we had had the money for bus fare. Instead, we settled for Shaoshan badges acquired at the local badge trading spot. 17-1. We were in Changsha on Chairman Mao's 73rd birthday, December 26. The stadium dining hall served noodles in celebration of his longevity in spite of a Central Committee resolution, adopted just after liberation, that said people should not celebrate leaders' birthdays. The rules for long marchers were changed again. Once more, Red Guards could get free tickets home to rejoin the struggle against the capitalist roaders. We registered immediately for 4 train tickets to Xiamen. We soon got them, but they were not direct, we would have to change in Wuhan. We arrived in Hankow at midnight on the last day of 1966, penniless and hungry. The next train for Xiamen was the following afternoon. Leaving my 3 companions sitting on the waiting room floor, I bravely set out alone for the Municipal Party Committee headquarters to beg for some help. An official there put me to bed in a room with other Red Guards. The next morning, he gave me breakfast, 8 yuan, and 8 jin worth of grain coupons. Elated, I took a bus back to the railway station. My comrades were not in the waiting room. I spotted them on the sidewalk talking to a policeman. Delta was showing the policeman a Jinggang Mountain badge and saying, "We haven't eaten for a day. Please trade us a little money and a few grain coupons for this badge. Normally it's worth 10 or 12 small badges." The policeman led them into a restaurant and ordered 3 bowls of noodles. I appeared at the table. Proudly, I offered to repay the policeman for the food. He refused. I unpinned my prized golden Chairman Mao badge from my chest and insisted he take it. 17-2. 1/1 North China peasants had a ditty about counting 9, the 9 periods of 9 days each that followed the winter solstice. In the first and second 9 days, the cold makes you tuck your hands into your sleeves. In the third and fourth 9 days, you can walk on the firm ice. In the fifth and sixth 9 days, you go to the river to see the willow buds. In the seventh 9 days rivers thaw, in the eighth 9 days geese fly back. During the 9 days of the ninth 9 days, the oxen plow the fields. It was midway through counting 9 when I returned from the south. Huan Tian, Kruma, and Delta went home to their villages, and I went to Lingzi to join my family for Spring Festival, the Lunar New Year. The town was preparing for the ancient holiday as it always had. Regardless of the campaign to smash the four olds, this was one occasion that people would never give up. On street corners all across town, white steam rose from cast iron cauldrons 2 meters across as butchers sharpened their knives. People might eat gruel the rest of the year, but for Spring Festival they would have pork. Sichuan peppercorns, clove, cinnamon, fennel, anise, stew your Spring Festi. 173. Val meat with 5 spices. The spice vendors called as they ground out their fragrant brown powder. I stopped to watch a butcher slaughter a pig. Its feet were tied tightly together and it was squealing madly. Although everyone around wore cotton-padded clothes, the butcher was shirtless, with a bloody apron tied around his waist. His face was flushed as if he had been drinking. Smiling, he forced the pig down with one knee, grasped the snout with one hand, and with the other drove his knife up to the handle into the throat. A good butcher was supposed to pierce the heart with one such deep thrust. He withdrew the knife with a swift twist. The blood flowed into a basin. Salt was added to make it coagulate faster. The butcher cut a small opening in one of the pig's hind legs and maneuvered a long steel tube in and out beneath the pig's skin. He put his mouth at the opening and blew the pig up like a balloon. Several men heaved the pig into the cauldron for a scalding. Then the butcher shaved off its hair with a razor and chopped off its head. The headless pig was hung from a hook. He split open its belly. The intestines and everything else came out intact. Everything was cleaned. Finally, the butcher cleaved the carcass neatly in 2. The 2 halves lay across a wheelbarrow, the flesh trembling. The butcher was drawing on a cigarette as if nothing had happened. His audience had a new appreciation of the saying fame portends trouble for men just as fattening does for pigs. Several old scholars had set up calligraphy stalls in front of the county theater. For a small fee, they would produce Spring Festival couplets for peasants shopping in town. The best calligrapher was a white-goateed man with 6 fingers on his right hand. In past years, he had written things like amid. 174. The popping of firecrackers, we bid farewell to the old year, tens of thousands of households put up new peachwood charms against evil. This year, he had abandoned such superstitious nonsense for statements like drinking water, don't forget the one who dug the well, living in happiness, don't forget Chairman Mao and the spring wind turned the mountains and river green, Mao Zedong thought turned our hearts and the country red. Behind the calligraphers, fresh slogans adorned the theater wall, down with the agent of the bourgeois headquarters inside the party, the capitalist Roder and counter-revolutionary revisionist Mountain Devil. And knocked the capitalist Roder to the ground, put a foot on him so he'll never get up, and let his name stink for 10,000 years. The rebels now charged Papa with saying that class struggle had died out, an opinion he had voiced at a meeting years before. They also charged that he had followed Liu Shaokai, who was now known as China's Khrushchev, in pushing the capitalistic 3 frees and 1 contract private plots, free markets, independent enterprises, and household production quotas. Papa had been working in the steel plant in Xiamen when that policy was adopted. He had not opposed the measures after his rehabilitation because he thought they would help tide the peasants through the 3 difficult years. Papa and Mama still made their home in that little room. Yuan told me that Red Guards from the middle school and the county government showed up at all hours to take Papa off for interrogation. Once they had come at midnight. Mama had helped Papa climb out the back window and told them that another group of rebels already had led him away. Sometimes the rebels took both Mama and Papa for questioning. 175. Leaving Yuan behind. She had numerous aunties and uncles, now friends, who adopted her when Mama and Papa were gone. The thought guards had grown even bolder. Their leader was a student called Daba. Big Scar people said he had fallen on a rock and gashed his face while running across a field with a stolen watermelon. His followers were instigating rebellion in villages and factories all over the county and were on the verge of wresting power from the county party committee and government. Rebels already had grabbed the seals at the prefectural level, following the lead of rebellious workers in Shanghai who had seized power from the municipal authorities in a campaign termed the January Storm. My younger brothers and sisters were on winter vacation. Grandpa's condition had grown still worse. Zhiwa and Xinghua took care of themselves pretty well, but Miwen was becoming a little street urchin. In the daytime, she played outside with other little devils. In the evening, she hung around the theater, hoping to get in for a glimpse of the new revolutionary opera, The Red Lantern. One night, I found her near the theater playing a crude country game with her playmates. Lined up against a wall, they would squeeze toward the corner formed by another wall as they shouted, "Hey, hey, squeeze for warmth. Hey, hey, squeeze for warmth." When the one getting squeezed into the corner could not stand it anymore, he would slip out and go to the other end of the line. Was there any stupider game in the world? Angrily, I ordered her home. The next night I found her there again, doing the same thing. I usually brought my younger brother's firecrackers when I came home for Spring Festival, but I had no money left after. 176. My travels. I browsed through the town firecracker mart, where dealers with cartloads of explosives competed noisily for customers and even had price wars. One salesman was demonstrating his throwing firecrackers by tossing them against the wall of a pigsty. Another showed off his rising fire, a rocket that hissed into the sky, leaving a blue trail, before exploding in an orange spray. A man with a distinct Yajin accent stood on the back of a horse-drawn cart and shouted, "1 part nitrate, 2 of sulfur, 3 of charcoal, firecrackers bring a new year prosperous and grand." Since gunpowder's invention in the Tang dynasty, Yajin's firecrackers have earned fame across the land. Another man in a cart across the way responded, "From Nanjing you travel all the way to Beijing, the very best firecrackers are from Shandong." Each man lit a long string of red firecrackers with his cigarette and held it aloft on a bamboo pole. The firecrackers crackled like machine guns, sending bits of paper and blue smoke in all directions. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Children scrambled in the midst of the explosions, trying to trample firecrackers that had not yet ignited so they could get away with a few free samples. I was watching 2 particularly active boys, who had put on gloves and pulled the ear flaps of their hats around their faces for protection, when I realized that they were Zhiwa and Xinghua. Don't you know how dangerous that is? I scolded them after the strings of firecrackers had burned out and their frenetic dance had ended. Mama won't give us money to buy. 177. Firecrackers, Zhiwa said petulantly. Sometimes she doesn't even give Grandpa enough money to buy medicine. My brothers would not be happy until they had some firecrackers. I suggested we raise some money by picking up trash in the street to sell to the salvage station. 1 jin of waste paper could bring 3 fen. A good 2-kick firecracker that exploded in the air cost only 5 fen. Xinghua had an even better idea. We could collect the scrap metal and other junk left behind by the thought guards when they had smashed the classrooms at Lingzi Middle School. We went to the school and filled 2 big baskets with treasures: crushed aluminum bowls, bent keys, smashed locks, tangled electrical wiring, broken light switches, tin toothpaste tubes, empty bottles, and sold everything to the salvage station for more than 5 yuan. We bought firecrackers, a new bottle of opium licorice pills for grandpa's coughing, and sesame buns with beef. We carried on this lucrative business for quite a few days. When we had scavenged through all the ransacked buildings we could find, we began collecting paper. If people were around, we just picked up rubbish from the street. If we were alone, we would peel posters from the walls, where the paper was 10 layers thick. One day, a group of thought guards caught us peeling away their latest pronouncements. They confiscated our baskets and pushed us down, giving Zhiwa a bloody nose. That was the end of our venture. Weawa did not come home until a few days before the Lunar New Year. He had left school again to make a long march to Yan'an. He sent us a photograph of himself standing on the Great Wall. On the back, he had written a line of Chairman Mao's poetry: "You are not a hero until you have." 17-8. Scaled the Great Wall. He arrived in Lingzi looking lean and brown, with a bag of Yan'an millet and a bottle of Shaanxi province's famous vinegar. He spent a whole afternoon making a spring festival lantern from sorghum stalks and colored paper. When the candle inside was lit, the heat made a wheel with paper cutouts of the ancient generals of the 3 kingdoms spin merrily. When Weawa and I went out the next morning to buy food for our New Year's feast, we found the following notice posted on every street corner downtown. Under the wise leadership of our great commander Chairman Mao and the Central Cultural Revolution Group, the January storm is spreading with the force of a thunderbolt throughout our sacred land of 700 million. The revolutionary high tide of Grand Revolutionary Alliance, grand seizure of power, and grand struggle is surging forward. The clarion call has been blown, and the militant drums have sounded. Amid this excellent situation, we revolutionary rebels of Lingzi County have determined that the time is ripe to seize power from the bourgeois, counter-revolutionary party committee and government. To accomplish this great historical task, we are calling a county-wide rally on the eve of Spring Festival to dismiss the agent of the bourgeois headquarters inside the party, the counter-revolutionary revisionist and capitalist Rotor Mountain Devil, from his posts both inside and outside the party. The rally will be held on the drill ground of Lingzi Middle School. All revolutionary rebels are invited to attend. This great event will give the people of Lingzi a wonderful, revolutionary Spring Festival. Salutations in the name of the Cultural Revolution. The announcement was signed Mao Zedong Thought Red Guards of Lingzi Middle School, Revolutionary Workers Rebel Headquarters of Lingzi County, Revolutionary Peace. 179. Ants Rebel Liaison Station of Lingzi County, and Revolutionary Rebels of Departments of the Lingzi County Government. How ridiculous, one exclaimed. The thought guards can't run the county. They may claim to have a grand revolutionary alliance with the workers and peasants, but in fact they're just a bunch of students. Ridiculous or not, these people are in dead earnest, Weawa said. Red guards everywhere are following the example of the Shanghai workers. How can they have a big struggle meeting on the eve of Spring Festival? It will ruin the holiday. One shouted. The streets were full of last-minute shoppers, peasant men in bulky black padded coats with white towels around their heads, housewives with long braids of garlic draped around their shoulders, grannies with bound feet sitting in wheelbarrows beside halves of pigs, children eating sticks of candied hawthorn fruit. A startled old peasant stopped to stare at me. We went home without doing our shopping and told Grandpa about the notice. He stroked his wispy beard and said, I never expected this movement would last so long. Never mind. If they dismiss your father from office, we can go back to our hometown. Remember Tao Yuan? He was a county magistrate during the Jin dynasty. He couldn't stand being an official, so he went home. Or Bao Longtu of the Song dynasty, the prefectural official who fell into disfavor after executing a relative of the emperor for wronging the peasants. He was allowed to go home too. And of course, there's Hai Rui. I've already told Papa he should go home, but he can't, one said. Grandpa, times have changed. Even if Papa's removed from office, the rebels won't let him quietly slip away. 180. They want to destroy him politically, mentally, and physically, Wiawa said. It's like riding on the back of a tiger, the only way to get off is to be eaten. Grandpa thought a while in silence. Then he said, they have to give us a way out. They have to let us live. On the last day of the old year, Grandpa took several opium licorice pills and got off the Kong to cook for the first time in weeks. He prepared a big pot of soup with pork, bean curd, seaweed, cabbage, and bean starch noodles. The tantalizing smell filled the courtyard. Mama had brought Yuan home the night before and rushed out with hardly a word. I dished out a bowl of soup for my little sister with as little liquid as possible. We called her the girl who eats the thick because she only liked the good part of the soup. Since she was the baby of the family, we let her have her way. We were about to start eating when a group of people with red armbands rushed into the courtyard. Is your mother here? One of them demanded. It was Papa's aide, Qin Mao, the former cowherd. Now he was head of the rebels in the county government, since he had been the most oppressed. No. I did not want to talk to this traitor. No. Didn't she bring your little sister here last night? She said she would return to her room, but she never did. What do you want my mother for? Wiawa demanded. None of your business. Just tell us where she is. Don't waste your breath on them. Thought Guard Chief Daba, the scar on his cheek gleaming scarlet, pushed his way to the front of the group. These little bastards of the capitalist roader only listen to force. Search the house. Mountain Devil's stinking wife cannot have grown wings. The intruders poured through the doorway, sweeping the bowls off the 181 table and sending Grandpa's delicious soup all over the floor. What's this piece of trash? Daba slashed at Wiawa's lantern with a stick until it fell to the floor, where it was trampled to shreds. Wiawa. Jianhua. Grandpa looked at us, his eyes intense behind his glasses, wordlessly warning us to stay calm. Another boy took a mirror off the wall and held it up to show the others the picture of the ballerina on the back. Look, they still harbor such obscene bourgeois stuff. He smashed the mirror on the floor. Yuan began to cry. Stop barking, you little dog cub. Daba yelled. Are you barking because your dog of a papa is losing his official cap? Yuan cried even harder. The intruders kicked the furniture about. They flung open the wardrobe, ransacked the drawers, and rummaged through the cardboard cartons where we stored outgrown clothes and shoes. Those who searched the back room emerged triumphantly with a stack of well-worn books, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, A Dream of Red Mansions, the biography of the peasant rebel Li Zikan describing how he overthrew the Ming dynasty, and a Qing novel about corruption and injustice, witnessing the 20 weird years. They were the books that Grandpa had raised us on. Confiscate them as evidence. Daba ordered. Grandpa had a look of alarm in his eyes but said nothing. The rebels left with the books, swearing angrily over their failure to find Mama. Bandits. Hoodlums. Wiawa and I cursed once they were out of sight. 182. 1/1 at until evening did Grandpa tell us that Mama had been hiding just next door. An old lady who was on very good terms with Grandpa lived there. Papa had told Mama that he could not evade the rally, but perhaps she could. On New Year's Eve, she had left their room just before the rebels put sentries at the door, brought Yuan to us, and gone next door. For a night and a day, she had lain on the neighbor's kong with a quilt over her head. The old lady's son, who had joined the crowd of 10,000 at the middle school drill ground, described the rally to us. Thought guards had dragged Papa onto a makeshift stage and ordered him to kneel down. Papa refused, saying that he had never knelt down in front of anybody, not even his parents, and that he did not know how. The thought guards kicked him behind the knees and pulled his hair to force him down. He was held in a jet plane position for 2 hours. The rebels took turns holding his arms up like wings and planting their feet on his back. Chen Mao and other rebel leaders made speeches denouncing him as Lingzi County's biggest capitalist roader. Finally, they put a feudal-style official's black cap from a Beijing opera costume on Papa's head and then took it off to symbolize his removal from office. When the rally was over, Papa could not walk. He had to be carried off stage. Grandpa, my 2 sisters and 3 brothers, and I sat. R83. Around the table in silence, listening to the account. After our informant had left, Grandpa swallowed more opium licorice pills and tried to cheer everyone up. "Don't be upset, children," he said. "When you take off the official cap, your whole body feels light. Papa can breathe easier now. They want to ruin our spring festival, but let's not give them the satisfaction. Come on, let's make jiaozi." Making jiaozi, steamed dumplings, had always been our central spring festival ritual. Nothing is more comfortable than lying in bed, nothing is more delicious than jiaozi, the saying went. We would wrap them late on New Year's Eve, put them out in the courtyard to freeze, and boil them on New Year's morning. Zhiwa, who was becoming an accomplished cook, prepared the dough and set it aside. He chopped the pork into fine shreds, while I minced the scallions and cabbage. Grandpa combined the ingredients with just the right amounts of soy sauce and sesame oil. Zhiwa rolled the dough into long ropes, which he cut into slices to be flattened into circles. The rest of us folded in the filling as fast as he could supply us with wrappers. Mama arrived when we were almost finished, her eyes swollen, her hair uncombed. "Papa has bruises and a backache," she said in a flat voice before we had even asked. "I've sent for a doctor. Otherwise, everything is all right. Yuan can come back with me." As she led my little sister out the door, she added, "Don't offend the other kids when you go out to play. On second thought, you'd better just stay at home." At midnight, we lit our firecrackers outside the house. We fell asleep to the staccato of firecrackers popping all over town and awoke to the same sounds. We awa and I ate our 18-4. Jia's Lo 3 haste and headed for the government courtyard. 2 red paper lanterns and a sign saying "Happily Celebrate Spring Festival in Revolutionary Style" hung over the front gate. Papa lay in bed, covered with 2 quilts. Mama and Yuan sat at his side. The top of the desk looked like a pharmacy shelf. "Papa, we brought you jiaozi," Yuan said, holding out a tin lunchbox. Papa raised himself with difficulty. "Have you eaten yet? How are they this year? Mutton or pork?" "Pork," I said, looking over the bruises on his face. "We got a whole quarter of a pig." "Good, good. Put them there on the stove. When I get hungry, I'll eat." "Papa, are you in much pain?" Yuan asked. "Not much. When we were fighting the Japanese, our medics sometimes operated on wounded soldiers without anesthesia. The men would pass out from the pain. That you could call pain." Papa's haggard face took on a glowing expression. "How I miss those days," he said. "We all had one goal, to drive the Japanese out of China. Nobody cared about rank or personal gain. Everybody was ready to lay down his life. When we had one corn pancake, we all shared it. Where is that spirit today? Why are we conducting these endless struggles?" He lay back on the pillow again. "Papa," Yuan said, "take care of yourself. Maybe you should be a little more flexible in dealing with these people. I know they would be easier on me if I went along with them. But I have my principles. I never gave up my principles to the Japanese or the Kuomintang. I didn't give them up to 18.5. Han wrong. Why should I give up my principles to these students who don't even know what revolution is? He lifted himself up again in agitation. They're not making revolution, they're just making havoc. They're luring more and more young peasants out of the fields, and the farmland's going to waste. Mama put a restraining hand on Papa's arm and slid another pillow under his head. With a weak smile, she said, "Don't worry about these things. You are now an overthrown capitalist roader. You have joined the ranks of the ordinary folk. Take advantage of it. Have a good rest. Forget about politics and work." How can I forget about it? In a month, it will be time for spring plowing. Tractors, fuel, fertilizer, transport, all these things require planning. What are they going to do about next year's crops? When Butcher Zhang dies, do you think people will eat pork with the bristles? Asked Mama. They'll find a way. When you take off your official cap, your whole body feels light, I added, quoting Grandpa's words. Where did you learn such a futile idea? Papa asked, the hint of a smile on his lips. In school, I lied. Yuan suddenly shouted, "Look, it's snowing." Papa winced as he lifted himself up again to look out the window. Snowflakes were falling like goose feathers, clinging to the leafless trees. Good, he said. A timely snow promises a good harvest. R86. Yuan and I usually stayed home until Lantern Festival, 2 weeks after Spring Festival. But life in Lingzi was becoming unbearable. When my little brothers and sisters went out to play, other children would mock, "There go the dog cubs of the capitalist roader." These rude country kids were beginning to recognize Yuan and me as well. When Yuan caught one and slapped him, it only made things worse. Now they hurled stones and clods of dirt along with their taunts. We decided to go back to school just a few days into the Lunar New Year. I was the first student in class 85 to return from the holiday. I cleaned my dormitory room, spread out the new cotton mattress I had brought from home, and lit the stove. I sat on my bed and began to plan my next Chuanlian, for rumor had it that free transportation would resume in the spring. In my diary, I sketched an outline map of China the hen with 2 eggs that we had drawn so many times in geography class. With a red pencil, I drew triangular pennants at each place I had visited and traced a new itinerary that would take me through the remaining provincial capitals, famous cities, and scenic spots. I even included Lhasa and Urumqi. I calculated that if I spent 1 to 3 days at each place, the whole trip would take 2 months. As I was admiring my map, the door opened and Fangpu walked in. He had put on some weight and gained some color in his face. A soft brown fuzz had sprouted on his chin. We greeted each other, and I asked him how his Chuanlian had gone. Excellent, he said. I spent more than a month in Beijing and saw Chairman Mao 3 times. How about you? Did you see Chairman Mao? How many times? Not even once, I said. Really? What a pity. I thought everybody had seen Chairman Mao. I went to the south. I thought I could come to Beijing and see Chairman Mao when the crowds had thinned out. But when I got there, he was not receiving red guards. I did not want Fangpu to think that I was unenthusiastic about the idea of seeing Chairman Mao. You're planning another trip? Fangpu had noticed my map. It looks more thorough than Confucius's lecture tour during the spring and autumn period. Don't get your hopes up. A campaign against money worship is just getting underway. The preparatory committee already stopped giving out Chuanlian allowances. I don't think we'll be going on Chuantuan again. Then what shall we do? What shall we do? Are you afraid of becoming a hero with no place to display your prowess? Fangpu smiled and patted me on the shoulder. Little brother, join our East is Red Corps. We're about to kick aside Chairman Deng, dismantle the preparatory committee, and take power into our own hands. We're stepping up our propaganda efforts right now. We plan to launch a newspaper, Battlefield News. Wouldn't you like to join us as a reporter? I hesitated. I admired Fang Pu as a poet, but did I want him as my political leader? I stalled. For the time being, maybe I can be a freelancer, I replied. If I think of something in Tur. 188. Staying to write, I can contribute it to your Battlefield News. An angry look passed over Fang Pu's face. Then he smiled and patted me on the shoulder again. Fine, Jianhua, you can sit back and observe for a while before you make up your mind. Fang Pu had officially resigned from the preparatory committee and set up the East is Red Corps with several other seniors during the spring festival holidays. They made their headquarters in a house in the bell tower courtyard, and announced their presence with posters accusing the preparatory committee of leniency toward capitalist roaders, monsters, and demons. 3 days in a row, they hauled out Ding Yi, made him limp across campus, and held struggle meetings against him. They also found some new culprits, including a young teacher who had written a poster criticizing Lu Shaokai, with 3 red X's over every reference to Lu. In one place he had put 3 red X's over Chairman Mao's name too, something nobody would do deliberately. Nonetheless, the East is Red Corps people branded him a counter-revolutionary and locked him in a small room. The East is Red Corps swelled as students returned after Lantern Festival. Almost all of my classmates joined. The campus resounded with their cries, "Kick aside the preparatory committee and dethrone Chairman Deng," and thoroughly expose and criticize the preparatory committee's bourgeois reactionary line. Eventually, Fang Pu and his followers stormed Chairman Deng's office and declared him overthrown. They chopped the preparatory committee's seal into pieces. Deng surrendered without protesting. Because he had offended nobody, the East is Red Corps people let him go without bothering to hold a struggle meeting. They announced their great victory over the school public address system, which they now controlled. Just as the East is Red Corps seemed to be reaching the pinnacle of power, a small group emerged to challenge it. The manifesto of the Lusun Commune, posted in the bell tower courtyard, promised to carry on in the hard-boned spirit of Lusun, the great critic of feudalism and reaction in Kuomintang days, whose satirical style we all tried to imitate. We will recruit men and buy horses to redirect a revolution that has been misled, the manifesto said. Among the 9 signatures at the bottom was my brother Yuan. Although the new organization chose its words carefully and did not attack the East is Red Corps by name, Fang Pu and his followers could not tolerate even a suggestion of dissent. They put up a statement declaring the Lusun Commune a royalist faction run by hooligans. They ransacked its headquarters, burned a stack of fresh handbills, took away the mimeograph machine, smashed the furniture, and posted more accusations on the walls. A smear campaign soon followed. Anti-commune rumors spread like wildfire across campus. The Battlefield News reported that the commune was a hodgepodge of social dregs whose members were not pure red. Yuan, dog cup of a capitalist roader, was cited as an example. The commune's leader, Menge, a lad from a peasant family, was said to have a wild pheasant for a mother and a vagabond for a father. The evidence given was that he came from railway station village on the other side of the railroad tracks, a place described as notorious for its vagrants and harlots. The loudspeakers blared threats against the commune all day long in the shrill voice of Baimuten, White Peony, a girl in Yuan's class. Worried that Yuan was getting too entangled in school politics, I went to his dormitory room to look for him, only to learn that the East is Red majority had evicted him. His roommates had written threatening slogans on the wall by his bed, then splashed ink on his bedding and thrown it out the door. He had moved into another room with his comrades in arms. When I got there, students wearing East is Red armbands were posting a couplet around the doorway that read, "Small as the temple is, the demon wind blows strong, Shallow as the pool is, the turtles are many. There was no worse insult than to be called a turtle. Little Ba Wang turned around and leered at me. Jianhua, are you planning to become a turtle too? He asked sarcastically. Little Mihu was there also. His puckish little face reminded me of a submissive Pekingese dog. I gave him a stern glare, and he tried to shrink out of sight behind another student. I went into the room and slammed the door behind me. The Lusun Commune members were writing posters. Weiwa was drafting a commentary that criticized the East's Red Corps for arrogance. He agreed to stop and come out for a walk with me. As we left, he laughed at the couplet around the door. Such insults will only increase our support, he said. Weiwa, you shouldn't get so deeply involved in political controversy, I admonished him. You know that the East's Red Corps can crush your little group. Papa's situation makes you even more vulnerable. I didn't take this step lightly, Weiwa said. I joined the Lusun Commune because of its progressive stance. The East's Red Corps follows the ultra-leftist line of riding roughshod over everyone and overthrowing everything. We will unite with everybody who wants to make revolution, regardless of family origin or political problems. We also believe that the majority of teachers are good or comparatively good, and we will unite with them too. We oppose using brute force against anyone, even Ding Yi. We have to struggle to prevent the East's Red Corps from rampaging through Yijin like the thought guards in Lingzi. We're not worried about being in the minority. Our leader, Meng, is a careful strategist. He often studies Sun Zi's art of war. We intend to win over the majority step by step, through propaganda and education. In the end, we'll prevail. Weiwa assured me that the rumors about Meng's parents were false, that Meng came from an honest, hard-working peasant family. As for Meng himself, Weiwa seemed to adore him. He listed Meng's fine qualities and talents: kind, fair, peaceable, foresighted, an honors student, a versatile technician who liked to tinker with radios, cameras, and clocks, an accomplished shadow boxer and sword dancer. I soon was convinced of the righteousness of their cause. Weiwa, should I join the commune? I asked. Not for the time being. It would complicate matters. 2 dog cubs of a capitalist roader would give them twice the ammunition to suppress us. However, you might set up your own organization to lend us support. I mulled over the idea as I walked back to my dormitory. A new slogan had appeared on campus: Down with Meng. For the first time, students were attacking students. I found a freshly inked message on the wall above my bed. It's criminal to be a royalist. And the crimes warrant 10,000 deaths. If the royalist dies, serves him right. And if he doesn't, we'll bury him alive. Jianhua is a dad-protecting factionalist. I decided to leave before I got driven out. With my belongings rolled up in my mattress, I wandered around in the dusk looking for a place to stay. I found an empty room outside the back gate of the bell tower courtyard. I put newspaper over the broken windows and went to sleep on some chairs. The next day, I swept out my room and brought in a bed, desk, stove, and electric bulb borrowed from other vacant rooms. Now I had a clean, cozy home. With a few databao on the walls, it would make a fine headquarters for a Red Guard organization. Taking a clean sheet of white paper, jet black ink, and a big brush pen, I wrote the name of my new one-man organization in my finest calligraphy: Skirmisher. The membership expanded to 3 before the day was over. 2 errant boys from another class, whom I did not know very well, wandered in and took a liking to my headquarters. Ours was an informal, almost underground group whose main activities were scattering handbills produced by the Lusun Commune and writing anonymous databao attacking the East's Red Corps. One day when I was distributing handbills in downtown Yijin, I ran into Yuan Chao and his little sister Kang Mei. He carried a kite and she was holding the string. They had been playing out in the fields. I was surprised that Yuan Chao had not returned to school to continue making revolution. We got back from Chuanlian on Spring Festival and are still worn out, he said. We visited almost every revolutionary site through my father's connections. Some of Papa's old comrades in arms even sent cars for us. Yuan Chao was no longer wearing his Red Inheritance Red Guards armband. He told me that the group had disbanded. It's only natural that we go our separate ways, he said. The Cultural Revolution is deepening, and our members' parents have various points of view. The movement was even splintering in the army hospital. 193. Yuan Chao said. Is there much disorder? I asked. Of course, great disorder, great chaos. He said. It's almost as chaotic as at school. Some people are even writing posters against my father. Isn't it ridiculous? Papa is a Red Army veteran with great deeds to his name. I know how you feel. My father's been dismissed from office by the rebels in Lingzi County. But I'm sure army officers are safer than civilian officials. Not necessarily. The rebels in Beijing are attacking everyone but Chairman Mao and Lin Biao. Even the old revolutionary generals and marshals are on the hot seat. According to Papa, several of them went to see Chairman Mao and told him to stop the Cultural Revolution right away, but he refused to listen. They got so angry that they cursed at him. Zhu De pounded the floor with his cane. Su Xiangqian struck the table so hard with his hand that he broke his wrist. They shouted and quarreled for quite a few hours, to no avail. I invited Yuan Chao to join the skirmisher. He said he was not ready to go back to school yet. He would stay at the hospital to look out for his father. Spring buds. East's Red Corps would not let anyone forget my brother's status as the son of an accused capitalist roader, since this was the strongest evidence that the Commune was a royalist organization. Wiawa's membership was become. Spring buds. 194. A contentious issue within the Commune. Some members felt that his presence alienated would-be sympathizers. Wiawa submitted his resignation twice, but Meng would not accept it. A People's Daily editorial calling on Red Guard organizations to rectify their ranks brought the matter to a head. The Lusun Commune announced that it would hold an open-door rectification session on the question of Wiawa's membership. Onlookers of all persuasions filled the Commune headquarters. Latecomers gathered at the door and outside the windows. The 9 founders sat at desks arranged in a semicircle, my brother in the middle. Meng opened the meeting with a quotation from Chairman Mao about reaching unity through criticism and self-criticism. He said the Commune had decided to hold this meeting to help Wiawa in the spirit of this principle. Wiawa sat erect, allowing no emotion to show on his face. When Meng asked him to state his case, he began to read a self-criticism in a soft voice. He also started by quoting Chairman Mao, saying that if thousands of martyrs had laid down their lives for revolution, we ought to be able to do something as simple as correcting our mistakes. He went on to admit that he had undertaken some dad-protecting activities in Lingzi. He said that he lacked understanding and still had some petty bourgeois ideas. He ended by saying he was willing to resign to atone for his mistakes. The other Commune members took turns criticizing him. Meng invited comments from the audience. East's Red Corps people took the opportunity to attack the royalist. Meng summed up the session by saying that Wiawa had displayed great sincerity in admitting his past mistakes. Therefore, in accordance with Chairman Mao's teachings. Spring buds. I-95. The Commune would allow him to remain a member in good standing. Our policy is to unite with anyone who can be united with and who desires to make revolution, Meng concluded. When the room had emptied, I congratulated Wiawa. How did you stay so calm before so many people? I asked. Do you think we were really conducting a rectification? He said with a grin. It was just a performance to silence the East's Red Corps and impress the non-aligned. We rehearsed it several times. It was all Meng's idea. The tactic seemed to have its desired effect. After the meeting, the East's Red Corps propaganda against the Lusun Commune temporarily subsided, and nonpartisan students began to take a stand. New organizations popped up like the buds on the willow trees: Daybreak, Dawn, Sunrise, Wild Grass, Spring Wind, Hard Bones, Toward the Sun, Cold Eyebrows, Beacon Fire, Great Wall, Catch the Old Dragon. Many of the names came from Chairman Mao or Lu Xun. These new groups declared themselves neutral, which implicitly meant support for the Lu Xun Commune and defiance of the East's Red Corps. One, led by the talented clapper performer Lighting, was so daring as to call itself the East's Red Commune. East's Red is not an East's Red Corps monopoly, Lighting explained during his recruitment drive. We can't let them monopolize everything. Why don't you people who oppose the East's Red Corps simply join the Lu Xun Commune? I asked Lighting. Why set up all these little independent kingdoms? In terms of Chairman Mao's military theory, this is called using the countryside to surround the city. Many small groups together seem greater in strength and impetus. And this way, we can all be king of the hill. He snapped his fingers as if. Spring buds. 1906. They were clappers. Jianhua, why don't you join us? Your skirmisher is too lonely with just the three of you. You cunning king of the hill. Do you want me to give up my kingdom? Although I have only 2 followers, I am king. Why should I give up my throne to be your servant? What if I appoint you propaganda minister? Lighting said. You can run our newspaper. I was beginning to like this joker more and more. I accompanied him back to his headquarters in the old recreation building, called the Cross Building because its 2 hallways formed the shape of a cross. 2 ping-pong tables sat in the middle of the room, forming a giant conference table. New bookshelves lined the walls. The library consisted of a 4-volume set of Mao Zedong selected works and a copy of quotations from Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Lu Xun, a handy reference work compiled by Red Guards in Beijing. A red paper sun covered the window. My headquarters looked shabby by comparison. I decided to merge the skirmisher with the East's Red Commune. Lighting had recruited 20 followers. Every day, we held strategy meetings, wrote commentaries and news stories, and posted Dazabao. We pooled money to buy a silk screen frame and collected stenciling equipment from abandoned offices. The ink and paper came from the school logistics office, which somehow continued to operate free of any faction's control. Our newspaper, Spring Thunder, began to roll off our crude press. The East's Red Corps could not stay silent in the face of these new challenges. Fang Pu lashed out at the Lu Xun Commune and the new organizations with a poem entitled My Feelings About the Current Situation. Students crowded outside the dining hall to read it. Spring buds. 197. A black wind rippled across Yizhong, attempting to smother the bright spring. A buffoon designated himself a king, wrapping himself with Lu Xun's tiger skin. The revolutionary current no one can tame. While the buffoon will perish in body and name, thousands of boats will sail by his corpse rotting on the river bed, and victorious heroes will see the east turn brilliant red. Fang Pu sounded desperate to hold onto the mountaintop. He should have learned from Wang Lun, a rebel leader in the novel Water Margin, whose narrow-mindedness had earned him the nickname White-Robed Scholar. Having occupied Mount Liang, Wang Lun could not stand the idea of sharing his territory with other rebels and tried to murder them. In the end, he himself was killed by another rebel leader, who developed the mountain into a great stronghold of rebellion. I wrote a poem entitled In Response to Comrade Fang Pu and posted it beside his. Delicate flowers struggle to emerge. Springtime moans while cold winds surge. Sweeping across the frozen land, strangling life, declaring itself victorious by purge. But purple and green will fill spring's vase, for no one can conquer nature's laws. A revolutionary should have a magnanimous heart, a white-robed scholar can never lead a great cause. My poem attracted an equally large crowd, until East's Red Corps members tore it down and accused me of using the rubbish of feudal culture to attack their leader. I resurrected the poem on the front page of our newspaper, Spring. Spring buds. 1908. Thunder. The day that issue came out, little Mihu stopped by the East's Red Commune headquarters and handed me an envelope. Inside was a 4-line poem from Fang Pua. Boiling beans over a beanstalk fire. Beans are crying in the cauldron. Both of us are red descendants. Why torture each other so eagerly? It was a revised version of a famous poem by Caog, son of the fierce and ambitious Cao, who had ruled the kingdom of Wei during the Three Kingdoms period. After Cao's death, his eldest son Cao Pei had become king of Wei. Suspecting Caog of wanting to usurp the throne, Cao Pei had him arrested and ordered him to compose a poem in the time it took to walk 7 steps, or face death. Caog quickly came up with a poem so moving that Cao Pei released him. Under his revised version, Fang Pua had written, "Little brother, I am saddened by what has happened between us. I often think of our first meeting over wild vegetables. I hope our friendship will not perish." I did not waver. Our roads were diverging irreversibly. Our common love for poetry was not enough to bind us. I modified another ancient poem and sent it to Fang Pua. Eager to make revolution, I walked the fields in late afternoon. A sunset of boundless splendor heralds the approaching dusk. Fang Pua did not write back. Spring buds. 199. In March, the director of Yijin County's military department came to Yizhong to tell us the army was in charge. He said the armed forces were assuming a new administrative role all over the country. Power seizures by rebel organizations were hereby declared invalid. Only 3-in-1 revolutionary committees with representation from the army, revolutionary cadres, and revolutionary rebels were legitimate. A prerequisite to forming such a committee was a grand revolutionary alliance of all factions. To achieve that goal, the army was undertaking a 3 supports and 2 militaries campaign support for industry, agriculture, and revolutionary leftists, and military control and training. A People's Liberation Army platoon would come to Yizhong to carry out the 2 militaries. There were various conjectures about the army's new role. Some people said it was to help the rebels consolidate power. Others said it was to restore order in places paralyzed by factional fighting. Still others said it was to curb rebel activity and prevent incidents like the one in Qinghai province where rebel students had tried to storm a district army headquarters and the commander had ordered machine gun fire on the mob. Whatever the reason, the army came. 36 soldiers with field packs on their backs marched into Yizhong. The first thing they did was to order us to return to our original 200 class groups. All the organizations had to abandon their headquarters and split up. Reluctantly, I moved my mattress and belongings back to my oid bed. The writing on the wall that had driven me out was still there. All of Class 85, minus Yuling and Yuan Chao, sat together in our classroom for the first time since before Chuanlian. Everyone had stories to tell. Most of my classmates had seen Chairman Mao. Zhongwei had traveled to Urumqi and stayed 2 months, painting pictures of the minority peoples. He claimed to have barely escaped betrothal to a beautiful Uyghur girl who had fallen in love with him. Sangzi had spent a month hunting bears in the virgin forests of the northeast. Urku's tale was the most exciting of all. He and several schoolmates had gone to North Vietnam. They had planned to go all the way to South Vietnam to help fight the U.S. imperialists, but Vietnamese militiamen had sent them home after they crossed Friendship Pass. As proof of his adventure, Urku had brought back a broad-brimmed Vietnamese hat. Most of us were impressed, but little Ba Wang accused Urku of crossing the border illegally. To be safe, Urku hurried downtown to report the trip to the county military department. The director assured him that, though going to Vietnam with the intention of fighting the American imperialists was a slight breach of discipline, it was not a serious offense. A man named Niu was assigned to our class. From the 4 pockets on his jacket, we knew that he was an officer. In fact, nobody in the platoon wore the two pockets of a common soldier. As senior cadets from the Missile Engineering Institute outside Xiamen, officially known as People's Liberation Army Unit 901, they were already junior officers. Since early in the Cultural Revolution, we had grown used 201 to making our own schedules, going to bed late and getting up late. The 90I, as we called them, brought a new routine to our school. Bugle music roused us before dawn to march to the sports ground, where we practiced drill formations. We spent the rest of the morning in the classroom, studying Chairman Mao's works. Niu went over every sentence again and again to make sure we all knew it by heart. Sometimes he had us recite articles in turn, each student rattling off one sentence. In the afternoons, we returned to the sports ground to practice bayonet drill or anti-aircraft defense. One day, Niu distributed copies of an article from the party journal Red Flag that criticized Liu Shaokai. It did not mention Liu by name, but we all knew who China's Khrushchev and the high-ranking official who has taken the capitalist road was. Under the 90I's direction, we began to write posters attacking Liu. A series of films classified as poisonous weeds gave us more ammunition. We saw the documentary Liu Shaokai Visits Indonesia, which showed Liu, his wife Wang Guangmei, Foreign Minister Chen Yi, and Chen's wife, accompanied by President Sukarno, watching topless Indonesian dancers. Wang Guangmei wore a skin-tight kipao and a necklace. The revised subtitles said that Liu had flirted with bourgeois ruler Sukarno and pointed out how decadent his wife was. We also saw Prairie Fire, about the famous Yuan coal miners' strike organized by Liu Shaokai. The commentary said that Liu had betrayed the workers and sabotaged the strike by compromising with the capitalists. Each time Liu's face appeared on the screen, the auditorium resounded with cries of "Down with Liu Shaokai." There were other films too, one that glorified the reformist Emperor Guangxu as a great patriot, another about a poor 202 peasant who collected money by begging to build schools for poor children, another about two actress sisters, one of whom married a capitalist while the other took the revolutionary road. These films were said to perpetuate imperialist versions of history, or encourage servility, or advocate class compromise. I thoroughly enjoyed them all, for the chance to see any movie at all was a rare treat. Unfortunately, the Poisonous Weeds Film Festival only lasted 2 weeks. We turned our focus to Liu Shaokai's How to Be a Good Communist. The slim volume, first published during the War of Liberation and reprinted in I-962, had been reissued again. Embossed on the cover, beneath the title, was a line in parentheses, "for the purpose of criticism." Sun Yizhong was papered with Dazabao that condemned Liu for opposing Mao Zedong thought, pushing the feudal ideas of Confucius and Mencius, and peddling sinister revisionist trash. It was a fine show of unity against a common enemy. However, the currents of antagonism between the East's Red Corps and the Lusun Commune still ran deep. The 90I itself became yet another divisive factor. The East's Red Corps people resented their loss of power to the military and opposed the policy of equal treatment for all. They especially disliked the soldiers allowing all but the worst monsters and demons among the teachers to take part in military training. The Lusun Commune people and their supporters liked the 90I. By the end of April, Fang Pua and his followers had regrouped. They declared a boycott of military training. They put up Dazabao that accused the 90I of supporting the conservative Lusun Commune instead of the leftist East's Red Corps, and spread rumors that the 90I had joined a 23. Counter-revolutionary conspiracy against the Ministry of Defense. The 901 are royalists under cover of the People's Liberation Army. They charged. The Lusun Commune and many small organizations resurfaced to counter-attack with slogans of their own. Learn from the People's Liberation Army. Salute the People's Liberation Army. To oppose the People's Liberation Army is counter-revolutionary. We'll fight anyone who dares to oppose the People's Liberation Army to our last drop of blood. The month of military practice that had drilled each class into a well-oiled marching team came to naught. We fell into disarray once more. Most of the former East's Red Corps members joined the attack on the 901. I decided to start fresh with a new organization, which I named Uniquely Beautiful View after a line from Chairman Mao's poetry. Lighting agreed to let me withdraw from the East's Red Commune, in the interests of broadening the front against the East's Red Corps. I won over 2 recruits, Urku and Zongwei. I tried to convince Little Mihu to join too, without success. I have 3 reasons to remain loyal to the East's Red Corps, he said. First, Fangpu is a long-standing revolutionary rebel, while Meng is a royalist upstart. Second, the 901 does not represent the glorious tradition of the People's Liberation Army. Fangpu says they're nothing but a group of college students in uniform. Third, I want to go with the majority. Truth often rests with the minority, I said. Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao were all in the minority at the start of their revolutionary careers. I've already thought it over. Fangpu is very nice to me. I'm his messenger. I like the job. The East's Red Corps quickly rebuilt its strength and soon 24. Claimed a membership of 710 times the membership of the Lusun Commune and Lighting's East's Red Commune combined. Meanwhile, support for the Lusun Commune continued to grow among the non-aligned students, and Fangpu's followers made some tactical mistakes that drove more students into the opposing camp. One tactical error involved the officer Niu. When Niu was making a last attempt to organize Class 85 into a political study session, my East's Red Corps classmates surrounded him, backed him into a corner, and taunted, 901 Royalist. Get out of our school. Niu held his little red book high in the air as if to fend them off. I took Niu by the arm and led him outside, followed by cries of Jianhua is a royalist. Jianhua is a dad protector. Fish like fish, shrimp like shrimp, turtles get along with tortoises. On the path, Niu let out a cry of pain and put his hand to his face. Somebody had let off a stone from a slingshot and hit him in the eye. Urku and I brought him to the clinic, where Dr. Yang dressed the wound before sending him to the army hospital. My group promptly put up posters to publicize this East's Red Corps crime. The other minority organizations joined the protest. The East's Red Corps leadership issued a statement claiming that the Lusun Commune itself had stoned Niu to arouse the anger of the 901. The situation in my dormitory room was so tense that Urku, Zongwei, and I decided to move to a room in the teachers' building. The director of the county military department came to Yizhong again and criticized the East's Red Corps for using violence against the 901. A few days later, the 901 men packed up and left. The Lusun Commune and allied organizations cheered the cadets as they marched out the south gate, while the East's Red Corps, over the public address 25. System, hailed their departure as a great victory for Yizhong's revolutionary leftists. Besides gaining new recruits among the unaffiliated students, the Niu incident also caused some East's Red Corps defections. Sangzi came over to our Uniquely Beautiful View. Our 4-man organization started a wall newspaper on the porch outside our headquarters. We changed the essays daily, and Zongwei illustrated them with cartoons. Our rival classmates came by almost every morning to curse us as we wrote. In June, the conflict between the East's Red Corps and the Lusun Commune moved beyond the school walls and into the streets of Yizhong. Each side lobbied for support among the local populace. My band of 4 liked to scramble up the pagodas and scatter handbills over the crowds on market day. Organizations and work units in town began to align themselves with one faction or another. The county military department came out in support of the Lusun Commune. The county opera troupe and light industry bureau also had pro-Lusun Commune majorities. The East's Red Corps was dominant in the army hospital, the hydrology institute, the public security bureau, the people's procuratorate, and the people's court, and had a slim lead at the normal school. Our struggle took on a new dimension when news came that the 901 cadets were involved in sharp debate with the 206. 93rd Army, a field army stationed in Ximen. The 901 had openly denounced the 93rd Army, accusing it of suppressing a revolutionary leftists organization in Ximen called the Madman's Commune, named after Lu Xun's famous story, A Madman's Diary. The cadets had formed an organization called the 901 Revolutionary Rebel Corps and proclaimed themselves protectors of the Madman's Commune. Their main slogan was "Down with Li Tongmao and Liberate Ximen." For quite a few days, we assumed that Li Tongmao ran the 93rd Army. Later, we learned he was deputy commander. The cadets had focused on him because he came from a landlord family, whereas the commander was a Long March veteran with an unblemished background. We Lu Xun Commune supporters could not help feeling thrilled at the boldness of the cadets. At the same time, we wondered how 1,000 missile engineering students could stand up against a powerful army that boasted tens of thousands of troops, not to mention tanks and artillery. We worried about whether the Lu Xun Commune and other small organizations at Yizhong would get into trouble for supporting the 90I. The questions grew more urgent when a 93rd Army Engineering Battalion moved into Yizhong and started building what were said to be missile silos on the edge of town. The soldiers turned Yizhong's sports field into a construction yard, where dump trucks delivered piles of gravel, cement, and steel bars, and stone crushers and cement mixers ground away. Once these troops found out that the East's Red Corps opposed the 901, they openly sided with our adversaries. The propaganda war being waged on campus and in town had become full of references to 901, 93rd, Madman's Commune, and other factions in Ximen. The situation was growing 27. More and more confusing. In Ximen, the 93rd Army had supported a moderate Red Guard faction while suppressing the radical madmen. At Yizhong, the 90I had favored the moderate side, the Lu Xun Commune, over the East's Red Corps. In other words, the 93rd and the 901 had acted alike. But now they were enemies. Yizhong's moderate Lu Xun Commune had become linked to Ximen's suppressed Madman's Commune, since both were favored by the 901, and the Lu Xun Commune also was linked to the attack on the 93rd Army by virtue of its support for the 901. The East's Red Corps was proclaiming itself pro-army, while labeling the Lu Xun Commune and its supporters anti-army madmen. The Lu Xun Commune, meanwhile, reiterated its unflagging support for the 901 and criticized the 93rd Army's repression of the revolutionary madmen. I could not sort out the logic of the situation. I found Yuan mimeographing handbills at Lu Xun Commune headquarters and asked him why we middle school students at Yizhong were getting involved in the complex factional struggles of Ximen. "Circumstances are forcing us to take a stand," he said. "The 901 helped us when we were in a difficult situation. We should support them when they need us. The 93rd is a powerful army," I pointed out. "They could easily crush us." "Not so easily. First of all, a field army is not supposed to take part in political struggle. The cadets have the advantage of being students, they can do whatever students at other schools can do. Second, the 901 is directly under Army General Staff Headquarters. The 93rd is only under the Beijing Military District. So the 93rd is afraid to attack the 901 directly. Third, the 901 has broad support. A number of famous rebel organizations have issued statements supporting the 208. Madman's Commune and the 90I, such as New Baida, Jinggang Mountains of Qinghua, Red Flag of the Beijing Aviation Institute, and August 18 of Tianjin University. We should have confidence. Yuan's self-assured air made me feel better. I helped him run off the last of the handbills. They invited all pro-90I students to a rally to denounce Li Tongmao, to be held at the Missile Engineering Institute the next day. The cadets sent 5 trucks to pick us up early in the morning. No sooner had we climbed aboard than hundreds of East's Red Corps members appeared. They linked arms and blockaded the south gate. Firmly opposed the Lu Xun Commune and all its running dogs from joining the 901 to oppose the People's Liberation Army. They chanted, "Paper tigers, paper tigers." Students on the trucks responded. Go ahead, go ahead. We urged the drivers. As the first truck rolled slowly toward the blockade, several East's Red Corps members dropped to the ground beneath the front bumper. Their chants changed to defend the People's Liberation Army to the death. And fight to the last drop of blood to defend the Great Wall of the People's Liberation Army. We railed at our opponents for an hour, but they would not budge. We got down from the trucks and began arguing face to face. We are going to Ximen. It has nothing to do with your East's Red Corps. Well, water and river water shouldn't mix. You mind your business, we'll mind ours. We want to stop you from colluding with the 901 against the People's Liberation Army. We do not oppose the People's Liberation Army. We only oppose Li Tongmao, who carried out a bourgeois reactionary line and suppressed the revolutionary leftists in Ximen. 29. If you oppose Li Tongmao, you oppose the 93rd Army, and hence you are opposing the People's Liberation Army. Your reasoning is absurd. You are absurd. Sangzi and Urku grabbed the arms of a girl who was lying under the truck bumper. It was our classmate Zhang Yun. She kicked at them ferociously, screaming, "Don't touch me, you scoundrels! I'd rather die here than yield to you." Zhang Yun's brother Xiang Sheng, who had a club foot, limped over and spit in her face. "You family traitor!" he said. She kicked him too. Students began to shove each other, and fists shot out. At this point, Meng leaped to the back of a truck and called a retreat. "All revolutionary students, listen to me," he shouted. "People with ulterior motives are inciting the masses to struggle against each other. We must not fall into this trap. I hereby announce the withdrawal of the Lusun Commune and other revolutionary groups." The East's Red Corps people cheered as we fell back and let the trucks roll out of the gate, empty. It was noontime and the 901 rally must have nearly ended. Urku, Sangzi, Zongwei, and I decided to go to Ximen on our own to lend support to the cadets movement. Pro 901 college students gave us a place to stay. For several days, we roamed the city, reading Dazabao and discussing the revolutionary situation with members of the Madman's Commune whom we met in street parades. The madmen were easy to recognize because their flags and armbands bore the two characters for madman, written in a wild scrawl. Once my uniquely beautiful VIEW team felt familiar with the local situation, we began to put out a newsletter from our base at the college, calling for the overthrow of Li Tongmao. We stayed up a whole night to produce an extra edition about a debate. 210. Between two sound trucks, one pro 93rd and the other pro 901, which had gathered a crowd that blocked traffic for hours at the intersection in front of the office of the Ximen Military Control Commission. When dawn came, we had 2,000 neatly mimeographed papers to distribute. Our top story was headlined "Pro Li Tongmao Faction Meets Setback in Great Debate." In the evening, the four of us returned to the same intersection pushing a handcart laden with Dazabao supplies. We planned to return to Yajin the next day and wanted to make a final contribution to the local propaganda war. We were pasting slogans on a wall when a man in blue coveralls interrupted us. "What does this mean?" he demanded. A number of other people were watching us as well. "It's very simple, down with Li Tongmao and liberate Ximen." "Can't you read?" Sangzi said. "You have written a counter-revolutionary slogan against our great leader, great teacher, great supreme commander, and great helmsman, Chairman Mao," the man said. "What are you talking about?" Sangzi said. "If there is any counter-revolutionary slogan to be found, it must have been written by you. Look at the way you wrote Li Tongmao. The third character should be the Mao for exuberant, but you have written the Mao for Chairman Mao's surname. Your slogan says de Dao Li Tongmao, down with Li and Mao." "I wrote that Mao to mean hair, not the surname," Sangzi protested, "because Mao for exuberant is too nice for Li Tongmao. And Tong here doesn't mean and, it's just part of Li Tongmao's name." The man was not swayed. "You could have chosen another Mao. The fact remains that this Mao is Chairman Mao, sir." 22. Name. No doubt about it, this is a counter-revolutionary slogan. That's ridiculous. We're all Chairman Mao's Red Guards. We wouldn't slander him. Let these other people judge. Sangzi looked around pleadingly. Counter-revolutionary, definitely counter-revolutionary, one of the onlookers said. Let's take this group of counter-revolutionaries to the Public Security Bureau, suggested another. The Public Security Bureau is not functioning. Let's take them into the Military Control Commission, the man in coveralls said. A few youths stepped forward and marched us toward the commission office. The night guard in the office said the matter would have to wait until morning. The man in coveralls turned us over to the youths, who taunted us all night as we sat on the curb. Early in the morning, they finally let us go. We trudged back to the college, our cart still half laden with slogans. After we got back to Yizhong, a second scuffle broke out between East's Red Corps members and Lusun Commune supporters. Someone had climbed the pole atop the principal's building and unscrewed the amplifiers from the loudspeakers that carried Baymudan's shrieks through the air. Her cries of dismay, even unamplified, brought students running from all directions. There's the thief. Don't let him go. Baymudan, her face smeared with tears and dust, was pointing at Kaiud, who had succeeded me as Lighting's newspaper editor. His clothes were disheveled and his shirt was torn. False accusation. He yelled back. Hooligan. Baymudan shouted. Harlot. Kaiud retorted. Two boys sprang out of the crowd and punched Kaiud. Two more jumped out. By the time I realized they were way 212. Hua and Lighting, they had pummeled the first two to the ground. More fistfights erupted. When a blow landed on my back, I hit back at the nearest person wearing an East's Red Corps armband. This time, Fang Pua and Menge both arrived to stop the fight. Fang Pua accused the Lusun Commune of sabotage. Menge denied it and accused the East's Red Corps of inciting violence. Struggle by reason, not by force, he quoted from the 16 points. My three comrades and I retired to headquarters to assess the situation. Sangzi and Urku had been kicked in the crotch, and Zongui hit in the head. We agreed the fight would not be the last. Chairman Mao says that armed struggle is the highest form of political struggle, I observed. When people can't solve their contradictions, they naturally resort to struggle by force. The big question before us was how to prepare for the fighting to come. We decided that absolute pacifism was not a practical option. Chairman Mao says we will not attack unless we are attacked, and if we are attacked we will certainly counterattack, said Zongui. The East's Red Corps has attacked, and we must be ready to counterattack. Urku suggested that we practice Shaolin boxing. Still, it would be 4 of us against 700 of the enemy and we doubted whether we could hone our skills as finely as the legendary 18 monks of Shaolin Temple. We concluded that the best defense would be for all the small groups to unite under centralized leadership. Many of our allies were considering the same idea. At a unity conference, Lighting formally proposed a grand merger of the Lusun Commune, the East's Red Commune, and all the small supporting groups. Almost all the groups endorsed it. We joined forces in a big unified organization called Red 21-3. Rebel headquarters, with Menge as commander-in-chief. Kaiud was named editor of the newspaper, Red Rebels. Xiaomei, Small Plum Blossom, the school's best soprano, headed the propaganda performance team. Jinfeng, Golden Phoenix, was general staff secretary. We recruited a number of teachers. Myoid homeroom teacher, Wenqiu, helped run the newspaper, and physics teacher Feng played accordion for the performance team. More East's Red Corps members defected to our side, including one of their lower-ranking leaders, a girl named Yuan, Magnolia. Lighting headed the 1st Brigade, which included his original East's Red Commune, my uniquely beautiful view, and a few other groups, totaling 70 people. We exchanged our old armbands for our new Red Rebel insignia. Scores of us took the train to Ximen for another 90I support rally, this one called by the United Workers Rebel headquarters. The United Workers were strong on the east side of the city, where textile mills and other factories were concentrated. They had chosen a stadium on the west side of the city, just a few blocks from the Military Control Commission, to deliver their challenge to the 93rd Army. The thousands of workers who crowded the stadium looked as if they had just left their looms and assembly lines. The men's coveralls were stained with grease, the women's caps decorated with cotton fluff. Hundreds of red flags, many bearing the frenetic calligraphy of the madman's commune, fluttered in the morning breeze. A couplet flanking the stage set up at one end of the playing field read, "We dare to go up to the 9th layer of heaven to pluck down the moon, we dare to plunge down into the 5 oceans to catch the turtles." Sangzi and I went over to admire the huge loudspeaker fixed on the sound truck. The opening of the big horn was 2 meters across. 10 amplifiers were clustered at the other end like multiple warheads. This was the famous 901 loudspeaker that could be heard in downtown Ximen from the Missile Engineering Institute 15 kilometers out in the western suburbs. Where did they buy such a giant loudspeaker? Sangzi asked. "You can't buy such a loudspeaker," said a madman student who was also admiring it. "The 901 people designed and built it themselves. For people who design missiles, making such a loudspeaker is like doing first-grade math." A cadet tested the speaker, drawing cheers and applause from the audience seated on the playing field and in the stands. Rebel dignitaries mounted the stage. The rally was about to begin. Just then, another truck, mounted with 4 large speakers, rolled onto the field. "Firmly smash the anti-army conspiracy." It blared. "Smash the black United Workers." People in army uniform on the truck hoisted a flag. They were from Ximen's Army Computer Engineering Institute. In rolled 2 more trucks blasting slogans. Amid deafening noise, a United Workers leader stepped to the podium and announced that the rally would proceed as planned. His voice, amplified by the Missile Institute's giant loudspeaker, could be heard even over the 3 sound trucks from the rival school. Then a long line of trucks and jeeps mounted with speakers entered the stadium and drew up in a semicircle before the stage. Sangzi and I counted 24 vehicles. The big 901 speaker was drowned out. Workers, madmen, red rebels, and other spectators began to scramble down from the stands. Paper parcels flew across the playing field and burst into yellow puffs as they hit the intruding trucks. Within a minute, hundreds of these THIRD-2I5 bombs were hurtling through the air. Sangzi and I joined the assault, scooping up handfuls of the sandy clay that covered the stadium ground, wrapping it in handbills, and throwing it toward the mouths of the enemy speakers. The air became opaque as sound trucks fell silent. Dirt bombs continued to explode. People began to cough and choke, and then to push and shove. Sangzi had disappeared in the thick yellow dust. Making out the shape of a truck, I unscrewed the gas cap and dumped in a handful of sand. As the dust settled, I could see that the stage was deserted and the giant 90i speaker had been robbed of its amplifiers. Some people were engaged in fistfights, others pressed toward the exits. 3 enemy vehicles were still working. I hurled a final sand bomb toward one. Before I knew what was happening, 2 people grabbed me by the hair, twisted my arms behind my back, and forced me to walk. With a push, they sent me running through a human corridor formed by 2 lines of men. I ran as fast as I could, covering my head with my arms to ward off the blows. I collapsed at the other end. Sangzi burst into view, his face red and dirt-streaked. "Fuck their mothers," he said. Fortunately, my muscles are strong from working in the fields. Otherwise, I would be chopped meat. The showcase outside the Lingzi County Theater that had once displayed pictures of scenes from plays was now filled with photographs of rebel struggle meetings against Papa and other leaders. We swore angrily as we walked by. 2I6. Our brothers and sisters told us that they had attended some of these meetings with their schoolmates. We even shouted slogans, Yuan said proudly. We shouted, "Down with Gao Shangi." Weiwa became furious. How dare you go to struggle meetings and shout slogans against Papa? Hasn't he suffered enough? Does he need his own children to denounce him? The more he yelled, the angrier he grew. He grabbed Yuan, turned her upside down, and shook her by the ankles. Are you going to do that again? Speak. No, I'll never do it again. Yuan cried, flinging her arms about in the air, her eyes wide with fright. I'll never go to another meeting. I'll never shout slogans again. It was my turn to lose my temper. You bully! I shouted at Weiwa. Are you a bandit? I ran out of the house and down to the riverside, where I let the cool evening breeze blow on my face. When I got back to the house, Weiwa and Grandpa were sitting on the stoop. Weiwa was crying. Grandpa was telling him, your brothers and sisters are under a lot of pressure. Being in Yijin, you don't know what they have to suffer here. All the ignorant kids in the street curse and abuse them. Their schoolmates watch their every move. They have no choice but to attend these struggle meetings. Both your mother and I agreed to let them go. These days, the problem is how to survive, not whether to keep your honor or save face. Weiwa's deep, grief-stricken sobbing affected all of us, for he seldom cried. The younger children began crying too. I joined Weiwa on the stoop and said softly, Big brother, I'm sorry. Please don't cry anymore. His sobbing diminished, but he did not lift his head for a long time. 2I7. Papa was touring the countryside now under a thought guard escort. The rebels had vowed to lead struggle meetings against him in every village in the county. Mama was visiting our old hometown, Yuan, and was expected back any time. One was home with Grandpa the evening Mama returned. One was eager to hear whether the old courtyard where we had spent our first years was just the way we had left it, with the big cypress tree Grandpa had tended and the well Grandpa had once gone down to rescue a duck. But Mama was even more brusque than usual. After greeting me, she turned to Grandpa and began talking in a low voice. Dad, she said. One could not remember ever having heard her call Grandpa Dad. I have bad news for you. Big Uncle died. He hung himself. Big Uncle was Grandpa's older brother. Big Uncle's son had died of hunger and disease on a reservoir construction site during the 3 difficult years. After a long silence, Grandpa asked, why? After my cousin died, he raised a lot of complaints. When the Cultural Revolution came along, people put up Clay's Abayo accusing him of attacking socialism. He got scared. Grandpa heaved a loud sigh. Dad, don't be too upset. Uncle was too weak. As a teacher, he should have been more philosophical. One felt like a shadow in the room. One wanted to know more, but sensed that one was not even supposed to be hearing this much. Another thing, Mama continued. Rebels ransacked our ancestral burial mounds to look for treasures. They dug up Grandpa's and great-grandpa's cypress coffins and used the wood for tables for the production brigade. Treasures in that old cemetery? One could picture the place in 218. My mind, with its grass-covered mounds shaded by pines. Grandpa had taken Weiwa and me there to sweep the ancestors' tombs. Mama's family had always been middle peasant. All they owned was a 5-room house in a courtyard inlaid with pebbles. Only landlords took treasures to the grave. Some good villagers objected to the grave robbery, Mama said. They said the Fu daughter was a revolutionary cadre even before liberation, so my family's ancestral plot should not be violated this way. I did not want to get involved, for fear of bringing more trouble to the family. I merely collected the bones in an urn and let my nephews rebury them in the original place. My nephews are very poor now. I told them not to get involved in politics. They said that in fact they are not even given the chance. After Mama had left, Grandpa sat on the kong looking downcast. When Yuan came home, I related the conversation to him. His questions were the same as the ones on my mind. Is it possible that Mama's grandfather and great-grandfather were landlords? Are Grandpa and Mama landlords? We did not dare ask. Yuan returned to Yizhong before me, thinking that Menge might need him. I stayed a few days longer because rumor had it that Papa would come back from the countryside sooner than expected. The day he arrived, I went to see him. Some beans he had planted outside the door of his single room had grown up to the window sill. The door was unlocked, but nobody was there. Instead of medicine bottles, a neat stack of paper sat on the desk. Beside the paper rested Papa's long-stemmed pipe. The bowl was still warm. Papa could not be too far away. I looked at the top sheet of paper to see what document Papa might be drafting. My Self-Criticism, by Gao Shan. 21:9. Gui, it said. One turned to the next page, and the next, and the next. The self-criticism was divided into 10 parts, and ran almost 200 pages. Part I was entitled I failed to hold high the great banner of Mao Zedong thought. Part 2 was I neglected to grasp the enemy, ourselves and our friends, and only paid attention to grain, cotton, and oil. The third part was I did not comprehend the great significance of the Cultural Revolution. The fourth part was I chose appointees with serious historical problems. Hurriedly, one scanned page after page of small, neat characters, searching for any serious admission, such as opposing Chairman Mao or the party. Most of the other capitalist roaders in the county government already had pleaded guilty to such things. Papa had not. His self-criticism fell short of total surrender. One had barely rest-act the pile when Papa appeared at the door, wearing his usual white cotton peasant shirt and a straw hat. Jianhua, how are you? One went out to see the wheat fields. It's only 2 weeks from grain in ear, the time to cut wheat. Papa removed his hat. His hair had been shaved to a stubble. You got a haircut, Papa? Yes, it's cooler and saves me the trouble of shampooing. It's also hard for them to pull hair that's so short. How are things in the countryside? One searched Papa's face, finding no sign of cuts or bruises. Not bad. The common people make their own judgments. They treat me no differently than when one was county head. A few of the thought guards even changed their minds after seeing how people treated me. They found their consciences. The thought guards let you come back to town. They didn't want me to come back. But the 93rd Army, 220 tank regiment stationed in this county ordered them to let me come home for a rest. The regiment commander also restored my full salary, which had been cut in half. These army men have very good sense. I wondered how much Papa knew about the 93rd Army. Papa, what do you hear about the 901 Missile Engineering Institute in Ximen? I asked. I know the thought guards are dissatisfied with the tank regiment and have contacted the 901, trying to get their support. But the 901 have never been to this county, so I'm not familiar with them. New questions whirled through my mind. Might our faction in Yijin be linked to the thought guards through the 901? Were Yuan and I indirectly supporting my father's persecution? I opposed the thought guards and would never do anything to support them. I also opposed the East as Red Corps and would never dream of joining them in order to support the 93rd Army just because the tank regiment supported Papa. Thought guards, East as Red, Lusuan, 93rd, 901. I felt more confused than ever. Jianhua, Papa called sharply. Whatever you do, do not join a faction that opposes the army. The army is the pillar of the country. The country cannot do without the army. Whoever opposes the army will come to no good end. Do you hear me? Yes, Papa. The names were still spinning around in my head. The atmosphere at dinner was cheerier than it had been in a long time. Under Grandpa's guidance, Zhewa had made noodles that came out thin and even. Everyone praised him. Mama came by in a buoyant mood and stayed to eat with us, a rare event. Papa had some wonderful experiences with the 221 thought guards in the countryside, she said. She related several anecdotes of his trip that were already making their way around on the town's grapevine. Once when the thought guards were walking Papa from one village to the next, they met an old peasant pulling a cart up a long slope. Papa went over to help him. The thought guards scolded Papa, saying, "For all you know, you might be helping a landlord." The peasant got angry. "Why scold this good comrade? I'm a poor peasant 3 generations back," he said indignantly. The thought guards warned the old man, "You'd better not call him comrade, he's the country's biggest capitalist roader, Gao Shangi." The peasant stopped his cart and invited Papa to ride. Of course, Papa declined the offer and walked with the thought guards to the next village. When the thought guards brought Papa to Tile Terrace, the model brigade that he had helped set up and that was his favorite place in the whole county, they were enraged to find the peasants cooking him good things to eat. When a thought guard found a woman preparing gyoza for Papa, he shouted at her, "Don't you know what he's here for? He came to be struggled against as a capitalist roader, not to be entertained like an emperor. Where is your class stand? Why don't you entertain the red guards with gyoza, instead of giving us wadu?" The woman replied, "We are afraid that gyoza may turn you revolutionary red guards revisionist, so we only give them to the capitalist roader. Meals that help you recall past bitterness are better for you." We all laughed so heartily that clods of dirt fell down from the ceiling. "I have more good news," Mama went on. "The rebels in the county government have split with the thought guards." 222. After learning that the thought guards have sided with the 901 in Shimen to oppose the 93rd Army Tank Regiment. The thought guards have never been so isolated. "What's the 901? Xinghua asked. "A batch of rotten eggs, like the thought guards," Mama said. I suppressed the urge to argue with her, not wanting to ruin her high spirits. Virtually the entire populace of Yuan, old and young, men and women, workers and peasants, housewives and peddlers, had taken sides. Either you were pro-901 or you were pro-93 RD Army. In the town where Zhaoyun of the Three Kingdoms had once been the favorite topic, the numbers 901 and 93 now were on everyone's lips. Once harmonious families were breaking up. Siblings refused to talk with one another, or communicated with curses and fists. Once loving husbands and wives were filing for divorce. Best friends had become enemies. In mid-June, both pro-901 and pro-93 forces held rallies in downtown Yuan to show their strength and proclaim county-wide alliances. Our side formed the Red Revolutionary Rebel headquarters of Yuan County. I spent the night before our founding rally in the chemistry lab with Teacher Feng, dropping zinc into bottles of hydrochloric acid to make hydrogen for the hundreds of balloons that we would set afloat over the town the next day. 223. At Yizhong, fistfights between Red Rebels and East's Red Corps members had become everyday events. We interrupted each other's meetings and stole each other's equipment in broad daylight. Around the clock, we fought amplified propaganda battles against the East's Red Corps. Our platform was to unite all those who could be united with. All but one of the teachers who were not monsters and demons joined our side. East's Red Corps defections grew from a trickle to a torrent. The Red Rebel ranks expanded to 700, while the East's Red Corps dwindled to 400. One morning, the enemy newspaper, Battlefield News, announced that the East's Red Corps had taken 3 of our comrades prisoner for attempting to steal their amplifiers again and had sentenced them to 5 days in custody. Anyone who dares to undertake such sabotage in the future will be subject to more serious punishment, the paper warned. We quickly established that the main prisoner was Huzi, Mouse, a daredevil of a boy who had often been assigned to risky tasks. He and his 2 accomplices, after being interrogated all night, had blamed Menge for engineering this plot to steal the amplifiers, as well as the previous amplifier theft. It was a great propaganda coup for the East's Red Corps and a heavy blow for us. I was writing a commentary for our paper, Red Rebel, accusing the other side of holding hostages, when Sangzi burst in with more news. Jianhua, come on. We've caught the spy responsible for the kidnapping of our comrades. I followed Sangzi to the bell tower courtyard, where he rapped on a door. Someone opened it just enough to admit us. Don't let anybody else in, someone else said. The windows were covered with quilts. Only one dim bulb was on. When my eyes had adjusted to the dark, I recognized 224. A group of boys from the first grade who had joined the Red Rebels in the recent wave of defections. Their leader was Tosu, whose father headed Yajin's trade union organization. I also discerned a figure sitting on a chair in a corner. Going a few steps closer, I saw that it was Yuan, whose defection we had hailed as a major conquest. She was bound to the chair with ropes. Her white blouse was torn and her hair fell loosely over her face. Her eyes were full of hatred. This afternoon, we saw Fang Pu's personal messenger, Little Mihu, loitering around Rear Lake, Tosu said. We put him under surveillance and found him receiving notes from a Red Rebel member outside the city wall. Little Mihu fled, but we caught this girl. The bitch was eavesdropping on secret meetings at headquarters. She is responsible for the arrest of our commando team. Tosu ordered the other boys to pull Yulan's chair into the middle of the room and unbind her. Yulan, did you send information to Fang Pu about the loudspeakers? He asked her. Yes, Yulan said. Now you can wail over the sad fate of your thieves. Stop slandering our comrades, Tosu replied sharply. Fang Pu planted you as a spy in our headquarters, didn't he? I came by myself because I hate you conservative royalists, Yulan said. One of the boys slapped her in the face. You stinking bitch, don't you dare slander us. Confess how you were planted. Otherwise, we won't let you go. Yulan held her head high and whispered, stinking executioner. The boy hit her several more times. She stayed erect, saying nothing. In a moment, the others had joined in. They hit her. 225. On the head and back, kicked her legs, and slashed her cheeks with willow branches. She pressed her lips firmly together and held onto the seat of the chair. She reminded me of the heroine in the novel Red Crag, who had been tortured and executed by the Kuomintang and American imperialists in Chongqing. Stop! I yelled at the boys. Yulan had toppled from the chair and was curled on the floor. The boys looked at me with puzzled expressions. Sangzi's smile of pleasure also gave way to a look of perplexity. Stop beating her, I said. What are you talking about? One of the boys said. We can't show mercy for this venomous snake. She brought suffering upon 3 of our best comrades. The boys resumed slashing Yulan with the willow branches. I rushed out of the room and headed for Red Rebel headquarters, where I interrupted a leadership meeting to tell Menge about the maltreatment of Yulan. He dispatched lightning to stop the boys. Then he proposed that the Red Rebels offer to trade Yulan for the 3 captives held by the East's Red Corps. The motion passed unanimously. Within a few minutes, the offer was broadcast over the Red Rebels' public address system. Half an hour later, the East's Red Corps loudspeakers announced acceptance. The prisoner exchange was conducted late that night in the bell tower courtyard. A line of East's Red Corps members faced a line of Red Rebels in the darkness. Red Rebels carried Yulan on a bedboard to a point midway between the lines and set her down. East's Red Corps people carried Hazi, also on a board, to the midway point. His 2 partners walked under escort. Each side took its own back. Then both sides melted into the night. Moments later, the East's Red Corps loudspeakers broke. 226. The silence. Down with the Red Rebels. Protest the Red Rebels' cruel atrocities. Make Menge pay the blood debt. Our speakers barked back, down with the East's Red Corps. Protest the East's Red Corps' cruelty. Make Fangpyo pay the blood debt. I stayed up all night working on a revised commentary for Red Rebel and helping Kyud put the paper to press. At breakfast, the dining hall seemed unusually empty. Not a single East's Red Corps person was there. Witnesses reported that they had seen the enemy march out the south gate at dawn, carrying Yuan on her board. We soon found out that they had gone to petition the county military department to punish the boys who had beaten her. Menge instructed the Red Rebels to follow them. We should put up a reasoned struggle, he said. No violence is allowed. Wear down our adversaries through argument and debate. Row upon row of East's Red Corps members were sitting on the ground in the courtyard of the county military department. Yuan lay on the board at the front of the group, covered up to the forehead by a sheet. Fangpyo stood beside her, leading the crowd in slogan shouting. A petition posted on the courtyard wall demanded three things of the military authorities: first, retribution for the beating; second, withdrawal of any form of support for the Red Rebels; and third, a self-criticism to the people of the county, apologizing for having supported the Red Rebels and pledging to support the East's Red Corps instead. If the department did not respond by noon, the East's Red Corps would go on a hunger strike in protest. As Red Rebels filed into the courtyard, the East's Red Corps people began to moan and cry as if they were in a funeral procession. I saw my classmates Catalan, Kongfang 227, and Zhongyun Slttmg together, tears running down their faces. Huan Tian was there too, but she was not wailing. Sangzi stood in front of our classmates and shouted, "What are you crying for? Are your parents dead? Hooligan! Everyone in your family is dead. And you won't live long." Catalan shouted back. She resumed her sobbing. "With justice on your side, you can go anywhere; without it, you can't take a step," Sangzi said. "You may rant and rave, but you'll get no sympathy from the people." Catalan stopped crying again to respond. "Executioners! You beat Yuan so badly that she urinated blood? How could you do such a terrible thing?" "Tell me this," interjected Zongwei. "Who started the beating? Who beat Hazi and his two comrades? Who planted the spy in our headquarters? Who sent thieves in the night to steal our amplifiers?" Catalan countered. "Who spread vicious rumors and slander via loudspeaker?" Zongwei said. So the arguments went on and on until noon. Then the county military director appeared to say that his department would investigate the incidents under dispute. He went back inside without addressing the 3 points in the petition. "In view of the county military department's complete bias in handling our grievances, we hereby launch our mass hunger strike," Fangpyo announced. Yuan was carried off on her bedboard to recuperate, her face still covered by the sheet. Having no desire to miss lunch along with the hunger strikers, our side returned to school. With Menge's approval, some of us decided to offer our adversaries food. If they refused, it would illustrate to the townsfolk that they were suffering on their own accord, not because of us. The whole 1st Brigade marched through the streets of Yajin carrying bamboo steamers full of watu. Lighting led us, carrying a big pot. 228. Of summer squash. As we entered the courtyard, Baymudan stood up to conduct a Chairman Mao quotation song. "We must have resolve. And not fear to sacrifice our lives. We must overcome 10,000 hardships. And go all out to win victory." Lighting took a pair of bronze clappers from his pocket, cleared his throat, and chanted a response. "Comrades, listen to me. Chairman Mao has said that we should avoid unnecessary sacrifice. And above all conserve our lives. To make revolution. In order to make revolution, you must be in good condition. And in order to be healthy, you must eat heartily. For the revolution, good health is the capital of the revolution, so eat, Comrades, eat, and don't abuse your stomachs. I opened the top rack of a steamer and offered Xiangyun a watu. She knocked it out of my hand, saying, "Who wants your stinking food?" I offered one to little Mihu. He puckered up his face and turned away. I tried little Bawang. Turning his head in disdain, he said, "Since when does the weasel pay respect to the hen? If you're too embarrassed to eat in front of us, you can do so after we leave," I said, setting the steamer on the ground. "When they're hungry, they'll eat," said Sangzi. "There's no horse that doesn't eat grass." 229. We left the steamers in the courtyard all afternoon. The watu were cold and untouched when we came to take the steamers back to school. After dinner, we brought fresh food. This time, the hunger strikers threw dirt into the cauldrons. I stayed up late writing a report for Red Rebel about our kindness. Then I returned to the courtyard. The weakened strikers were leaning on each other or lying on the ground. A girl's mournful voice began to sing. Lifting my head, I see the Big Dipper. Deep in my heart, I miss Mao Zedong. In the black night when I think of you, brightness floods into my heart. When I feel at a loss, I think of you. You illuminate my way like a beacon. Gradually, others joined the wailing soloist, until all the strikers were singing, many with tears flowing down their cheeks. They repeated the song over and over until they were exhausted. Just before midnight, a soldier emerged with a radio. He had not come out to discuss the petition. Instead, he said that an important message was expected on the central radio station's midnight news. He turned up the volume so that we could all hear the broadcaster announce China's first H-bomb explosion. The next day, the hunger strikers again refused the food we brought. They would not even drink water. By the third day, they were all lying on the ground. Several got sunstroke and had to be carried away. Still, the military department gave no response. Parents of East's Red Corps members came to the courtyard hoping to persuade their children to eat. Xiangyun's brother Xiangsheng came with their father, a retired army officer, who entreated Xiangyun to abandon the strike. She listened passively with her eyes closed. Then she sat up and declared, "You did not fear death when you were making revolution, nor do I when I am making revolution." Xiangsheng gave her a kick with his good foot. Their father gave him a slap for abusing his sister. Then he left, cursing Fang Pu for leading his daughter astray. On the third night, a group of men slipped into the courtyard like shadows and began hauling the strikers away. At first, the strikers struggled and screamed, saying that they would rather die than leave without victory. But they soon quieted down and let the men carry them out. In fact, the intruders were other people from the pro-93rd Army faction who had orchestrated a way to save the strikers from losing face. The drama unfolded smoothly, and the courtyard was empty within half an hour. Our 1st Brigade followed the rescuers to the County Commerce Bureau, where the pro-93rd Army forces had a majority. Through the windows, we watched people feeding our adversaries bowls of gruel. The East's Red Corps students did not return to school for a week. When they came back, it was only to get their quilts. They were making what they called a strategic retreat, which they compared to the Red Army's departure from the Jinggang Mountains to escape Chiang Kai-shek's 5th encirclement and annihilation campaign. Our paper Red Rebel called it fleeing helter-skelter, the way that Chiang Kai-shek had fled to Taiwan. The whole campus now belonged to us. Meng felt we would be vulnerable to surprise attack if we remained scattered, so we all moved into rooms around the bell tower. 231. Courtyard. I shared a room with my 3 closest comrades Sangzi, Zhongwei, and Erku. Since no girls remained in Vatican City, the 4 of us decided to explore that forbidden place. The dormitory rooms were in disorder, piled with scrap paper, old clothes, broken glass, split bedboards, and overturned chairs. "Look, a horse riding cloth!" Sangzi exclaimed, snatching a sanitary belt off a clothesline. This should be used to cover Fangpu's mouth. Urko was gathering old toothpaste tubes. There's a lot of good junk here, he said. It's a pity to let it go to waste. As an experienced garbage picker, I wholeheartedly agreed. Soon the four of us were earning a modest but steady income by scavenging. We made 2 or 3 yuan a day selling toothpaste tubes and worn-out shoes to the town salvage station, enough to keep us well supplied with popsicles. Life seemed free and easy. We did not even have to wash our dishes after meals. The East's Red Corps students had left their tin bowls and lunch boxes behind in the dining hall, and we helped ourselves to them whenever we ate. When we were finished, we threw the bowls and boxes onto the rooftops or crushed them underfoot and sold them along with the toothpaste tubes and old shoes. When we tired of going to town and eating popsicles every day, we turned to carpentry. We expropriated tools from Carpenter Zhang's workshop, dismantled dilapidated tables, and used the wood to build boxes and cabinets. Wood shavings and sawdust covered the floor of our room. When we tired of carpentry, we turned to fishing, using needles bent over candle flames for hooks. Rear Lake was teeming with carp because the school had missed the annual fish catch the year before, so we caught quite a lot, even with only turnips and squash for bait. 23-2. News that the lake was overstocked spread quickly after other students saw us grilling fish over a campfire. The Red Rebel leadership decided to organize a thorough catch. We dragged a large net the length of the lake, trapping mounds of jumping carp. After scaling and cleaning them on the banks, we steamed them in wash basins. Everyone got as much as he or she could eat. What made this feast especially delicious was the fact that the East's Red Corps people were missing it. If little Ba Wang and the others could see us, they would die of anger, Sangzi said. Our life of leisure within the school walls could not last forever. As the oppressive July heat spread over the North China Plain, the battles between our allies and our enemies spread through the town of Yijin. Whenever we went downtown for popsicles, we heard stories about the latest escapades of the East's Red Corps. Fangpu's people had moved into the Hydrology Institute on Perpetual Victory Street, an anti-90I stronghold. Every night, they would pour across the street to the Army Hospital to help the anti-90I Dr. Bethune battle team fight the pro-90I Red medical soldiers. The encounters were fierce ones, conducted with stones, bricks, and slingshots. Before long, the Red medical soldiers were forced into a corner of the hospital compound. Their leader was kidnapped, tortured, and released near death. It did not come as a surprise when Menge ordered 233 us to move to the army hospital to reinforce our beleaguered comrades. We joined the Red medical soldiers in what had been the tuberculosis ward. The patients had gone home to avoid the fighting. Luckily, this section of the hospital had a dining hall and a contingent of friendly cooks. Beds were plentiful. It was the first time I had ever slept on a bed with springs, a thick mattress, and mosquito netting. Yuan Chao was the only one in my class who even owned a mosquito net. When he had put it up in our dormitory room, the rest of us had persuaded him to take it down, saying it was not in the communist spirit to divert mosquitoes from his bed to ours. Yuan Chao showed up soon after we moved in, and joined our organization. We were glad to have him, for he would make a good guide through the hospital's maze of buildings and courtyards. Although Yuan Chao's father no longer actually ran the hospital, he still was its nominal head. The anti-901 people had made him wear a signboard and stand before a few struggle meetings, but did not dare treat a Long March veteran too harshly. Now he was resting at home. Yuan Chao warned us not to go anywhere at night alone because we might get taken hostage. It took only a few nights for our side to battle its way out of the corner. Taking advantage of the abundant supply of broken bricks and rocks on the ground around our ward, we pushed the front all the way to the old Catholic church, which now served as an auditorium, in the center of the hospital complex. The church and the area around it became a no man's land. When darkness fell, both sides would creep up to throw stones and bricks at the opposing shadows. Mensch decided to form a Night Tiger team that could strike deep into enemy territory under cover of darkness. He 234 picked 36 fighters from among the volunteers, including Yuan, Lighting, Sangzi, and Erku. A boy as agile as a monkey, Yuan, was appointed head of the team. I became the official Red Rebel correspondent assigned to cover the team's maneuvers. Armed with a slingshot and a pocketful of pebbles, I followed along with my notebook. Each night was much the same as the one before. We crept out after nightfall, clambered in and out the windows of unfamiliar buildings, skirmished with an enemy we could not see, and sometimes got lost. All night long, muffled running, the twang of slingshots, the sound of bouncing stones, and occasionally the crash of shattering glass punctuated the darkness. One night, team members captured an army nurse from the Dr. Bethune battle team. They carried her struggling and screaming like a tied pig to our ward and jailed her in an empty office. Sangzi, Erku, and I went to look at the captive. A group of boys were shouting at her, "What's your battle plan? When will your night troops come out? If you don't speak, don't plan on getting out of here alive." The nurse answered the questions with a sneer. Sangzi strode up to her and tore the red star from her army cap. "Are you qualified to be People's Liberation Army?" he demanded. "Fascists," she replied. Another boy slapped her across the face. She stubbornly kept her head high. I left the room, not eager to witness another beating. I could not sleep that night. Sometime early in the morning, I got up and walked softly back to the room where the nurse was jailed. The sentry guarding the door had fallen asleep. I pulled out the nail holding the latch and went in. The nurse also was asleep. Shaking her awake, I whispered, "Don't be afraid. Go, quickly." She looked at me in surprise. 235. Before rising and slipping out the door. The next morning when the escape was discovered, the Red Rebels could do nothing but curse the sentry for sleeping on the job. Of course, I let him take the blame. Yuan was our first casualty, a sharp rock hit him in the forehead. Sangzi and Erku helped me move him back to the ward, where a doctor put him to bed and wound a white bandage around his head. Afterward, Yuan and Lighting obtained hard hats made of willow twigs to distribute to our fighters. "A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit," Lighting said as he tossed me one. As Chairman Mao would say, we are learning about warfare from engaging in warfare. Is this strong enough? I put my hat on the ground and jumped on it, thinking it would collapse, but it did not. "Don't look down on willow twigs," Lighting said. "These are soaked in water and dried in the sun. This is the best protection against bricks and stones." Sangzi and Erku walked proudly back and forth with their helmets on. On the front of Sangzi's was the red star he had taken from the captured nurse. The pattern of skirmishes by night and relative calm by day changed when the East's Red Corps abducted one of our members, a mild boy everyone called Hepping, Peace. He had defected from the East's Red Corps because he thought it too prone to violence. He was always arguing against force. Even some of us thought he was too much of a pacifist. According to Mensch scouts, Hepping had been tied to a post in the courtyard of the Hydrology Institute for interrogation. He had reprimanded his captors and refused to answer any questions. Mensch called an emergency meeting and said the heroic Hepping must be rescued at any cost. Hundreds of Red Rebels assembled outside our ward, with 23-6 helmets on and pickaxe handles and a variety of other clubs in hand. We began to jog across the hospital grounds toward the front gate. Mensch halted us at the church for another announcement. Hepping had just been put into a jeep and driven out of the Hydrology Institute gate. Mensch's informants suspected the jeep was headed for Ximen. Mensch instructed the Night Tiger team to chase the jeep, telling everyone else to return to the ward and stay on alert. I climbed onto the back of a truck with the team. Mensch came too. The truck sped out the south gate of town, forded the Huchuo River, careened down a country road, and stopped by a poplar grove along the main road to Shimin. Here we would wait behind the trees and watch for the jeep. Menge estimated that it would come down the road in 10 minutes. The truck would drive out to form a roadblock so the team could attack the jeep and rescue Hepping. 10, 15, 20 minutes passed, and no jeep arrived. We waited nearly an hour before returning to the hospital, where someone told Menge that the jeep had detoured through the mountains to the west before going to Shimin. We had no more word of Hepping until 4 days later, when a notice appeared at Yijin's main intersection saying he had died of sunstroke in a jeep on the way to Shimin. The notice was stamped with the seals of the County Public Security Bureau, People's Procuratorate, and People's Court, all agencies under anti-901 control. The last sentence of the notice was, "The revolutionary masses must be vigilant to ensure that class enemies do not use this incident to stir up trouble." Menge called another emergency meeting. "Comrades, Hepping has been cruelly murdered," he said. According to our inside sources, Hepping scathingly denounced his captors. 237. On the jeep ride, they tied his hands behind his back and stuffed dirty socks into his mouth. He suffocated to death. Only a devil would believe their story about sunstroke. Comrades, I knew Hepping well. He was a nonviolent person. He argued with me and many others to repudiate violence. In the end, violence killed him. Comrades, we cannot be naive about class struggle. We must defend ourselves by force. We must not let another Hepping incident occur. Our cries resounded throughout the ward, debts of blood must be paid in blood. Avenge the martyr Hepping. Over the next few days, ancient swords and spears that had rested for years in the households of Yijin began to appear among our ranks. The Red Revolutionary Rebel headquarters of Yijin County called a memorial meeting in Hepping's honor. Thousands of people from as far away as Shimin stood with heads bowed before an outdoor stage covered with funeral wreaths and dominated by a large portrait of our martyr. After the ceremony, we wound through downtown Yijin in a procession, carrying the wreaths and Hepping's portrait. When we reached the army hospital, people battered down the steel gate, swarmed into the compound, and began throwing stones at windows. Members of the Dr. Bethune battle team who lived in the front buildings returned the fire with slingshots. The volleys continued until darkness fell. The county's pro-901 forces guarded the hospital gate that night, sealing in the Dr. Bethune battle team and preventing the East's Red Corps from coming across the street. The Night Tiger team launched an assault from the rear of the compound, forcing the Dr. Bethune battle team to consolidate in a single building. This allowed us to push the battlefront past the church. I fell asleep on a pew to the sound of 23/8 bouncing pebbles and breaking glass and awoke to the sight of the morning sunshine playing over Chairman Mao's face. Red rebels were still on the rooftops, shooting stones at the Dr. Bethune battle team's stronghold. Not a single window pane remained intact in any of the buildings around. The Red Rebels were determined to capture the Dr. Bethune battle team's remaining building that day. In the afternoon, Night Tiger team fighters climbed from a nearby wall onto the roof, took off the tiles, knocked a hole in the roof, and bombarded the occupants with tile shards from above. Meanwhile, our 1st Brigade battered in the front door with a log. We poured inside, shouting surrender or face death. A white sheet on a bamboo pole emerged from a window. The defeated doctors, nurses, and orderlies filed outside. As army personnel, they all wore uniforms. A few had bandaged heads or their arms in slings. Most had their hands raised. Sangzi ran up to one young woman who did not have her hands up and pushed her to the ground. Another student took the red star from her cap and the red tabs from her collar. Strip them all of their red stars and insignia. Lighting shouted. They disgrace the image of the invincible People's Liberation Army. More Red Rebels ran up to collect the souvenirs. Some grabbed army caps and put them on their own heads. While our prisoners of war were being herded into another building for interrogation, I wandered around the upstairs of their abandoned stronghold. Heaps of bandages, medicine bottles, quilts, books, and papers were strewn through the corridors. Upturned beds blocked the windows. Below each window were piles of stones and bricks, as well as shards of glass. Sunshine flooded through the hole in the roof. A shiny Chairman Mao badge glinting on a desk caught my eye. I 239. Picked it up and pinned it on my shirt. I also picked up a fountain pen. I came across a wallet. It had 25 yuan inside. I hesitated a moment before deciding that the money would make up for my loss to the thief in Shanghai. I put the bills in my pocket and tossed the wallet on the floor. Menge decided that we could better guard the captives at Yizhong. With the Dr. Bethune battle team enclosed between two lines of red rebels holding spears, we marched back to school. Yuan Chao stayed behind. Now that the army hospital had been liberated, he would go home and join the faction of the free and unfettered, he said. Weawa, still recuperating from his head wound, left to visit relatives in Shuiyuan, our mountainous hometown where the summers were always cool. After a few days, we got word that townsfolk were entering the unsupervised hospital and taking anything they could carry away. Menge instructed us to return to evict the looters and restore order. In addition, we were to search the Hydrology Institute across the street. After our defeat of the Dr. Bethune battle team, the East's Red Corps had fled to the Public Security Bureau. Menge also granted our prisoners their freedom, on the condition that they go back to work and promise to refrain from anti-901 activities. When we got to the hospital, we found not only townspeople but also peasants from surrounding villages rummaging through the buildings. Their numbers increased after dark. The Red Rebels posted a ban on looting. That night our people surprised several hundred offenders, ordered them to lay down their bundles, scolded them, and then let them go. We combed through the booty for clothes, blankets, stretchers, medicine, rubber tubing to make catapults, and anything else that looked useful or interesting. We also searched the whole compound looking for things that the looters might have missed. One discovered a room full of army uniforms. The door had been pried open, and shirts, caps, socks, and shoes were scattered everywhere. Sangzi, Urku, and one exchanged our ragged outfits for fresh white cotton underpants, white shirts, khaki trousers and jackets, socks, new rubber-tipped sneakers, belts, and caps. One stuffed Myo ID shirt and shorts into the pocket of my smart new jacket. We left the building jubilantly, carrying several cartons of medicine bottles. Zhonggui's eyes widened as he saw us. We directed him upstairs. Menge appeared as we were loading the medicine onto our truck of booty. He frowned at us and said, "We are revolutionary rebels, so we must obey revolutionary discipline. One of the main rules of discipline is to turn in all captured items. You must take off those uniforms and put them on the truck. The organization will dispose of the war trophies in a unified way. Can't we just wear them for a few days?" One begged. "No. It will make a very bad impression on the masses." There seemed to be no room for negotiation. One took off everything but my new underwear and sneakers, and put my old shorts and shirt back on. "What about your shoes?" Menge asked. "I threw them away back there." "Go get them. They're full of holes, otherwise one wouldn't have thrown them away." Menge paused. "Hand in those shoes after you buy some new ones." It was his way of saying that one could keep the army sneakers. Zhonggui came running out of the building in his new uniform just in time to see Urku, Sangzi, and me transformed into our shabby civilian selves. He quickly changed back too. The four of us joined the search at the Hydrology Institute just as Lighting was walking a motorcycle out of the gate. "Hooray, an electric donkey!" We cheered. Menge had done even better. He drove up in a jeep. The best thing I found was a leather case containing a pair of binoculars stamped "Made in Germany" in English. I slung the case on my shoulder. Lushuan, the head of the Night Tiger team, noticed it and made me turn it in. Our victorious army marched through Yijin, several trucks filled with booty rolling behind. When we got to the main intersection, Sangzi took a handful of coins from his pocket. "It's so hot, let's buy some popsicles," he said. "Where did you get that money?" I asked. "From a drawer." Zhongwei said it wasn't worth taking, but I emptied the drawer anyway. Sangzi took off his willow twig helmet, dumped the coins into it, dipped into his pocket several more times, and took out several more handfuls of coins. He handed the money to an old woman selling popsicles and asked her to count it. It amounted to more than 2 yuan. "Give me 2 yuan worth of popsicles and keep the change," Sangzi said. The old woman put 40 popsicles into his helmet. They were quickly devoured by the Red Rebels lucky enough to be marching near Sangzi. By the standards of Zhuliang, the great strategist of the Three Kingdoms, the Red Rebels were in a good position to take the offensive against the East's Red Corps. Zhuliang had said there were 3 crucial factors in victory: opportunity, geography, and popular support. The Heping incident had created a groundswell of popular support for our side. By mid-July, public sentiment in the city of Yijin had turned decisively against the East's Red Corps. Those who still wanted to fight us had withdrawn to the isolated stronghold at the Public Security Bureau where Fang Pu now made his headquarters. The rectangular layout of squat, interconnected buildings surrounding a series of 3 courtyards, with one taller building in the rear, made an ideal fortress. The East's Red Corps had built brick battlements on top of the flat roofs on 3 sides, and installed its flag and loudspeakers atop the pointed roof in back. East's Red Corps people rarely appeared in public anymore. They had started a new round of struggle meetings against overthrown county officials in an attempt to divert people's attention from our criticism of them, but the tactic had failed utterly. They ceased holding meetings after one of their members stabbed a Red Rebel during a scuffle. Although our comrade survived, his wound gave us more reason to seek revenge. Our headquarters issued a statement saying, 243. That the new blood debt and the old one would have to be paid together. To prepare for our offensive, Mensch set up a base at the local opera troops theater, just a block from the enemy camp. He sent the Night Tiger team and the 1st Brigade to occupy the theater, which we easily accomplished since the troops supported us. We set up loudspeakers and installed giant catapults to shoot bricks into the Public Security Bureau compound. Sometimes the bricks fell onto the roofs of the houses between, but the residents did not dare complain. The Night Tiger team went across the rooftops every night on scouting and harassment missions. Our forces were becoming increasingly well armed. Lushuan had a gleaming sword, which he claimed dated from the Three Kingdoms period. Liting had a samurai sword left over from the anti-Japanese war. Xiang Sheng, the club-footed boy, had a whole set of marvelous weapons: an ancient spear, its finely forged head fixed on a white pole decorated with a brilliant red tassel, a sword whose hilt was inlaid with ivory, silver, and gold, and a steel helmet. Mensch had assigned a group of students to mass-produce broadswords cut from steel plate under the supervision of several blacksmiths sympathetic to our cause. Erke, Sangzi, Zhongwei, and I, dissatisfied with these crude weapons, decided to make our own from high-carbon steel files. One of the blacksmiths softened each file in the furnace for us and held it steady on the anvil with tongs as we hammered it flat. The blacksmith said his family had made swords since the time of the Three Kingdoms. One of his ancestors had even forged Zhao Yun's green iron sword, a task that had taken 8 days. When I asked him how much our headquarters was 244 paying him, he became sullen. "I don't do this for money," he said. "No money could buy my skills. As a matter of fact, my usual work is hoes, scythes, and ladles. I haven't made a sword or spearhead in years. I came to help you only because I support the 901. We made wooden hilts and leather sheaths for our swords. We also forged spearheads, which we fixed on sturdy wood poles. Later, we made body armor of thick pieces of leather. Some students even made armor from steel plate." Sangzi, Erke, and I slept side by side on benches inside the theater, marched through town with the 1st Brigade every morning to show off our might, and joined the harassment missions against the enemy each night. Zhonghui had decided to stay at school and work full-time illustrating the Red Rebel newspaper. Although he did not say so, we knew he preferred struggle by words to struggle by force. In early August, I got 2 telegrams in a row from Lingzi telling me to go home because Papa was ill. I wondered if someone was playing a trick on me, for I had never received a telegram from home before. In any case, I did not want to leave my battle post. I put the telegrams aside. I was helping to install 2 searchlights on the theater roof when somebody called from below to say that a man had come to see me. The man was standing outside the theater door with a motorcycle. I did not know him. "You're Jianhua?" he asked in a heavy Lingzi accent. "Your father is seriously ill, and your mother asked me to pick you up. She said to tell you that you don't have to stay long, a brief visit will be enough." Lighting agreed to give me leave but told me to come back as soon as possible. Half an hour later, after a dusty motor 245 cycle ride, I was home. Grandpa was chopping vegetables with the vigor I remembered from his healthier days. He gave me a broad smile. "Is Papa in the hospital?" I asked. "Hospital? No, he's not in any hospital," Grandpa answered. "Isn't Papa ill? Mama sent a motorcycle to bring me home to see him." "No, he's not ill." Indignation and anger welled up inside me. Had my parents lied to get me home? Had I left my important work in Yijin for nothing? "Papa and Mama are worried about your safety," Grandpa said. "Everybody's talking about the fighting in Yijin. We was safe in Yuan. Maybe you should go there too. You could get killed in that fighting." "Grandpa, you don't understand," I said. "We're defending Chairman Mao's revolutionary line. We have to fight. There's bound to be bloodshed and loss of life." Grandpa looked at me quizzically. "I'm afraid I don't understand. Why did you lie to me?" I demanded when Papa and Mama came in with Yuan. "We knew you wouldn't come home if we told you the real reason," Mama said. "We're very concerned about you. You've seen Wiawa's terrible head wound. Papa, you've always taught me to be honest. How can you play such tricks?" "It's for your own sake," Mama said. "We're making revolution," I said. "Revolution?" I yelled. "Don't you understand? If everyone's parents lured their children off the battleground, who would be left to fight for Chairman Mao's revolutionary line?" 24/6. "What revolution?" Papa suddenly roared. "Do you call what you're doing revolution? It's beating, smashing, and looting. I've heard plenty about your 901 faction's behavior from the Tank Regiment." "The Tank Regiment is a unit of the 93rd Army," one said. "They naturally take every opportunity to smear us." "Don't talk like that," Papa said. "You must stop participating in anti-army activities. The 901 is also People's Liberation Army. They're a bunch of cadets. They're officers under General Staff Headquarters in Beijing. I don't care what you think. You may not go back to Yijin. You must either stay here with Grandpa or go to our hometown like Wiawa." My anger erupted in a blind rage. "No wonder people call you a capitalist rotor," one screamed. "You always try to suppress revolution." Papa's face turned red, while Mama's went white. Yuan began to cry. "Jianhua, stop talking nonsense," Mama said. "You sound no different from the foolish middle school students here. Are you our son?" "No, I'm not your son. One won't be a capitalist rotor's son. I'm a revolutionary. One want to make revolution." Papa picked up a feather duster and slashed at me. One jumped aside. Grandpa's cleaver was lying on the chopping board. One grabbed the cleaver, jumped onto the Kong, and brandished my weapon in the air. "Unfilial son!" Papa roared, his face now almost purple. He slashed at my legs with the duster. Attack by reason and defend by force. One yelled, dancing about on the Kong. If you dare to attack, I'll counterattack. Grandpa approached me and reached for the 247 cleaver, murmuring, "Child, you must be mad, you must be mad." I refused to surrender my weapon. Mama twisted the duster from Papa's hand and led him out, turning back to yell at me. "Go away. Wherever you go and whatever befalls you are of no concern to us." Yuan followed them, bawling at the top of her lungs. I threw the cleaver on the floor, charged out the door, and ran toward the bus station. On the way, I passed a crowd of thought guards mixing it up with peasants. I did not stop to hear their arguments. That evening, as I stood on the theater roof toying with the new searchlight, I began to feel sorry about the fight. How could I have called Papa a capitalist roader? Would he ever forgive me? A shower of stones clattering down on the rooftop like hail roused me from my contemplation. It reminded me that we were supposed to replenish our ammunition stores. We worked late into the night, carrying stones and bricks onto the roof. Storming the enemy stronghold. In full battle regalia, we stood at attention and chanted in unison, "Be determined, defy every sacrifice, overcome tens of thousands of difficulties to win victory." Chairman Mao's words would give us courage and strength for the all-out assault on the East's Red Corps. During the past few days, Meng had moved our 2nd, 248th, 3rd, and 4th Brigades into the theater. We had set up catapults and heaped bricks and stones on the rooftops for blocks around, and stockpiled extra ammunition in the lanes. Now we tightened our helmets and armor, climbed onto the theater roof, and fanned out to our positions on the houses surrounding the Public Security Bureau. The Night Tiger team, carrying 2 ladders, hid in alleys across the street from the fortified compound. Our enemies would have one chance to surrender peaceably. At 7 a.m. sharp, the Red Rebel loudspeakers broadcast an ultimatum giving them 10 minutes to give up. Their speakers replied with a barrage of denunciations, delivered in Bermudan's screeching voice. At 7:10, we bombarded their fortress from the sides and back with stones and bricks. We were using one of the 36 stratagems, make a feint to the east and attack in the west, hoping to divert their attention so we could breach their defenses in front. Bermudan kept shrieking, but our speakers partially drowned her out with the March of the People's Liberation Army. Our strategy did not work as planned. Each time the Night Tiger team tried to advance and set its ladders against the front walls, enemy fighters rose behind the battlements and pelted them with bricks and stones. Meng sent some Red Rebels back to school for bedboards to use as shields. We intensified our cover fire as a line of boards advanced across the street, 2 people holding each board steady to protect 2 or 3 others. Several team members brandished long-handled hooks of the type local people used to recover buckets that had fallen down wells. With the hooks, they began to pry the battlements loose. As bedboard teams staggered, swayed, and fell, Lighting ordered members of the 1st Brigade, 249, down to the street to replace them. Urku, Sangzi, and I took turns holding a board and wielding a hook. Before long, all the battlements in front had fallen. Fully exposed to the fire from adjacent rooftops, the enemy troops fell back. The Night Tiger team hoisted its ladders. We mounted them and advanced across the fortress roof, spears and swords poised for combat. Our adversaries ran in disarray toward the 3-story building at the rear of the compound as we pelted them with ammunition from the piles of bricks they had left behind. The defense lines on either side of the fortress fell apart. More Red Rebels swarmed up, shouting "Charge! Rout the enemy! Charge!" The enemy soldiers were running onto a porch and through a doorway on the 3rd floor. "They have become turtles in a jar," Sangzi yelled. "They have no place left to escape." Bermudan's shrill voice was unrelenting. "Revolutionary comrades! The anti-army factionalists have lifted their executioner's sword over us. We appeal to you to end this cruel and wanton persecution of the true revolutionary rebels. She screamed. Several boys climbed the slanted roof of the THRESTE building, scaled the flagpole, and disconnected the speakers. "Hooray, we've finally shut that parrot up," Sangzi said. The Night Tiger team repeated the procedure it had used at the army hospital, stripping the roof of its tiles, knocking a hole in the roof, and throwing the tiles down inside. Screams and other sounds of pandemonium rose from the building. Suddenly, a window on the third floor opened and a figure appeared, holding a big red flag emblazoned with the name of the East's Red Corps. It was Yuan. After recovering from her beating, she had become deputy chief of the organization. "I'd rather die than surrender to you," she shouted. Then she soared from the window sill. The red flag furled halfway around her as she cried, "Long live Chairman Mao!" She hit the ground. Her body lay perfectly still, enfolded in the flag. The silence seemed to last for an eternity. It was broken by the clatter of stones coming out of the building, a final, futile display of resistance. A white shirt waving at the end of a spear poked out from a window. A door on the ground floor opened, and a line of East's Red Corps students filed into the courtyard with their hands raised. My class monitor, Catalan, came out limping. Kong Fang and Zhang Yun were bleeding from head wounds. Fang Pu did not appear. We later learned that he and several aides, along with rebel leaders from the Public Security Bureau, the People's Procuratorate, and the People's Court, had left the fortress in Yulan's charge and gone to a commune outside town where the anti-901 faction was dominant. A contingent of Red rebels escorted our prisoners to Yizhong, where they would be shut up in classrooms until we decided what to do with them. Dr. Yang would treat their injuries. Meng sped off by jeep to report our victory to the Red Revolutionary Rebel headquarters of Yijin County. The rest of us explored the enemy's last bastion. The third floor was a single large hall. I looked up at the 3 gaping holes in the roof. I looked around at the tile-littered floor, trying to picture how my frantic schoolmates had huddled under straw mats to evade the barrage from above. I looked out a window and saw Yulan's flag-wrapped body being carried away. "Heavens!" Urku said. I turned to see him holding a shotgun toward the ceiling. He pulled the trigger. The gun went off. "Heavens!" he said again. "This could have killed a lot of people. They didn't use it. They didn't dare fire the first gunshot." Urku said that he was going to keep the gun for self-defense, in case anti-90I people came from Shimin to seek revenge. Sangzi and I looked around for more guns but found nothing better than a dagger stuck in a pillar. Lighting was supervising the collection of spoils in the courtyard. We carried an amplifier, 2 cartons of crackers, sacks of wheat flour, a quarter of a pig, and 2 cases of raw eggs back to the theater, where the girls in charge of our backstage kitchen prepared a feast. Our cooks boiled the eggs and set them out in buckets on the stage. I laid down my spear, took off my willow twig helmet and leather armor, and devoured 15 eggs. By the time the next course was brought out, I had a terrible stomachache. I ran outside and vomited. When Lighting discovered Urku's shotgun, he led a group back to the enemy fortress to make a thorough search for firearms. We went through room after room of the Public Security Bureau until we found 3 Mausers, 2 revolvers, and several boxes of bullets hidden in a chest full of blankets. Lighting let me have a Mauser. He kept 1 gun for himself, gave 2 more away, and saved the last one for Commander-in-Chief Meng. Additional search parties returned to the theater with swords and handcuffs. Xiangsheng brought back a rusty carbine, which he put in a basin of kerosene to soak. Our leadership did not like the idea of Red rebels walking around with guns and sent word that we should hand them all in. Meng had to come to the theater in person to persuade Lighting. We could hear them arguing up in the balcony. The headquarters should be in charge of the guns, Meng said. They're likely to cause some bloody incidents if they stay in the hands of brigade members. The enemy killed one of our comrades and stabbed an other, Lighting said. They had a shotgun loaded and ready to shoot at us. They won't use stones and bricks the next time. Comrade Lighting, the situation is delicate. If we should provoke them into armed warfare, the 93rd Army's firepower could easily overwhelm us. What if they come to attack us with guns? Are we going to fight them with slingshots? We are strengthening our fortifications. We have plans to make defensive weapons. If the time comes when you really need guns, we'll distribute them to you. For now, however, you must hand over the guns that you found. I cannot hand over the guns. There was a long silence. Then Mensch said in a firm voice, as Red Rebel Commander-in-Chief, one order you to hand over those guns immediately. If you do not obey my order, I'll expel you. Silence again. Then Lightning began to cry. Lightning finally stopped crying, came downstairs, and ordered us to give the guns to Mensch. The only exception was the rusty carbine in the basin of kerosene. On a hot, humid midsummer night, the Night Tiger team had escorted a senior student named Chunfei to the railroad station, where Pro 901 cargo loaders put him on a freight train to Beijing. At the invitation of Chen Boda, the 253 head of the Central Cultural Revolution Group, Pro 901 and Anti-901 groups from Ximen had sent representatives to the capital to try to negotiate a truce. Mensch had decided to send an emissary to present our opinions on the situation in Yijian. Chunfei periodically sent back reports that the two factions were still at loggerheads. While their leaders bickered in the Great Hall of the People, their followers were continuing to battle each other in Ximen. The most encouraging message was that Chen Boda had recommended that the Madman's Commune of Ximen change its name to the Lusun Commune. Madman was inappropriate for an organization in New Socialist China, he said, since Lusun had written a madman's diary in the darkest days of Kuomintang rule. The leaders of the Madman's Commune had immediately agreed to the change. We Red Rebels, having evolved from the Lusun Commune at Yizhong, could not help feeling that Chen Boda's suggestion indicated implicit support for our side. Following our rout of the East as Red Corps, Chunfei returned to Yijian with a disturbing update. The Central Cultural Revolution Group had been pressing Ximen's two factions to put aside their differences and form an alliance. Instead, the Lusun Commune had joined a new province-wide organization of rebellious college students called the August 5th Storm, a name that commemorated the date of Chairman Mao's first Dazabao. As a result of the Lusun Commune's defiance, the Central Cultural Revolution Group was beginning to favor the pro-93rd Army side. Chen Boda already had ordered one of Ximen's pro-901 organizations, the Street Corps, a group of peddlers and other people who 254 earned their living on the street, to disband, calling it a collection of hooligans and hoodlums. Chunfei warned us not to become complacent about our victory in Yijian. The opposing factions had taken up guns in the provincial capital of Beijing, and armed struggle could break out any day in Ximen, he said. If guns were used, the anti-901 forces would have a direct line of supply from the 93rd Army. The pro-901 forces would be at a great disadvantage because of the Military Engineering Institute's limited access to arms. In such circumstances, our enemies could easily retake the town. Mensch had taken a gamble and released our East as Red Corps prisoners after only a day. His theory was that if we showed mercy, we might win some converts, and the others would be less likely to seek revenge later on. Some of his advisors disagreed with him, feeling that leniency gave the enemy more opportunity to plan retaliation. In light of Chunfei's report, even Mensch agreed that we should prepare for the worst. After sending Chunfei back to Beijing to continue monitoring the discussions, the Red Rebel leadership announced plans to fortify the bell tower courtyard to make it invulnerable to attack. In addition, we would set up an arsenal to manufacture our own explosives and firearms for defense. Mensch temporarily recalled the 1st Brigade from the theater to help build the fort. We erected battlements on the roofs and new walls to block all the entrances to the courtyard except the main one, where we built a maze with an opening wide enough to admit only one person at a time. I wrote a couplet to frame the opening, One man guards this place, 10,000 enemies cannot pass. 255. Our construction duties completed, we moved back to the theater and intensified our street patrols. The town was rife with rumors that the East Is Red Corps was planning a retaliatory strike with supporters from Ximen. When notices appeared on the streets calling for Menge's death, we knew agents and saboteurs were already among us. One market day, Sangzi, Urku, and I saw 4 youths wearing bright-colored shirts and corduroy pants that identified them as city boys. We tailed them a while before confronting them. "Where are you from?" I asked. "Ximen," said the tallest of the 4, eyeing my spear. "What are you here for?" "Market day." "Let's see your identification." "We don't have a unit." "What faction do you belong to?" The boy glanced at my red rebel armband. "Pro 90I. We belong to the street corps." "Fart!" shouted Sangzi. "The street corps has been disbanded. You must be anti-901 spies." The youths looked frightened. They insisted they were not spies. We took them to the theater, where Lightning conducted a preliminary interrogation. They still protested their innocence. Lightning instructed us to escort them to Yizhong for more thorough questioning. Shut up in a small room in the bell tower courtyard, the boys finally admitted to being agents from Ximen. But they claimed to know very little about the local factional struggles. They begged us to let them go, promising they would not work for the anti-901 faction Agam. Menge ordered them placed in 4 separate rooms for 25-6. Further interrogation about the East Is Red Corps' plan of attack. Sangzi, Urku, and I were assigned to the youngest, a boy of 14. "You'd better confess before we use force," Sangzi warned, snapping his belt in the air. The terrified boy said that he and his friends were not involved with any faction. They were runaways and petty thieves, traveling around looking for pockets to pick. The boy said he had not been home for 2 years. He said they had admitted to being spies for fear of being punished as criminals. Although we were disappointed to learn that our suspects were mere pickpockets, the discovery seemed to delight a group of young factory workers who had been hanging around our school. They took charge of our prisoners, stripped the tallest boy, the group's financial manager, and relieved him of all the money sewn into his pants and underwear. Then they began to whip the boys with their belts. I managed to rescue the smallest one, but they took the other 3 to Rear Lake, beat their bare buttocks with the rubber transmission belt from the pump house, and threw them into the water. The pickpockets were jailed in a small room and ordered to write confessions. The older ones admitted to raping girls. After a few more beatings, they were put to work sweeping the bell tower courtyard. When I told Sangzi that I thought the treatment was too harsh, he responded that I was too naive about class struggle. "We have to punish these reactionaries," he said, "or they'll go out and commit more crimes against the people." We did not find any more suspects, let alone real spies. Nonetheless, rumors of an East Is Red Corps comeback persisted. The Red Rebel leadership summoned the 1st Brigade. 257. Back to Yizhong for good. Sangzi, Urku, and one left the theater and rejoined Zongwei in our small room in the bell tower courtyard. We brought with us a 50-watt theater spotlight that lit the room up brighter than daylight. Family skeletons. Ihua returned from our hometown with a straw sun hat covering the scar from the rock that had struck him on his head. "I found out what Grandpa's family background is," he told me. "I thought it was middle peasant," one said. "Grandpa's father was a big landlord in Yuan. Grandpa's status is bankrupt landlord." Bankrupt landlord. One had never heard of such a category. That means that by the time of land reform, he no longer had enough farmland and farmhands to be classified as a landlord, even though his father was, Wiawa explained. Bankrupt landlord isn't as bad as landlord. One thought it sounded even worse, a good-for-nothing landlord who had lost all his money. That was just part of the story that Wiawa had unraveled during his stay in the mountain town. Grandpa's brother, the one who had killed himself, had 3 grandsons. Each had inherited some of their grandfather's hardwood furniture after his suicide. It was far better furniture than one would normally find in a middle peasant's home. Yuan had visited the eldest grandson, who showed him a picture of grandpa's family skeletons. 25-8. Father, our great-grandfather, that was kept hidden behind a wardrobe. The old man had been rather rich until the anti-Japanese war. Then he had become addicted to opium. Before long, Grandpa and Grandpa's brother were opium addicts as well. The family fortunes had declined swiftly. By land reform, 12 shops, 33 hectares of farmland, and a multitude of houses had gone to the creditors. Mama had grown up in poverty, knowing only hunger until the 8th Route Army came along and recruited her into a propaganda performance team. I vaguely remembered having seen Mama perform the part of the child heroine Lu Hulin in a play in our hometown long ago. So how had Mama, daughter of a bankrupt, opium-smoking landlord, married Papa, a communist and guerrilla leader? Yuan knew that story, too. After the defeat of the Japanese, Papa had been put in charge of Yuan County's public security work. A campaign to rehabilitate opium addicts was underway. Grandpa was one of those Papa had ordered arrested for rehabilitation. He was weaned off the opium, until he was smoking only tobacco. One day Mama had arrived with food for Grandpa while Papa was inspecting the program. Papa was already married. Like many marriages, his had been arranged, and he spent little time with his wife. After meeting Mama, he got a divorce. Many revolutionary cotters were getting divorces at that time. When he married Mama, all he owned was 2 Japanese army blankets. They used bricks as pillows on their wedding night. Yuan said the young man in Yuan whom we had always called brother and was our real step-brother, and was now a political activist in the town. His faction supported the prefecture's 48th Army, which was at odds with the 93rd. Family skeletons. 259. Army. So, in a roundabout way, and we were allies. We also had a stepsister named Nu, whom I had never heard of. She had accompanied Yuan to Yijin and would go with him to Lingzi to see Papa. Everyone in Yuan knows these stories, Yuan said. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask Mama and Papa themselves. I could not imagine myself asking Mama and Papa about such things even if we ever got back on speaking terms. But now I understood why Mama sometimes fought with Papa when he talked about going back to visit his hometown. She often argued that sending money would be enough. There was one more piece of news from Yuan. Papa's family origin, originally poor peasant and later raised to lower middle peasant, had been reclassified again. Now it was middle peasant. The faction opposing Brother N's faction had insisted on raising it, saying Papa's old 7-room house wherein lived was too luxurious for a lower middle peasant. Yuan took me to meet our stepsister, Nu, who was waiting for him in his dormitory room. With her patched, coarse cotton clothes, downcast eyes, and red cheeks, she was unmistakably a country girl. Even her homespun red armband looked rustic. "Big sister," I said, "do you have red guards in Yuan?" "Every town has them," she said, looking at her hands. "Do you use weapons like this?" I showed her the sword hanging from my belt. "We don't use weapons to fight. I use a sword to chop firewood on the hillsides every day." Yuan planned to take Nu to Lingzi the next day. I went to the school clinic and, when Dr. Yang was not looking, filched a bottle of opium cough syrup for Yuan to take along to Grandpa. Yuan came back to school looking for me. A red rebel guarding the perimeter of the bell tower courtyard escorted her inside. She had quit the East's Red Corps quite some time before because she felt discriminated against. She said that Kruma and Delta had dropped out too. These days, she was working in the fields in her home village. She had come to town with her father for market day. Instead of returning with him, she stayed and became a red rebel. She went to work in our arsenal, which occupied the old music hall on one side of the bell tower courtyard. It had an all-girl workforce, headed by a senior named Yang Rui, who had received training from the Missile Engineering Institute and the County Military Department. The girls had started with bottle bombs and now were turning out mines and grenades. They produced their own gunpowder from nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal. They also made a dynamite substitute of chemical fertilizer and sawdust. Allies at a steel plant near the railroad station supplied the casings. Huan Tian showed Sangzi, Erke, and me how to assemble a grenade. Taking up a shell, she pointed out that the check 261 board pattern would break into small pieces to increase casualties. She methodically filled the shell with gunpowder, inserted a fuse, sealed the shell with clay, attached a small piece of friction paper and a wire to the fuse, screwed a wooden handle onto the shell, tied a string to the wire and a ring to the string, and fixed the ring on the handle with a paper seal. The paper seal was to prevent accidental ignition. Under her supervision, each of us made his own grenade. While we were working, some boys carried in a barrel of aluminum powder from the County Light Industry Bureau. They said the Missile Engineering Institute would send a whole truckload of TNT the next day. Huan Tian let us use some of the aluminum powder in bottle bombs. We tossed our first homemade grenades into a vegetable patch outside our room where some of the monsters and demons had grown turnips. We had barely run inside and shut the door when 3 bangs sounded in succession. We opened the door to find smoke rising from the garden and fragments of turnips scattered all over. The expected East Red Corps strike had not materialized by early September, but we did not relax our vigilance. The latest messages from Chun Fei, our ambassador to Beijing, urged us to prepare for more fighting. Our leadership decided to deploy an interlocked minefield around the bell tower courtyard, rigged to be remote-controlled from the principal's building. For a week, we dug ditches around the courtyard to plant dynamite mines. We also put crates of grenades on the rooftops. Our military training intensified. We spent long hours practicing spear and sword fighting and hand-to-hand combat. The 1st Brigade still marched through town periodically. Once lightning deliberately failed to give a left turn order and 262 let the whole brigade march knee-deep into a reed pond. Afterward he said it was to show off our iron discipline, for the benefit of any East Red Corps agents among the onlookers. Sangzi, Erke, and I often went to the arsenal to make grenades. Sangzi in particular seemed to like helping Huan Tian. We teased him about his romance. He insisted that it was nothing more than a militant revolutionary friendship. As the tensions mounted, some students found excuses to leave. One day, Zhang Gui told us he was going home because his mother was sick. Erke, Sangzi, and I sat on our beds watching him pack. He unrolled a scroll painting of 4 scholars playing chess on a boat drifting down a river and handed it to me. "This is my newest painting," he said. "You can keep it here. I'll try to come back as soon as possible." "He won't come back until peace returns," Erke predicted after Zhang Gui had gone. "Cowards like him don't know how to fight," Sangzi said. "We don't need him." Saying nothing, I hung the painting on the wall. Erke and I had just settled down for an afternoon nap a few days later when a violent explosion rocked the ground. We jumped from our beds, grabbed our weapons, and emerged to see thick black smoke rolling through the courtyard. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. We raced to the arsenal, now a huge heap of burning debris. A figure stumbled out of the smoke and collapsed. It was Sangzi. His face was black and swollen, and his clothes had been blasted off his body. We carried him to a bed. Dr. Yang examined him and sent him to the county hospital. We organized a bucket brigade. The flames were doused and the search for other victims got underway. Menge ordered us to dig in the smoldering wreckage with our bare hands to avoid hurting anyone who might still be alive. Stu. 26-3. Dents first uncovered Yang Rui, badly hurt but alive. 2 more girls were dug out. One would survive. The other, the tomboy Yuan, was pronounced dead on arrival at the county hospital. Sangzi had kidney injuries beyond the county hospital's ability to handle, so he was sent 160 kilometers away to the provincial hospital in Beijing. Urko and I saw him off at the railway station. He lay limply on a stretcher, his ruddy peasant face now wan. As the train pulled away, he put his head out the window and shouted, "Don't let my sword get rusty. I'll be back soon." The wind was blowing his hair over his face so I could not see his expression. Like most of us, he had not bothered to get a haircut in months. The Red Rebels held a memorial meeting for Yuan Tian, at which we recited quotations from Chairman Mao, "Whenever there is struggle, there will be sacrifice. Tens of thousands of revolutionary martyrs died before us for the revolutionary cause. Let us march along the path crimson with the martyrs' blood." Meng made a speech exhorting us to carry on with Yuan Tian's cause. She was buried in what had become a cemetery outside the north side of the city wall, near the graves of the drowned youth, teacher Shen, and vice principal Lin Sheng. Her tombstone was engraved with the words, "Red Rebel Revolutionary Martyr, 1949–1967. 200 people, including Urko and me, volunteered to revive the arsenal. The Red Rebel leadership selected only 10. Neither Urko nor I was among them. The new manager was Meng's General Staff Secretary, Jin Feng. Manufacture resumed in a workshop near Rear Lake, a safe distance from the bell tower courtyard. Only staff members were allowed in. All completed explosives were stored in empty rooms in Vatican City. The new arsenal went into Op. 26-4. A ration around the clock to make up for our losses. By early October, it had produced more than what had been blown up. Preparations for imminent war continued. The Red Revolutionary Rebel headquarters of Yujin County had drawn up an overall defense plan for the county seat. In case of attack, our main task would be to secure the road that passed by our campus and through the small north gate in the city wall, the main route between the railway station and downtown. Our leaders decided to tunnel up through the city wall and build a lookout post to guard the road. We worked in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, one team digging from the top of the wall downward while another team worked upward. Urko and I slept by day and shoveled by night for a week. Electric bulbs were installed as the tunnel deepened. One day at dawn, the two teams met. A cold drizzle descended, making the hot bulbs that had been on all night explode. More than 2 months had passed since my quarrel with Papa. When Weiwa was escorting our stepsister, Nu, from Lingzi back to Shuiyuan, he stopped at Yizhong to tell me that Mama and Papa had forgiven me. The time was ripe for a reconciliation. I told Urko that I was going home for a brief visit. Urko also was thinking about going home. "Make sure you come back," I joked. "You, too," he replied. "Don't be a deserter like Zongwei." 26-5. Faded slogans attacking Papa could still be discerned on the walls of downtown Lingzi, but the focus of attack had shifted to the county party secretary, the one who had been in another county leading a 4 cleanups team when Papa first came under criticism. His tactic of putting on an army uniform to protect himself had backfired, earning him the name of chameleon on top of counter-revolutionary revisionist. I felt pleased that the secretary was getting criticized instead of Papa, and even more delighted to see denunciations of Han Rong, the former party secretary of Yujin, who had persecuted Papa. Han Rong was now in disgrace as party secretary of Shimin. The rebels of Lingzi took an interest in him because he had been party secretary of Lingzi even before he had gone to Yujin. They wanted him to come back to stand trial for past counter-revolutionary revisionist activities in Lingzi. I thought of a saying that Grandpa liked to quote, "Good will be rewarded with kindness and evil with punishment. It is not that evil is not punished in time, but that the time has not come yet." Perhaps it was true after all. As I was looking over the new Dazabao, a voice called, "Big brother, how do you like this?" It was Zhiwa. He and Xinghua were dressed like twins in torn blue jackets and dirty blue pants. Each had a red armband, a big Chairman Mao badge on his chest, and a little red book in his hand. "What are you doing? Are you allowed to join the Red Guards now?" I asked. "No, nobody wants us," Xinghua said, "so we organized our own Red Guard brigade. I'm Commander-in-Chief." "Commander-in-Chief? How many troops do you command?" 266. "The two of us, Yuan, and Yuan, plus a few kids from the county military department." "What do you do?" "Study Chairman Mao's quotations, write Dazabao against the 901, and sometimes collect garbage to sell," Xinghua said proudly. "What do you have against the 901? They've never been to Lingzi." "Your 901 is different from ours," Xinghua said seriously. "Even though the 901 has never come here, Daba and his thought guards are 901 followers. They oppose the 93rd Army Tank Regiment that supports Papa. So we have to oppose them." Of course. I could not argue with his logic. "How are the thought guards doing?" "They are doomed. They have no sympathizers left. Daba is having a terrible time. Wherever he goes, people yell at him. Yesterday, a bunch of peasants surrounded him and pushed him down. He raised his little red book high in the air and shouted, 'Struggle by reason, not by force,' but nobody listened to him. He was just like a turtle in a jar." Xinhua's face was flushed with excitement. "Grandpa was sitting on the Kong when I entered the house. He thanked me for the medicine I had sent home with Wiawa and asked me how my hand was. I had almost forgotten about my chicken claw madness. The last bit of stiffness in my hand had yielded to the summer heat." Mama made her usual evening visit with Yuan. She did not even mention my fight with Papa. "It looks as if Papa's troubles are over," she said. "The rebels made an investigation and decided to liberate him. One rebel faction has class 26-7. Cified him as a comparatively good coder, and another faction has classified him as a coder who made serious mistakes, but mistakes belonging to the category of contradictions among the people. Only Daba and a handful of die-hard 901 anti-army factionalists still consider him a capitalist roader. These people are no more than mice running across the street. They have become very unpopular. The tank regiment as well as some of the rebel organizations wanted Papa to be on the county's new Revolutionary Committee, a 3-in-1 organization with representatives from the army, the coders, and the rebels that would replace the old county leadership. However, other people were backing Papa's second-in-command, Yuan the Wind Sailor, as the coder representative. The army representative was going to be the head of the county military department. There was not much dispute over that. As for the rebel representative, some said the county government's former typist might be chosen, and others thought it would be Papa's former aide, Qin Mao. "Who knows?" Mama said. "Let them fight it out among themselves." When I told Mama that I wanted to apologize to Papa, she said, "Don't be silly. He doesn't need your apology. Let bygones be bygones." She added that I should not visit Papa that night in any case, because rebels from Beijing were coming to interview him about a vice minister in the central government who was under investigation. The man had fought beside Papa during the anti-Japanese war. The interview proved frustrating for both Papa and his visitors, according to the account Mama gave us the next day. The investigators believed that Papa's former colleague was a Kuomintang agent who had sneaked into Papa's guerrilla unit. Papa did not agree. "He did not sneak into our guerrilla." 268. "Loss," Papa said. "On the contrary, we kidnapped him and forced him to join us. He was a professor, and at the time, our party and army were struggling to win over the intellectuals. We kidnapped him to join our revolutionary troops so that he would not be forced to join the Japanese." The visitors pressed Papa to reconsider his testimony, saying, "We know that your political career is at a crucial point. We revolutionary rebels from Beijing have a lot of influence. The rebels here have decided to liberate you, but they may change their minds. Papa continued to insist that to the best of his knowledge the man was not a Kuomintang agent. When the rebels asked him if he was afraid of offending someone of such high rank, Papa said, I couldn't care less about his high post. When we brought him into the guerrillas, it was to save him from being used by the Japanese. We never dreamed of becoming officials. Whether he stayed on the revolutionary road after that, one have no idea. One have not seen or heard from him since 1945. But I'm sure he was not a Kuomintang agent when he joined us in 1942. The rebels were losing their tempers. This is a test of your loyalty to Chairman Mao and your attitude toward the Cultural Revolution. You have flunked the test. They said they would discuss Papa's case with the rebels in charge of him in Lingzi and submit their recommendation on whether he deserved to be liberated. Papa merely replied, I'm sorry. One must tell the truth. As Mama related the conversation, one found myself wishing once more that Papa would be more flexible in dealing with such people. If he was not liberated, if he retained the label of Kapitalistroder, our family would face a bleak political future. Even if my brothers and sisters and one severed relations. 26-9. With him, nobody would trust us. The combination of bankrupt landlord and Kapitalistroder would haunt us all our lives. When I entered Papa's room, he was seated at the desk, his eyebrows knitted, drawing hard on his pipe. He did not mention our quarrel, and I did not complain about his stubbornness. Instead, we talked about the plans for forming the Revolutionary Committee. Papa said that, contrary to the guidelines stipulated long ago in the 16 points, there would be no election. The provincial military authorities would have the final say. This is an abnormal period, he said. No party, no government, not even police or courts. Everything has collapsed. Under such circumstances, the military has to be responsible for organizing things. He seemed to be thinking hard as he puffed on his pipe. The Cultural Revolution is supposed to broaden democracy. But as the saying goes, a thing turns into its opposite if pushed too far. Mid-October afternoon that I returned from Lingzi, taking my usual shortcut from the bus station to school along the city wall, I saw clusters of people with helmets and rifles standing along the road outside the small north gate. Their bayonets gleamed in the autumn sun. Our troops had real guns. Excitedly, I began to run through the overgrowth of bushes on top of the wall. As I neared the road, I realized with horror that these were not our people. Not a red rebel armband was in sight. Our lookout fort over the road was deserted. The giant searchlight we had installed was still there, but the red rebel flag was no longer flying. Spears and swords lay everywhere as if abandoned in haste. I descended into the tunnel and found it empty as well. What could have made our strong-willed red rebels give up this vital position? Emerging from the other end of the tunnel behind Rear Lake, I ran across the campus. Scores of red rebel students had gathered under the willows in front of the teachers' building. Their faces told me that something dreadful had happened. My brigade leader, Lighting, was about to make a speech. Comrades in arms, he said. I salute you as the brave rear guards in our strategic withdrawal. I learned the dimensions of the catastrophe from my schoolmates. At a meeting in the Great Hall of the People the previous day, Chen Boda, the head of the Central Cultural Revolution Group, had declared the pro-901 faction of Fang Yiming Dazawai a counter-revolutionary hodgepodge. Many of our allies in Ximen had been rounded up and killed. Some had jumped off buildings waving the Lusun Commune flag. The 93rd Army had blockaded the Huchuo River, cutting off all routes to Ximen. Most of the Red Rebels, under Men's command, already had retreated in the other direction to Beijing. There, the 48th Army was supporting the student rebel alliance that the Lusun Commune had joined, the August 5th Storm. Our enemies are pouring into the city and deploying their troops, Lighting said. We will have to escape in groups of 2 and 3. Take off your armbands and leave all the weep. 27-1. Ons behind. They have checkpoints at every intersection. After you break through the blockade, try to go north to Beijing. That will be our base for recovery and counterattack. If you can't get there, try to hide somewhere until the tide turns. We must save our strength and await the opportunity to strike back. Comrades in arms, ultimate victory will be ours. I was bewildered that circumstances had turned against us so quickly. Had not Chen Boda been mediating between the two factions? Had he not given the pro-901 side the name Lusun Commune? How could he wantonly brand us a counter-revolutionary hodgepodge? Suddenly, I was alone with my questions. Everyone else had adopted the last of the 36 stratagems and run away. I headed for my room in the bell tower courtyard. If Urko was there, we could leave together. As I entered the courtyard, I tripped over a piece of wood. It looked like a carpenter's ruler carved from oak, but it seemed far too heavy for a ruler when I picked it up. It was a camouflage sword, the type known as a two-man grab because you could let your adversary grab the sheath as you pulled out the blade to stab him. I took the sword with me. Urko was not in our room. Perhaps he had not returned from his visit home and was safe and sound in his village. I looked at the helmets, armor, swords, and spears hung lovingly on the wall. They would have to stay behind, with Zhonggui's painting. I took the money I had found in the army hospital from its hiding place under my thin mattress and put it into a canvas shoulder bag, along with a homemade dagger and a new pair of pants that Mama had given me. After a moment's hesitation, I wrapped the two-man grab sword in the mattress to take along. 27-2. As I was about to leave the room, I thought of the 4 grenades in my bedside drawer. Why not set a trap for the East's Red Corps? I unscrewed the cap and pulled the ring out of one grenade, trying to figure out how to tie it to the door. Then it occurred to me that the wrong person might open the door. Urko might come back. I also thought of what Grandpa would say. He would tell me not to take the initiative to harm others. I gave up the idea, replaced the ring, and rescrewed the cap. However, I did put 2 grenades in my bag. Then I picked up my bulky bundle and went out. Where could I go? I doubted whether I could get out of Yijin with my mattress under my arm. I thought of our former neighbor, Old Lu, the retired army officer who owned the dilapidated shrine where Papa had written his petition letters. I could take a route past the reed ponds and behind Democracy Street Primary School to his house. I would go there first and then decide how to get out of town. As I approached the primary school playground, 5 men carrying pistols strode by. After they had passed, I heard the shout "Halt!" They surrounded me before I could even turn around. "Open your bundle." "It's just a mattress," I said. One of them grabbed the mattress and unrolled it. "You little bastard," he said as he picked up the sword. "What's this?" I felt a blow on the side of my head. Everything spun around as I fell. By the time I stood up again, another man had pulled the money, dagger, and grenades from my bag. The first man pointed his pistol at my forehead. I held very still. "Where are you going and why are you carrying all these deadly weapons?" he said, shaking the pistol barrel as if it was his finger. 273. "Yizhong is full of these things," I said. "I just picked them up for fun. I'm on my way to see my father's friend." A crowd was collecting around us. I felt a little safer. The man lowered his pistol. Putting my billfold in his pocket, he said, "We're confiscating your things." "May I have my pants back?" I asked. "Look at the ones I'm wearing, they're all worn out. Who knows if the pants really belong to you? Maybe you stole them." "Fine. You keep them. May I go now?" "Are you dreaming? Do you think we'll let you go so easily?" The man told his partners to summon some revolutionary rebels to take care of me. They brought back Catalan, my class monitor, leading 5 other girls from class 85 who belonged to the East's Red Corps. Jianhua, how are you? Catalan said, her derisive eyes looking at me from beneath her helmet. Last time, we were your prisoners of war, and now you're ours. Did you ever think things would change so drastically? Chairman Mao says that everything in the universe is constantly changing. It's a law of nature. I tried to sound casual. Prodding and poking me, the girls escorted me to their temporary jail at the Commerce Bureau. Lushuan, the head of the Night Tiger team, was led into the courtyard at the same time. His hands were tied behind him and blood was running down his legs. An East's Red Corps student had speared him in the thigh. My captors ushered me into a small room containing a desk and a few stools. I expected to be tied up and tortured, but nothing like that happened. They merely gave me the text of a letter that Chairman Mao had written during the War of Liberation urging a Kuomintang general to surrender, and 274. Made me read it aloud twice. Then Catalan said, "It's time for you to make a choice, either stick to your counter-revolutionary hodgepodge and remain a diehard as filthy and contemptible as dog's dung, or come over to our side and become a revolutionary." I reviewed the 36 stratagems in my mind, trying to find one that might apply. Pretend to be foolish while remaining intelligent might work. I should appear as cooperative as possible in order to gain a respite. I put on a smile and nodded agreement with whatever they said. They seemed pleased by my behavior. At dinner time, they even brought me steamed bread and fried bean sprouts. My head was throbbing and I did not feel hungry, but I tried to eat as much as possible to please them more. After dinner, they let me go. I ran all the way to old Liu's house. Aside from some tough-looking men patrolling the streets, almost nobody was out. The peddler's cry of pot-stewed hare meat, which had returned to the streets under the Red Rebels' reign, had disappeared once again. An unofficial curfew was in force. Old Liu and his wife, who were 901 supporters, took me in like a son. They had sent their own son to stay with relatives in the south for fear that he would get hurt in the factional fighting. I had been with them 3 days when a youth wearing dark glasses and a cap showed up at the door. I immediately recognized Lighting's deep voice. He too had been hiding in town. He wanted to go to Beijing to find Mensch. "We can't wait for death," he said. "We mustn't admit defeat. We still have the people's support. We have to keep struggling." Lighting's brother, a train engineer, was going to be coming through Yajin tonight. Lighting's best chance to escape from town was to board his brother's locomotive. He wanted me. 275. To accompany him to the station so that if he was captured I could send a message to his family. "If they catch me, they'll kill me," he said matter-of-factly. "Will you help me?" "Of course," I said. "You're my brigade leader." After midnight, we took a twisted route through narrow lanes and across empty fields to the signal post along the railroad tracks. The sign Alman was a friend of Lighting's brother. At 2 a.m., a long freight train pulled in. A man in oily work clothes swung down from the locomotive amid the white steam. It was Lighting's brother. "The 48th Army has sealed off Beijing to keep Pro-901 people out," he said. "They dare not defy Chen Boda. You cannot go to Beijing right now. My train is going to Baotou in Inner Mongolia. From there, you can go to Urumqi to stay with our uncle." Lighting assented to the plan, looking a bit disappointed. The two brothers boarded the locomotive. I stood by the track as the train coughed away into the night. The sign Alman told me to stay with him and go back to town at daybreak. But Yajin seemed like a prison. I did not want to go back. I decided to go to Urko's village, 10 kilometers to the north. If I found him, we could try to sneak into Beijing together. I started walking through the open countryside, filling my nostrils with the smells of sweet potato and sorghum. Day was breaking when I knocked at Urko's courtyard gate. Urko had a bandage around his forehead and bruises on his face. He said that he had returned to Yizhong, unaware of the drastic turn of events, the day after our withdrawal. Before he could even enter the gate, little Ba Wang and some others had captured him. They tied his hands and feet, pushed him down on the cement floor of the school bathhouse, and locked the door. For a day and a half, he lay there. 27-6. With nothing to eat or drink. Finally his cousin, a girl who belonged to the East's Red Corps, accidentally found him and released him. If the East's Red Corps comes after me again, they'll have a hard time finding me, Urko said as he led me to an inner room of his house. He removed a big urn and a stone slab to reveal an opening in the floor. We descended into a spacious cellar furnished with a straw mattress, quilts, a lamp, and a stack of books. The cellar was linked to a network of tunnels the villagers had dug during the war against the Japanese. How do you like this place? Would you join me for a while? Urko looked at me expectantly. What's the use of hiding like a fugitive? I said. We're not defeated yet. We have a lot of supporters. I think we should go to Beijing to join our comrades. Urko's reservations showed on his face. The 93rd Army is checking on travelers everywhere, and even the 48th Army no longer welcomes us because of Chen Boda's condemnation. I would rather stay home, recover from my injuries, and see what develops. You're just a coward, like Zhongwei, I said. I stayed at Urko's home for the day. His mother cooked us a big peasant dinner and his father gave us a cup of hard liquor apiece. After dark, I said goodbye and set out. I evaded the guards at the local railway station and boarded a train at the far end of the platform. The cars were full of peasants with big bundles of produce, taking advantage of the political chaos to do some speculating. A stir among the passengers woke me from sleep a few hours later. We had reached a small station a few stops before Beijing. Soldiers were making their way through the car, inspecting tickets. Their leader said they were acting on instructions from the Central Cultural Revolution Group. They were to turn back anyone going to Beijing to appeal to the central authorities or going to Beijing from Ximen. They questioned all the people holding tickets for Beijing or Beijing and put most of them off the train. Those of us without tickets were put off too. The soldiers brought us to a nearby building, read us Chairman Mao's quotations on revolutionary discipline, and told us that everyone would get a free ride home the next day. These soldiers were neither fierce nor vigilant, and I easily slipped away as they were escorting us to a southbound train the next morning. By noon, after walking to the next station, I was bound for Beijing on another train. I had crossed the blockade. I scanned the notices posted on the walls of the Beijing railway station until I found the one I wanted, Red Rebels of Yijin No. 1 Middle School, please join your comrades in arms at Struggle Road Primary School. 100 Red Rebels were living in a classroom there, under the protection of the 48th Army, which was not forcing out those who had already reached Beijing. Seeing the familiar faces, especially Mensch, I felt like a child coming home. Factional fighting in Beijing had reached such proportions that gunshots rang out all day and all night. Most of us remained in the school, in an atmosphere of uncertainty and confusion. Every day, Mensch and his secretary, Jinfeng, went out to discuss our situation with 48th Army people and came back with encouraging words to boost our morale. We looked forward to getting out of the state of exile, although nobody knew exactly how we would stage our comeback. Among the exiles was a senior named Kikai, daughter of the former party secretary who had persecuted Papa, Han. 27-8. Wrong. One had never bothered to talk to her because of the grudge one bore against her father. One discovered that she did not like her father either, because he had abandoned her mother and married another woman several years back. One became good friends with Kikai and her classmate Song Ying, an optimistic country girl. Song Ying had been the youth league secretary of her class and knew quite a bit about Marxist dialectical materialism. Our defeat may seem like a bad thing, but it can be turned into a good thing, she would tell me. It has hardened us and purified our ranks. One had been in Beijing a week when Mensch brought me news of Sangzi. Officials at the provincial hospital had said they could no longer treat Sangzi because his kidneys were damaged beyond repair. Meng suspected the real reason was that the dominant faction at the hospital sided with the provincial military district, which was feuding with the 48th Army and supporting the 93rd. How can they be so inhuman? One said. Chairman Mao says that medical workers should heal the wounded, rescue the dying, and practice revolutionary humanitarianism. The highest principle now is factionalism, Meng said. I argued with them, but they didn't listen. Only after one got a 48th Army officer to help me out did they agree to let Sangzi stay for the time being. That evening, one borrowed a bicycle and rode across the city to visit Sangzi. The dimly lit streets teemed with people involved in arguments, fistfights, and chases. Nobody even paid attention to the sporadic sound of gunfire. Some boys ran right in front of me, forcing me to brake so suddenly that one fell off the bike, and a bus stopped just short of rolling over me. Passengers looked out of the windows with annoyed expressions. The driver cursed me. 279. Sangzi was sleeping in his hospital bed. He shared a room with 7 other patients. He was hooked up to some complicated devices and looked much thinner. I took his hand. He opened his eyes. Jianhua, he said. Is it true that we have been defeated? No, we have just entered a new stage of the struggle. We will win in the end, because we represent Chairman Mao's revolutionary line. Jianhua, I've missed you and our comrades so much. He squeezed my hand. When I lie here, feeling so lonely, I comfort myself by thinking of those great battles. I can't stand being here. I want to go back with you and continue the fight. Sangzi, you lie here fighting your injuries, and we are out there fighting our enemies. We are fighting for the same purpose, to defend Chairman Mao's revolutionary line. The best thing you can do is to rest and recover so that you can come back to join us. Don't you remember what Chairman Mao said when he was in the hospital? Might as well stay and make the best of it, Sangzi said with a faint smile. As I told Sangzi my latest adventures, a bit of red returned to his pale cheeks. We talked until a nurse intervened and said that I was tiring him. I promised to visit him every day as long as I was in Beijing. I kept my promise. Every evening, I would buy some fruit and go to the hospital. He and I would talk and joke as we ate the fruit. Meanwhile, the position of the Red Rebels in Beijing was becoming even more precarious. Friends in the 48th Army had let Meng know that, because of pressure from the Central Cultural Revolution Group and from Chen Boda himself, they could no longer shelter us. Factions supported by the 48th Army began to urge us and our allies who had fled Ximen to leave. They even marched through the streets shouting, warmly send off our comrades in arms from the Lusun commune to return to Ximen to make revolution. We knew that we would have to leave. Meng moderated a long, emotional discussion about what to do next. Some people said we should go to the Taihang Mountains to wage guerrilla warfare. Xiangsheng advocated this course, saying, they have killed many of our comrades. We should cherish no illusions that they would let us survive. Others said we should return to Yijin and do underground work. Song Ying enthusiastically endorsed this course. She said she had hidden a mimeograph machine, ink, and paper under the rafters in her dormitory room. These could be used for propaganda to mobilize the masses to rise up. This is exactly what our communist forefathers did under Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary rule. We can learn from them. Eventually, we reached a compromise. The Red Rebel leaders would go to the mountains with a small team to evade capture by the East's Red Corps, while the rest of us would return to Yijin to do underground work. The leaders would continue to direct us from a revolutionary base in the mountains. Xiangsheng wanted to go to the mountains but was not allowed to because his clubfoot would limit the mobility of our headquarters. He was very unhappy. When Meng took back a pistol that Xiangsheng had received before the retreat and gave it to his secretary, Jinfeng, Xiangsheng cried like a child. The 48th Army bought us train tickets back to Yijin. We were ready to leave for the station when Urko appeared at the primary school. "What the hell are you doing here?" I, 28R, asked. "We're going home." He looked at me with a guilty expression. I decided one should rejoin my comrades. One immediately thought of Sangzi. He would be miserable when we left. One took Urko to the hospital to visit him. When we got to Sangzi's room, he was just being moved onto a gurney. One asked where he was going. A nurse told me in a stern voice that he was going to the operating room for more surgery. Sangzi stretched out a trembling hand toward Urko. His weak smile disappeared entirely when we told him that we had to return to Yijin. We tried to comfort him by saying we would come back to see him when the situation improved. He just shook his head. Through the tears blurring my eyes, one watched the gurney roll down the hall and disappear through a set of double doors. From victors to vanquished. ONCE our train crossed the Shimin prefectural limits. We began to see armed soldiers and militiamen on every railway platform. The nearer we got to the city of Shimin, the more there were. As the train clattered along through the darkness, Urko, Kikai, Songying, and one complained about how unfair life had become. The current policy called for a grand revolutionary alliance. But Chen Boda had labeled our side a counter-revolutionary hodgepodge. The 93rd Army was suppressing us, and even the 48th Army was discriminating against us. What kind of grand revolutionary alliance was 282? That? We talked until the train neared Yijin, when we all fell silent. Several hundred militiamen carrying rifles and machine guns were waiting on the Yijin railway platform. It must have just rained, for the ground was wet and the mass of steel helmets and bayonets glistened with reflected light. The militiamen came aboard in groups to inspect tickets. They took away anyone bound for Shimin who was suspected of being a Lusun Commune member. Then they ordered all passengers with tickets for Yijin off the train. As we stepped onto the platform, we saw the Lusun Commune people lined up at gunpoint. Facing the bayonets bravely, they began to sing the way revolutionary heroes did in the movies. Once the gun sounds, we go to the battleground. I've made my mind up. I'm ready to die on the battleground today. If we're finished, so be it. Everyone knew this song. It was a quotation from the invincible General Lin Biao. You were not supposed to sing it unless you faced a last-ditch battle. It was a song of desperation. Inspired by this heroic group of young people, my companions and I joined in. We sang the song again and again. I felt my heart beating in time to each note. The militiamen herded our comrades from Shimin onto several open trucks, which drove away. They also took away some comrades from Yijin. They did not seem to care about us. We marched back to school singing militant songs. A few menacing-looking guards walked alongside us, but when we turned off at Yizhong they kept walking toward downtown. 28-3. We continued to sing at the top of our lungs as we entered the school gate. Our underground mission no longer seemed relevant. I felt defiant. I expected the enemy to come charging out at the sound of our defiance song, and I wanted to fight them. However, the enemy hordes were nowhere to be seen. Songying said she was going to her room to recover her mimeograph machine. She and two other girls had just left when a small group of East's Red Corps students appeared and ordered the rest of us to stop singing. A shouting match ensued. It's our right. You have no rights? Don't you know the situation? What situation? Don't bully us. You've been thoroughly defeated. We'll win ultimate victory. Chen Boda says that you are a counter-revolutionary hodgepodge. You're the counter-revolutionary hodgepodge. If you don't conduct yourselves properly, we'll let you feel the iron fist of the dictatorship of the proletariat. He who laughs last laughs best. In the midst of our argument, someone whispered in my ear, "They've called in the army. We must leave right away." As the message circulated through our group, we turned back toward the main gate. We were too late. The steel grates had been pulled shut. Several soldiers with machine guns stood inside the gate. When we tried to open a grate, a soldier stopped us and said nobody was allowed to go out. We retreated to the third floor of the principal's building to discuss tactics. The building was still stocked with broken bricks that we had piled there when we controlled the cam. 28-4. Pus. Bricks were of little use to us now. Reminding ourselves of the saying 10 years is not too long for a gentleman to wait for revenge on his enemy, we decided that composure and patience were our best weapons under the circumstances. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. 5 soldiers with submachine guns came in. They said they were from the 73rd Army and had orders to search us. I had never heard of the 73rd Army. They directed us into an empty room at the east end of the building, made each of us come into the hallway to be padded for weapons, and then sent us down the hall to another room at the west end. Having found nothing, they told us not to leave the building and went away. The night was half over. We sat on the floor disconsolately, too tired to talk, too worried to sleep. Screams rising from the direction of the bell tower courtyard brought us to our feet. Standing on the back porch of the principal's building, we could see that one room in the far corner of the darkened courtyard was brightly lit. People were gathered by the door. Some waved flashlights. An argument was going on. Counter-revolutionary whore. How dare you try to murder our comrade? I was defending myself. Don't you dare touch me, you counter-revolutionary savages. Kikai, Urku, and I all recognized Song Ying's voice at the same time and rushed downstairs to rescue her. At the foot of the staircase, a group of East's Red Corps students brandishing spears, swords, rifles, and clubs confronted us. Little Ba Wang, Shuanggan, Shangyun, Catalan, and Kong Fang were all there. Little Ba Wang had 3 grenades tied to his belt. Jianhua, I thought you were through with this sort of heroic work, Catalan chided. Don't expect us to be lenient again. 28-5. We need to see Song Ying, I said. Sorry, you can't go. Commander Fang Pu has instructed us that nobody is to leave this building. I beg you, let us go, I entreated. She injured one of our comrades with a stencil board, Catalan said. She is too wild. She must be punished. Please, don't beat her, Kikai said. If you want to punish her, let me substitute for her. Little Ba Wang pointed a samurai sword at us and said, Go back upstairs, you stinking counter-revolutionaries. You are now turtles in a jar. We will make no deals. The 2 girls who had been with Song Ying were marched in at spear point. They came upstairs with us and told us how East's Red Corps students had surprised them in Song Ying's room, searched the room, and found the mimeograph machine. An East's Red Corps girl had given Song Ying a slap in the face. Song Ying had picked up the steel stencil board and hit her on the head. We have to rescue her, one of her companions said. They might beat her to death. Kikai began to sing mournfully the song the East's Red Corps students had sung on the first night of their hunger strike in the county military department courtyard. Lifting my head, I see the Big Dipper. Deep in my heart, I miss Mao Zedong. In the black night when I think of you, brightness floods into my heart. When I feel at a loss, I think of you. You illuminate my way like a beacon. The solo became a chorus, loud, stirring, full of resolve. We went out on the back porch overlooking the courtyard. Tears rolled down our cheeks. We broke into the Internationale. 286. Our singing resonated over the dark campus. I picked up a loudspeaker horn that was lying on the porch and put it to my lips as I sang. Some of the shadows roaming around below shouted at us to stop. More shadows raced across the courtyard and around the building. We changed our song to Chairman Mao's poem Moon Over the West River, describing a battle with the Kuomintang in the Jinggang Mountains. Besieged by thousands of circles of enemy troops, we stand lofty and firm like a towering mountain. Footsteps pounded on the stairs like rain. We hurriedly retreated to the room at the east end of the hall and linked arms. If they wanted to seize anyone, they would have to take us all. Arm in arm, we continued singing. Kikai was on my left. Yuan, a member of the Night Tiger team, was on my right. Urko was across the room. When my eyes met his, I saw a trace of fear. I gave him an encouraging look. He nodded back. The enemy's footsteps pounded down the corridor. Fangpu appeared at the doorway, little Mihu just behind him. Looking at us scornfully, Fangpu took a piece of paper from his pocket and began to read. It was a blacklist. The first name was Wei Zhong, the leader of the Red Rebels' 3rd Brigade. Fangpu waved his hand. A score of his followers surged through the door to seize Wei Zhong. We tightened our circle. Our enemies tugged at us. We held fast. Fangpu ordered more people in. They descended like wolves, pounding our backs, pulling our hair, hitting us with spear handles. We tried desperately to keep our arms locked. A violent pull made me lose hold. I was shoved, punched, kicked, and cursed down the corridor to the room at the west. 28-7. End. Kikai, Urko, and other comrades were there, but Yuan Xiao, the boy from the Night Tiger team, and Wei Zhong, the head of the 3rd Brigade, were not. Little Ba Wang marched in. Urko, why did you run away without our permission? He demanded. If one had not run away, one would have starved to death, Urko said coldly. Fart. Little Ba Wang slapped him across the face. Blood trickled from his lips. Little Ba Wang eyed me like a leopard assessing its prey. Your little trick didn't save you either, he said. Die-hard counter-revolutionary. Who's the counter-revolutionary? We're the true revolutionaries. One said. Take him away. Little Ba Wang ordered. 2 boys stepped forward and grabbed me by the arms. Fangpu and Little Mihu appeared again. Little Mihu tried to avoid my gaze. Fangpu was smiling at me. Jianhua, he said, it's not too late to reconsider your position and come over to the true revolutionary side. He turned to Little Ba Wang and said, give him another chance. The 2 boys holding my arms let me go. Think it over, Fangpu said. He led his followers out. Fangpu's show of mercy disgusted me. Never had one hated him so much. One cursed myself for not finding my tongue fast enough to rebuke him. We counted our ranks and found 13 comrades missing. We had lost those on Fangpu's list in the scuffle. The rest of us, scraped, bruised, and aching, stood silently on the back porch. Somewhere in that dark courtyard, our comrades were being interrogated and tortured. One had to piss. One went downstairs. My classmate Zhang Yun halted me with a spear. You're not allowed to leave the building, she said. I have to piss. 288. Can you hold it? No, I'm going to wet my pants. In that case, you can go. You know we pay attention to revolutionary humanitarianism. Zhang Yun and another sentry followed me to the nearest lavatory, pointing their spears at my back. Don't worry. One won't try to escape, one said. I can't leave while you're holding our comrades and torturing them. They're just receiving some education. I hope your revolutionary humanitarianism extends to them. We know how to take care of them. They waited outside while one relieved myself, escorted me back, and took a few more people to the lavatory, one at a time. The chill of late autumn forced most of us inside, but Kikai stayed out on the porch all night. None of us slept. At dawn, Kikai came in and told us the sentries had left. We went downstairs into the bell tower courtyard. The atmosphere seemed as calm as if nothing had happened. The only movement was somebody crawling on the ground at the far side of the courtyard. It was Yuan Xiao. His face was bloodied and swollen almost beyond recognition. They beat me for quite a long time, he said. My legs hurt so much that one can't stand up. We found the others, each in a different room. Some lay on the floor bound with ropes. Some were strung from beams. Wei's Hong had been tied to a chair and gagged. The discovery of Song Ying was the biggest shock. She lay unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood. Her pants had been stripped off. Her blouse was torn, revealing her breasts. She had been beaten so badly that her whole body was purple. Kikai took off her jacket and wrapped it around Song Ying. 28-9. We moved her onto a bedboard and carried her to the county hospital at a near run. Fortunately, we had many sympathizers there. They promised to do their best to save her. We waited at the hospital until mid-morning, when a doctor informed us that Song Ying had regained consciousness. He said her tormentors had pushed dirty socks and twigs into her vagina, causing heavy bleeding and shock. The next task was to send our other injured comrades home. We bandaged them up and took them to the railway and bus stations in a slow-moving procession. The able-bodied supported the wounded, carrying the weakest on their backs. Kikai was helping Yuan Xiao, her arm around his waist and his arm over her neck. She did not seem the least self-conscious about helping a boy in such an intimate way. The rest of us decided to withdraw from Yijin once again. Only Kikai would stay, to watch over Song Ying until the hospital released her. Several of us went to say goodbye to Song Ying. She was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with only her swollen eyes showing. When I asked if she was in pain, she murmured, "No, not much." She added, "Our generation, growing up in peace and happiness, never experienced torture." When I read Red Crag, I could not imagine how human beings could be such brutes. Now I know. She told us to be confident and persevere in our struggle. Kikai finally had to tell her to stop talking in order to conserve her strength. Urko invited me to go home with him. His village did not welcome an outsider. The pro-93rd Army faction there, once small but now swollen with the pride of victory, discovered me. Its leader, a village schoolteacher, accused Urko's family of harboring a die-hard counter-revolutionary. Urko's father, a timid peasant who knew his place, did not want trouble. He found it hard to ask me to my face to leave, so he yelled at Urko instead. I understood the message and left on my own. Urko saw me off, apologizing profusely. I said that I understood his family's situation and bore his father no grudge. We parted in the fields. I spent 2 weeks at home in Lingzi, helping Zhiwa cook for the family. Grandpa's illness had worsened with the onset of winter. He coughed incessantly, and we had to empty his cuspidor several times a day. Papa spent his days receiving investigators and revising his self-criticism. We waited anxiously for news of his official rehabilitation. Try as I might to concentrate on family affairs, I could not get the Red Rebels' unfinished cause off my mind. I missed my comrades terribly. I had an irresistible urge to return to Yizhong, the dungeon from which I had so recently escaped. Finally, I did go back. The room I had shared with my 3 classmates looked bare and dusty. All my belongings except a dirty quilt had disappeared. I moved into an office with a few older Red Rebels who had also returned. We held occasional secret meetings in town and furtively scattered leaflets at night. We also tried, without success, to contact our leaders in exile. We refused to believe the rumor that they had been captured. The war might go on for several more years, but someday Meng would march triumphantly down from the mountains to retake the campus. How wrong we were. The East's Red Corps had tracked down Meng, Jinfeng, and the others, arrested them, and imprisoned them at the Commerce Bureau. I overheard East's Red Corps students bragging about how they had marched Meng into the courtyard and knocked him unconscious with one blow of a club. Our dreams of a comeback shattered, we abandoned our secret activities and found other ways to pass the time. Some of my roommates composed poetry and practiced calligraphy, others carved woodcuts of Chairman Mao's head. I resumed my old hobby of building radios. I went downtown every few days to buy components and study circuit diagrams in the electronics section of the bookstores. Most of the East's Red Corps members moved from the Commerce Bureau back to school, confident that the Red Rebels had been quashed for good. I did my best to avoid my enemy classmates. Except for an occasional sneer across the dining hall, they did not bother me. The 73rd Army sent 2 officers to Yazhong to help consolidate the victory of the East's Red Corps. By then, I had learned that this unfamiliar unit was an anti-aircraft artillery unit just back from Vietnam. It was based in Xiamen with the 93rd Army. The 2 representatives, both Army doctors, were an odd pair. One was tall and thin, with the pale face of a scholar, the other stocky and bearded. All they seemed to do was to walk the campus with pistols at their hips. More Red Rebel students returned toward the end of November. Many of them put up statements declaring their withdrawal from the Red Rebels. Some referred to our organization as the Hodgepodge Red Rebels. Some applied to join the East's Red Corps. I began to hate these opportunists. Even more than the East's Red Corps people, although I knew they were sailing with the wind in order to survive. I ran into Xuangan under the willows one afternoon. He put on a smile that did not seem malicious, so I tentatively smiled back. "Jianhua, what are you waiting for?" he said, gesturing to the withdrawal statements on the walls. "He who understands the temper of the times is a great man." I phrased my reply with care. "I'm concentrating on my semiconductor studies right now. I'll consider your advice." "Sooner or later, you'll have to do it." "Sooner would be better than later." "I'll consider it." "Don't think the impregnable pass is ironclad, today we stride through it and start anew," he said, quoting one of Chairman Mao's poems. Xuangan approached me several more times with the same suggestion. At first, he seemed to be acting in good faith. Then he began to sound threatening. His attitude made me all the more stubborn, although I never refused him outright. I was still in bed one morning, immersed in a radio manual, when a knock came on the door. I rose and opened it to find Papa standing outside with Catalin. "Thanks to this nice girl, I finally found you," Papa said. "Your school's in such disorder, it's hard to find anyone." Catalin left without a word as Papa stepped in. He was wearing a black overcoat with a fox collar, the same coat he had worn every winter since he was county head of Yuan 15 years before. He looked frail. His eyes were misty and his hair was streaked with white. Nonetheless, he seemed to be in good spirits. "I'm on my way to Xiamen to attend a Mao 293 Zedong thought study class," he said. "I thought it might be a good idea to check on you." "I'm fine," I said. "I have a lot of radio books to read." Papa's eyebrows descended into a frown. "I think you had better read Chairman Mao's works and other useful things. Have you read the Red Flag editorial on realizing a grand revolutionary alliance?" "Who wants an alliance?" "The head of the Central Cultural Revolution Group gave us a death sentence, and our opponents mercilessly suppressed us." "I'm not criticizing you." Papa's voice was stern. "But I told you long ago not to oppose the People's Liberation Army. You didn't listen to me." I did not answer. He continued, "You should examine your petty bourgeois thinking. One moment, you're a fanatic for struggle by force. The next, you're totally disillusioned and avoid politics altogether. That's not the right attitude. I think you should approach your classmates, admit your mistakes, and reconcile with them. They'll treat you decently." "How do you know?" "The girl who came with me was very nice. She promised me that they wouldn't treat you harshly if you would only withdraw from the Red Rebels." Papa was lobbying for the East's Red Corps. I looked him straight in the eye and said, "Papa, I can't give up my principles. I don't believe that those people represent Chairman Mao's revolutionary line." "Would you give up your principles?" "I know that you wouldn't. In fact, you never have. That's why Yajin City Wall still stands." I acted on behalf of the majority then, Papa said. I understand that only 4 or 5 of you in your whole class stood on the losing side. You never gained majority support. 294. Our side has a majority in the school as a whole and in Yuan as a whole. Yuan is a complicated place. The People's Liberation Army had to wrest it by force from the Kuomintang. There are still a lot of bad elements here. They like to fish in troubled waters. A majority in Yuan means nothing. What about the prefecture? Are you in the majority in all of Shimen Prefecture? I doubt it. Truth sometimes rests with the minority. The Central Cultural Revolution Group has declared who is right. Comrade Chen Boda was Chairman Mao's personal secretary for a long time and understands Mao Zedong thought better than you. You should obey. As Papa continued to lecture me, I asked myself if this was the same man who had always fought for truth and often paid dearly for his principles. Was this the man like a sword, who would rather break than bend? The sword seemed to have lost its edge. Papa wanted me to obey, to swim with the tide. He droned on. I nodded mechanically from time to time, having lost track of what he was saying. I did not want to argue with him anymore. Eventually, he finished his lecture, and I found a chance to ask him if his attendance at the study class meant that his final liberation was near. He said that he did not know. He was looking forward to getting liberated, for he missed work very much. After all, he said, writing self-criticisms was not a very productive way to earn your salary. 295. EAST is Red Corps people ordered my roommates and me out of our office and turned it into a darkroom. They said they were preparing a photography exhibit on the Tulan struggle between Chairman Mao's revolutionary line and the bourgeois reactionary line. We moved to another room 3 rows away from Myo ID dormitory. Little Ba Wang and his followers had occupied our old room. The door was always shut and the windows were covered by blankets. It did not take long for their secret to leak out. The East's Red Corps had set up torture chambers to punish students who had played a prominent role in the Red Rebels or who refused to defect. I began to notice former Red Rebels limping around campus as if they had been injured. When I tried to talk to them, they evaded me. I reported the matter to the army representatives. They told me that this was a mass movement and they were not in a position to stop it. All they could do was to reiterate the party's opposition to violence. For some reason, I felt in no danger myself. When my turn came, early one morning, I was totally unprepared. A voice woke me. Little Mihu was looking at me with his sweet, puppy-like smile. Had he come to make amends? Come with me. We have to talk with you, he said softly. My roommates did not wake up. I put on my padded jacket and followed him outside. It was 296. Barely dawn, and nobody else was out. I asked him where we were going. You'll know when we get there, he said. He led me to our old dormitory room. Please, you first, he said. I pushed the door open. It was black inside. My eyes had not yet adjusted to the dark when someone came up behind me and blindfolded me with a smelly rag. I was shoved forward. I felt the presence of people around me, although they did not speak. Little Ba Wang ordered me to sit down. My hands were pulled backward and tied behind the back of the chair. Do you know why you're here? Little Ba Wang said. He seemed to be sitting across from me. You are going to torture me, I said, trying to control the trembling in my voice. Why else would you blindfold me and tie me up? Comrade Shuangan has pointed you toward the bright and glorious road several times. You refuse to come to your senses. We've decided to give you a little help. I'm considering his advice. Considering? How long have you been considering? Little Ba Wang's voice got louder. A whole month. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Look how many Red Rebels have made their statements. Just a handful of you diehards have not. All of your leaders have been arrested. Are you still dreaming of a restoration? With our leaders arrested and the Red Rebels disbanded, what need is there for a withdrawal statement? I said. I'm not interested in factional politics anymore. I'm just building radios. Little Ba Wang's voice grew even angrier. Nonsense. It's true that the Red Rebels have been wiped out, but you must make a clean break, both ideologically and organizationally. 297. It takes time for one to change one's views. I was interrupted by a heavy blow on the leg. I wondered what kind of club they were using. It felt like a chair leg. How was that? Are your brains a little clearer? Little Ba Wang spoke purposefully from his spot in front of me, as if he wanted me to know that he had been sitting there all the time. You can't do this to me. We're classmates. We're all class brothers. Classmates? Class brothers. Little Ba Wang roared. Why didn't you say so when you were waving your spear and sword at us? Now you must confess your crimes in opposing us and the People's Liberation Army. I did oppose you, but I never opposed the People's Liberation Army. Why should I oppose the People's Liberation Army? You know that my father is a veteran guerrilla leader who fought side by side with the People's Liberation Army during the war years. Let me remind you of something. You must recall shouting down with Li Tongmao. Li is a commander of the 93rd Army. How do you explain your act? It's true that I shouted that slogan. But Li is Li. He doesn't represent the whole army. If I don't remember wrongly, your people shouted down with Kui Tian. Kui was commander of the missile troops and the 901. Little Ba Wang lowered his voice again. Let's not discuss these unimportant slogans, he said. We are interested in your serious crimes. Did you participate in beating a nurse at the army hospital? No, I'm against beating. It was I who released that army nurse. 29-8. Did you participate in the fighting against our comrades? Mainly I followed along as a reporter for our newspaper. A series of blows fell on my leg. I twisted in the chair, making the rope cut into my wrists. My torturers continued striking me. Gradually, my legs became numb. Then the numbness subsided and was replaced by sharp pain. I thought they were beating me again. In fact, they had stopped. Little Ba Wang resumed his interrogation from his spot in front of me. How was that? I believe you are ready to confess now. I felt cold. My padded jacket was wet with sweat. I have answered all your questions, I said. Who are the members of the Night Tiger team? Speak. You know them all, Sangzi, Urku. I recited the names of people who had not returned to school. Don't play tricks with us. We want the names of those who are here. We know who they are, we just want to see if you want to reform. If you know, why ask me? 2 strokes fell on my knees. I cried out for the first time. Stop pretending, it doesn't hurt that much. Name just one Night Tiger team member who is on the campus right now, and we'll spare you. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer in his stead. I really don't know. The dubs fell on my thighs, knees, and shins. I struggled in the chair. A blow landed on my nose. Gold sparkles danced under my blindfold. The chair fell sideways with a thump. For a second, I thought my skull had split open and I was going to die. Grandpa! I cried out. A hot stream of blood came out of my nose and flowed down my cheek. Minutes. 299. Passed before my torturers righted the chair. I could taste the blood in my mouth. Tell us who of the Night Tiger team is here. My head was spinning. Do, Su. I murmured, hardly knowing what I was saying. In view of your father's prestige, I will spare you the rest of the course that other Red Rebel diehards must go through, Little Ba Wang said. Send off the guest. Somebody untied me, and 2 others helped me to my feet. My legs went limp and I sat down again. They hauled me up and dragged me toward the door. Little Bawang had some final instructions. Write a statement declaring your withdrawal and post it within 3 days, do you understand? Don't breathe a word about this morning, do you hear? Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. My eyes were uncovered in the open doorway. The daylight was dazzling. A push sent me sprawling on the ground. The door slammed shut. Not until that evening did I recall that I had given Dusu's name to little Bawang. I forced myself to get out of bed and limped to Dusu's room to tell him to hide. I was too late. Dusu's roommate told me that a little fellow had just led Dusu away. I berated myself, coward, renegade, traitor. I had broken under torture, like the traitor in the novel Red Crag. I had betrayed a comrade. I hated myself for not being stronger or smarter. The next morning, I went back to Dusu's room. He was lying in bed, sunshine falling on his face. Before I could say anything, he smiled and said, "Jianhua, I rode a helicopter last night. They hung me on a beam and beat me. They even applied their physics lessons, they saved labor by using pulleys to lift me off the floor." I grasped his hand and said, "Dusu, I was the cause of all." 300. Your pain. I explained, expecting him to call me a traitor and slap my face. Instead, a guilty expression swept over his face. He held my hand tight and said, "I can't blame you. I know how one feels under torture. It's enough to drive a sane person mad." When they threatened to leave me strung up for the whole night, I told them some names, too. After leaving Dusu, I understood why Papa had grown more compliant over the years. I had yielded after an hour of interrogation and torture. I had even betrayed a comrade. Papa had experienced wave after wave of both mental and physical torture. No wonder he had made some adjustments. I thought of Yuan, who had jumped out of the Public Security Bureau building with her red flag, and Song Ying, who had cursed her torturers, and all the noble communists who had endured torture in the novel Red Crag. Were they made of some special material? My legs began to hurt so much that I had to spend the next week in bed. My roommates brought me food and helped me to relieve myself in a jar. As for the statement, I postponed it until the last minute, when little Mihu came to get it. I never bothered to find out where it was posted. When I could move around again, my enemy classmates made me join their discussions in our old classroom. They wanted me to criticize myself, but I talked as little as possible. The 2 army officers sometimes joined us and talked about their experiences in Vietnam. They let students play with their pistols until one went off in little Mihu's hands and just missed Catalan's head. My classmates also assigned me to physical labor. Working alone, I dug a pit in the frozen earth for disposing of dirty wash water. As the weather turned colder and colder, more and more red rebels renounced their allegiance. 4 or 5 torture. 30 chambers were working around the clock. Some of the torturers were using methods as brutal as those of the Kuomintang and US imperialists. A girl whom Meng had planted as a spy in the East's Red Corps had bamboo splints driven under her fingernails. Great snow midwinter by the traditional peasant almanac arrived at the end of December with the heaviest snowfall yet. The sky was leaden, the ground white, the leafless trees swaying with their burden. I was sitting in my room, reading by the stove, when the door opened and Wiawa appeared. He came in and shook the snow off his padded coat. The snow on his eyebrows melted and dripped over his face. Had my brother gone crazy? "Why did you come back?" I said. "Don't you know what has happened?" "Of course. News of Chen Boda's speech reached our home village quite a while ago. Step-brother and had to go into hiding because his rebel organization sided with the 48th Army faction. There's armed struggle going on in the mountains now. It's not safe there either. I thought I might as well come back and try to help our faction." "What the hell can you do now?" I said. "We're all finished. They're beating people right and left. They've been asking for you." You can't stay here. Is the situation that serious? Some East Red Corps people greeted me when I came in the gate. They didn't bother me. That's terrible. They know you're here. You have to leave, immediately. Where can I go? Anywhere. Go see old Lou and his wife. They'll help you hide. Just then, a group of East Red Corps students came in. 302. Leading them were Wiawa's classmate Hezwi, Hairlip, and a senior nicknamed Hwawagongzi, Playboy. Hezwi's father was a Long March veteran who had lectured to our politics class several times, always telling the same story about eating leather belts while crossing the grasslands. Hwawagongzi's father had once been a petty official in charge of the medicinal herbs department of Yuan County. Papa had removed him for embezzlement. I knew the two boys were running a torture chamber in Dingyi's old office. Both had ropes hanging from their leather army belts. A pair of glistening handcuffs dangled on Hwawagongzi's hip. Wiawa, come with us, Hezwi said. We have something to discuss with you. You can't take him. I said. He's sick. I grabbed Wiawa's sleeve. Brother, they want to beat you. Nonsense. Hezwi snapped. We only want to talk. How could we beat a classmate? He turned to Wiawa again. Let's go. Don't believe them. Don't go. I begged Wiawa. Wiawa moved toward the door. I've never harmed them. I don't think they would harm me, he said. He and the other students went back out into the snow. Following them to the teacher's building, I grabbed Wiawa's arm again and entreated him to stay with me. I'm not afraid, he said. Let's see what they'll do to me. I hung onto his arm until two boys pulled me away and held me back. You can't beat my brother, you can't beat my brother. I shouted as Wiawa faded into the snow. The two boys holding me knocked me down and ran to catch up. Frantically, I went looking for an older Red rebel who could intervene on my brother's behalf. Nobody would do it. My roommates appealed to the army officers. They would not help either. I paced my room in anxiety and despair until a dull thump sounded outside the door. I opened it to find Wiawa lying face down in the snow. His cotton-padded jacket had been slashed into strips. The cotton stuffing and the snow were turning red with his blood. My roommates helped me lift him onto a bed and went to find a doctor. Wiawa's face was covered with cuts and bruises. I began to remove his blood-stained clothes. There were welts on his back and legs. He regained consciousness and looked at me. Those bandits robbed me of my Parker pen, he said. Failing to find Dr. Yang, my roommates brought back the two army officers. Hearing that the case was serious, they had agreed to come with their first aid kit. Perhaps the 73rd Army had sent doctors on purpose, knowing their medical skills might be needed. They did not ask how the injuries had occurred or who was responsible. They listened to Wiawa's heart, took his blood pressure, examined his limbs, dressed his cuts, and said he would be fine. Wiawa could not stand for several days. Hezwi and Hwawagongzi had beaten him with leather belts, bricks, clubs, and door springs. They had not asked him any questions, nor had they bothered to cover his eyes. The snow fell gently for another few days. By the time it had stopped, Wiawa was able to get up. I persuaded him to go home. At 3 o'clock one morning, I helped him trudge through the knee-deep snow to the rear of the campus, where I gave him a boost onto the top of the city wall. He set out for the early bus to Lingzi. The radiance of the setting sunless 1967 drew to a close. Yizhong's dormitories were nearly full again for the first time in a year. Almost all the students had returned. Most of the former Red rebels seemed resigned to the East Red Corps' victory. Moreover, people believed that the party's call for a grand revolutionary alliance signaled an end to the movement. Students began to talk about resuming classes, graduating, and going to college. The East Red Corps leaders became our administrators. They ordered all teachers, most of whom had spent a leisurely summer and autumn at home, back to school with the threat that otherwise they would be deemed to have resigned of their own accord. Not wanting to lose their iron rice bowl of lifetime tenure, the teachers all came back. Those who had taken no sides in the factional fighting were welcome to join the East's Red Corps. The ox ghosts and snake spirits were asked to clean the old recreation building and move into its small, cell-like rooms. As for those who had sided with the Red Rebels, many became guests of the torture house. I heard that our homeroom teacher, Wenqiu, had been beaten for helping us run our newspaper. The unluckiest was Ding Yi. He belonged to neither faction, but was still the school's #1 capitalist roader and counter-revolutionary revisionist. Once again, the former party secretary mounted the auditorium stage to take airplane. 305. Rides. This time, he had some young companions. Menge and other Red Rebel leaders rode the jet with him. The East's Red Corps branded Menge an active counter-revolutionary and accused him of diverting the general orientation of the Cultural Revolution, as well as of harboring the #1 capitalist roader, Ding Yi, and the ox ghosts and snake spirits. Menge also had to shoulder responsibility for the Red Rebels' supposed atrocities. Menge's secretary, Jinfeng, was called his concubine. Lushuan, head of the Night Tiger team, was reviled as chief executioner. We hardly ever saw our leaders between meetings, for they were kept under lock and key and guarded around the clock. We knew they were being tortured. When they appeared on stage, they looked more like ghosts than human beings. Menge, his head shaven, his face covered with cuts and bruises, a week's growth of whiskers on his chin, showed no emotion as his captors held him in the jet plane position. Even when renegade Red Rebels mounted the stage to denounce him, his face remained blank. I could scarcely remember the commander-in-chief whose calm, gentle confidence could inspire the winds and clouds to do his bidding. The East's Red Corps required everyone to attend these meetings. I sat as far back in the auditorium as I could and tried to imagine that Fangpu and Little Ba Wang were up there riding the jet plane instead. I felt very much alone during this period. I had not seen Zongwei for more than 2 months. Erku had not returned either. Sangzi still languished in the hospital in Beijing. News of his condition was bad. The hospital could not evict him but barely gave him any treatment. I appealed to the army representatives at Yizhong for help, but they said it was not their affair. 306. Fangpu was maneuvering to consolidate his power. In line with instructions from Beijing, a 3-in-1 revolutionary committee would be formed to run the school. First, a preparatory committee was set up. Rather than seek the top position, Fangpu invited Yizhong's old principal, Wu Du, back from Beijing's Central Party School to head the committee. Fangpu became vice chairman. The 2 army doctors became the army representatives. Everyone said that Wu Du was merely a decoration and that the 2 army men could not stay on the campus forever. Therefore, the future of Yizhong rested in Fangpu's hands. One afternoon during a struggle meeting, as I leaned on a windowsill at the rear of the auditorium, little Mihu came up outside the open window and told me in a flat voice, "You had better come with me to see your comrade in arms." "Who?" I asked, wondering whether it was an auspicious or an ominous message. "You'll see when you get there." I climbed out of the window and walked with little Mihu toward our old dormitory. He ushered me into the room next to the one in which I had been tortured. 2 of my enemy classmates were there. Upturned chairs and some rope lay on the floor. "He's over there," little Mihu said, directing me to a bunk bed in the corner. It was Zongwei. He lay on his back on the bare wood of the lower bed, his eyes half closed, his face ashen. His padded jacket was draped over the bedpost. The new red cotton sweatshirt he had worn underneath was torn. His pants, once blue, were dark with blood. His belt was missing and his fly was open, revealing red sweatpants that matched his shirt. He was barefoot. "Zongwei, your comrade in arms is here." Little Mihu. 307. Shouted sarcastically as I stood there like a wooden statue. "Open your eyes to look at your comrade in arms." Zhang opened his eyes and gave me a vacant stare. I searched for a sign of warmth, or just an appeal for help. Instead, I thought I saw disappointment, disgust, even hatred. Did he think that I had betrayed him? Did he think that I had come to persuade him to surrender? Otherwise, why would I be walking around healthy and unharmed? I felt ashamed. I wanted him to forgive me. I wanted him to know I was not a renegade. His tired lid slid back down over his eyes. Zhang, one of my enemy classmates yelled. Confess your crimes right now. Zhang opened his eyes and said in a weak voice, I'm too tired. His eyes closed again. Stop pretending. The other boy bellowed. If you don't hand in your confession today, it means that you don't want to leave. The two boys continued to yell at Zhang but got no response. Let me go fetch Dr. Yang, I begged the students. He is not going to die, said little Ba Wang, who had just entered the room. He's pretending. Don't be taken in. Let him confess. Zhang was breathing hard. His lips were white and cracked. He opened his eyes again and said in a barely audible voice, Water, I want water. His dry lips moved clumsily. Please, let me get some water, I said. He can't confess in this condition. Little Ba Wang said nothing, perhaps a sign that he did not object. I grabbed a bowl and ran all the way to the boiler room by the dining hall. I filled the bowl with water from the boiler and walked back as fast as I could, trying not to spill it. The two boys were still yelling at Zhang to confess when 308. I knelt down by the bed. The water was too hot. I blew on it for a while. I put my arm under Zhang shoulders, lifted him up, and put the bowl to his lips. Grasping the bowl with both hands as I held it, he drank like a person dying of thirst. I asked him to stop. He did not listen. He gulped down the whole bowlful without a pause. I asked him if he felt any better. He did not answer. I laid him back down and draped his jacket over his upper body. His appearance did not improve. I went outside and found little Ba Wang talking with Catalan and Kong Fang. I begged him to let me get Dr. Yang. He bluntly refused. When I returned to Zhang bedside, I found him gasping for breath. His face was gray. I ran out again in a panic. Little Ba Wang was gone. I found Xuangan and persuaded him to come look at Zhang. He was scared too, and agreed to let me get Dr. Yang. I ran to the clinic. When I told Dr. Yang about Zhang, she looked uncomfortable. She said the East's Red Corps had been harassing her for treating some injured Red rebels, and she was afraid to go too far. Nearly in tears, I pleaded with her, Dr. Yang, you can't just sit by when he needs you, you have to go save him. At last, she picked up her first aid kit. I thanked her and ran back to the dormitory. The enemy classmates had left. Zhang was breathing a bit easier now. He looked at me and moved his lips, but I could not understand what he was saying. Dr. Yang came in. She tried to roll up Zhang pants, but they were stuck to his legs with dried blood. As she slit open the pant legs with scissors, she flinched. When I looked at Zhang bare legs, I knew why. They were riddled with holes the diameter of a pencil, surrounded by strings of loose flesh the consistency of shredded pork. Blood and pus oozed from the wounds. 309. What in hell did they use on him? Dr. Yang muttered. Looking around the room, I found the answer to her question, the pokers used to tend the stove. My classmates had flailed Zhang with those steel hooks. I did not tell Dr. Yang, for fear that she might faint. I began to feel relieved as Dr. Yang cleaned and dressed Zhang injuries. All of a sudden, she stopped working. Zhang was panting hard again. With each breath, he seemed to expel more air than he was taking in. Dr. Yang took his wrist and felt his pulse. She stood up and went out, saying only, I have to talk to them. In a few minutes, she came back in. His pulse is very weak, she said. We're going to send him to the hospital. Your classmates have gone to find a cart. Little Bawang, Shuangan, Little Mihu, and some other East's Red Corps students came in. They pushed me aside and started to lift Zongwei. He gave a cry of pain and threw his head back. His eyes rolled up until only the whites were showing. My comrade was dying. I had heard that dying people recovered consciousness just before death, and then their eyeballs rolled up. The last radiance of the setting sun, it was called. Be quick, or he won't make it. I cried out. Who are you ordering about? Little Bawang said. Get out of our way. I had to step aside as they carried Zongwei outside. A two-wheeled cart, its shafts tied to the rear rack of a bicycle, was waiting at the door. A dirty quilt lay in the cart. Zongwei's head hung backward as they set him down. His eyes were still open. He seemed to be gazing at the hazy winter sky, but I knew he was seeing nothing. It was said that people who died with unfulfilled wishes or as victims of in 310 justice never shut their eyes. Zongwei might fit into both categories. Dusk was falling. The struggle meeting in the auditorium had ended, and students were going back to their dormitories. Little Bawang and his followers pulled the cart onto the path. Little Bawang swung himself onto the bike. The others ran along on both sides. The crowds of students hardly gave them a glance. For several hours, I clung to the belief that Zongwei would return. After dinner, the loudspeakers summoned the East's Red Corps leadership to an emergency meeting. Then I knew I would never see my friend again. The official explanation for Zongwei's death that emerged over the next few days was this: Zongwei had come to town on market day to do some shopping and had stopped by the school. He got into an argument with some girl classmates and insulted them with foul language. The girls called the boys. Zongwei resisted. The boys took him away and were subduing him when he suddenly died of heart failure caused by an old disease. I knew the only ailment Zongwei had suffered from was something the locals called sheep hair nails. Tiny white bristles would appear on his back from time to time, causing an unbearable itch. When he got an attack, Teacher Wen would bring him home, where her ugly old mother rubbed buckwheat dough on his back to pull out the bristles. How ridiculous to claim that his old disease had led to heart failure. Zongwei had died a violent, unjust death. I had seen the blindfold, the ropes, the instruments of torture, the wounds, the blood with my own eyes. But the East's Red Corps and its allies at the Public Security Bureau would never let anyone see the body. Absurd as their fabricated story was, nobody 311 would ever question it. I could not challenge it either. All I could do was curse my foes to myself. Thus we entered the year I-96s. We marked New Year's Day with yet another struggle meeting against the Red Rebel leaders. Zongwei's mother, a widow, came to town on an ox cart driven by her nephew to take her son home. The East's Red Corps did not let me talk to Zongwei's family for fear that my story might differ from the official version. I watched the cart roll off with the closed coffin containing Zongwei's frozen body. Zongwei's mother was weeping. Loose wisps of her white hair drifted in the cold north wind. A few days later, a boy from my class named Qinghai, who had gone home during the factional fighting and had joined the East's Red Corps after returning to school, handed me a piece of folded paper as he passed me on the path. Opening the paper, I found a message asking me to meet him that evening by Rear Lake. My heart began to race at the thought that he might be setting a trap on behalf of Little Bawang. I went despite my fears. It was a moonless night. Qinghai was wearing a heavy hooded coat. Putting a cold hand in mine, he said, "Jianhua, I know that you may suspect me, but you'll get to know me in time." We began to walk, hand in hand, to keep warm. "I want to talk with you because I can't talk to anyone else," Qinghai said. "Why not?" "I can't trust anyone else. Even your East's Red Corps comrades. If I tell them what I really think, they'll expel me or brand me as politically suspect. If you can't trust them, why should you trust me? 3I2. There's something one must tell you. His words tumbled out in a rush. Jianhua, one don't like terror and violence. One could understand why the two sides fought. But one don't understand why one side still beats people, even after its complete triumph. One had nightmares about Zhonggui's death for several nights. Then came Teacher Wen's rape. What are you talking about? One stopped abruptly and stared at him. Little Ba Wang and some of his followers gang-raped Teacher Wen. After Zhonggui died, Little Ba Wang ordered Teacher Wen to write an affidavit about Zhonggui's serious disease. She wrote about the sheep hair nails and described how her mother had helped treat it. This wasn't satisfactory. Little Ba Wang wanted her to write that Zhonggui had gone into shock several times. Teacher Wen told him she couldn't deceive the people and the party. They beat her and then they raped her. She was our teacher for more than 2 years. She treated us like her own children. How could Little Ba Wang do that? He has become a beast. We resumed walking. Do you know how Zhonggui was beaten? One asked. I was in the room. Zhonggui was on his way to the market. He didn't know that things had changed so much. He thought that struggle by force was over, and that we were back to the days of great debate. When Catalan and Kongfang saw him and asked him to surrender, he said, "You're the ones who should surrender. Don't go around with your noses in the air." The girls got angry and called the boys, who tied him up. One knew that Catalan had disliked Zhonggui even before the Cultural Revolution. One day during class, Zhonggui had 313. Loudly pronounced the first syllable of her name with a falling tone instead of a low and rising tone, making it sound like fuck. Everyone had burst into laughter. Even though Zhonggui's slip of the tongue was not deliberate, Catalan had held a grudge against him ever since. 20 students joined the beating, Qinghai continued. Even Catalan and Kongfang and a few other girls took part. They used chair legs, door springs, and pokers. They kicked him all over. Little Ba Wang demanded to know how much money he had stolen to buy his new sweatsuit. Zhonggui said his mother had bought the suit with her earnings from several months' work on her loom. Little Ba Wang demanded that he take the suit off. He held onto it, and they beat him more fiercely. I couldn't stand his screaming and moaning anymore, so I left the room. For a few minutes, we trudged along the lake without speaking. The only sound was our feet crunching through the crusted snow. The East's Red Corps leaders called that emergency meeting to plot their cover-up. They passed a 4-point resolution. 1. Zhonggui provoked the beating. 2. Zhonggui died of heart failure due to an old disease. 3. All beatings from now on will be restricted to the lower part of the body, below the hips. 4. Any efforts to take advantage of the incident to oppose the East's Red Corps will be suppressed. Qinghai told me he was keeping a diary in code. He added, I saved the blindfold and ropes they used to bind Zhonggui. In a socialist country like ours, murderers shouldn't go unpunished. We can't let them get away with murder. A few days later, he gave me the blood-stained relics. I hid them in the rafters above the ceiling in my room. 314. 3 loyalties and 4 boundless loves. See hows after prolonged unity and unity after prolonged chaos are eternal rules under heaven. Grandpa had often cited this opening sentence of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It seemed to apply to the situation at Yizhong. After a long period of disorder, a new order was coalescing. Yizhong's Revolutionary Committee was formally installed with fanfare and celebration in January. It had taken exactly a year for Fang Pu to realize his dream of wresting power from the school's party committee. He was now called Vice Chairman Fang Pu. Principal Wu Du was the chairman, representing revolutionary cadres. The former head of the school's financial department represented faculty and staff, since he was the only staff or faculty member who had actively sided with the East's Red Corps. The other members were East's Red Corps students. It went without saying that no Red rebels could serve. The 2 army officers served as supervisors. They brought in a whole 73rd Army platoon to bolster what Battlefield News called the newborn Red Revolutionary Power. Battlefield News had a press monopoly now. Red Rebels was long since defunct. Aside from Yuling, who was not expected, Huan Tian and Zhongwei, who would never return, Sangzi, who was still in the hospital in Beijing, and Yuan Xiao, whom nobody had seen. Since the Red Rebel triumph at the Army Hospital, everyone in Class 85 had returned to school. Urko and I reluctantly moved into the room next to Little Ba Wang's torture chamber, for the Revolutionary Committee wanted us together in class groups. I took the blindfold and ropes with me. Urko and I buried them under the brick-paved floor, beneath the spot where Zhongwei had fallen. Maybe Little Ba Wang wanted to put on a milder fight, or maybe he craved sun and fresh air. For whatever reason, he and his followers took the blankets down from the windows of the torture chamber and replaced them with paper. However, they did not stop tormenting people. Almost every night, Urko and I were awakened by screams and moans coming from the next room. Urko was afraid they would come to get him for escaping from the bathhouse, but they never did. One night, the screams became so terrible that we got up to look through a rip in the paper. Our enemy classmates were interrogating a senior Red Rebel as he crouched on the floor with his hands tied behind him. A pulley swayed on a beam. They pressed him to confess how much money he had stolen during the factional fighting. He said none. They beat and kicked him until he said 20 yuan. Not satisfied, they beat and kicked him some more. The figure kept rising until it was 800 yuan. At this they became openly skeptical and asked him to declare once and for all how much he had taken. He said he had taken nothing and had made up the figure because he could not stand the torture. Urko and I were glad when the torturers suspended their operations to concentrate on a new campaign. Called 3 Loyalties and 4 Boundless Loves, it was said to have a rig. 31-6. In at an air base near Ximen, but nobody really knew for sure. The 3 loyalties were loyalty to Chairman Mao, loyalty to Mao Zedong thought, and loyalty to Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line. The 4 boundless loves were boundless love for Chairman Mao, boundless love for Mao Zedong thought, boundless love for Chairman Mao's proletarian revolutionary line, and boundless love for the proletarian revolutionary headquarters headed by Chairman Mao. The campaign consisted of decorating our classrooms, reciting Chairman Mao's quotations and 3 most read articles, and declaring our love and loyalty. Class 85 put a poster of Chairman Mao in an army uniform on the back wall. Underneath, we painted ocean waves and ships, and a radiant red sun rising on the horizon. Under that, we wrote the inscription "Sailing the seas depends on the helmsman," imitating Lin Biao's calligraphy. Above the picture, we wrote "Respectfully wish our great leader, great teacher, great supreme commander, and great helmsman Chairman Mao an infinitely long life," in the handwriting of the scholar Guo Moruo, who was so revolutionary that during the campaign to smash the 4-aids, he had declared all his previous writings to be trash. Every morning, we assembled before Chairman Mao, raised our little red books above our heads, and chanted wishing our great leader Chairman Mao an infinitely long life, and his close comrade in arms good health forever. We would sing the song "Sailing the Seas Depends on the Helmsman." Then we would read quotations in accordance with the day's agenda. If we were going to study with the 73rd Army people, we would recite with the Army and people united as 317. 1. Who under heaven can match us? If we were going to attend a struggle meeting against Meng and Ding Yi, we recited everything reactionary is the same, if you don't hit it, it won't fall. Every evening before bedtime, we assembled again to sing, chant, wave our red books, and report to Chairman Mao about what we had done during the day. These routines at the start and end of the day were called asking for instructions in the morning and reporting back in the evening. The campaign grew more creative and varied. Chairman Mao quotation contests became popular. Catalan recited all 270 pages of the Red Book without missing a word. Yuan could recite any quotation as soon as you gave her the page number and category. I did not do very well at quotations, but impressed people with my flawless recitation of all 37 of Chairman Mao's published poems. Little Ba Wang did everything he could to avoid these contests. Dances were another way to express our loyalty. The most popular one was set to a Tibetan tune, on the Golden Hill of Beijing. To carry out Chairman Mao's instruction to fight selfishness and repudiate revisionism, we adopted the People's Liberation Army system of red pairs. Urko and I naturally formed a red pair. Our classmates called us the black pair. Maybe they were right, for we never did mutual criticism and self-criticism the way we were supposed to. Instead, when the two of us were alone, we cursed the East's Red Corps. The campaign led to a movement to revolutionize daily life. It consisted of replacing daily talk with quotations from Chairman Mao. When you got out of bed in the morning, instead of saying, "Let's get up," you said, "Carry the Revo." G8. Lucian through to the end. When you went to bed, you said, "Never forget class struggle." People greeted each other with, "Serve the people." If you bought anything, be it a movie ticket, pencil, or bottle of soy sauce, you had to initiate the transaction with a quotation. This was troublesome for older people with poor memories, but nobody protested. One had to sacrifice some personal convenience for the sake of making revolution. Chairman Mao quotations were useful in many situations. In the marketplace one day, I heard a housewife and a saleswoman trading quotations at a vegetable stall. The housewife was choosing tomatoes with great care, examining each one, since they were expensive in the winter. The displeased sales clerk said, "Fight selfishness and repudiate revisionism." The housewife replied, "We communists pay great attention to conscientiousness." They quoted back and forth until they were ready for a fight. Onlookers used quotations to stop them. The 3 Loyalties and 4 Boundless Loves campaign was a positive development as far as Urko and I were concerned. Carrying it out took precedence over the antagonisms between us and our East's Red Corps classmates. The cessation of torture next door allowed us much more sleep. We no longer had to be on the defensive every minute of the day and night. The news of Papa's liberation lifted my spirits even more. The central radio station broadcast a story about the Mao Zedong thought study workshop that Papa had attended in Ximen, and mentioned Gao Shangi as an example of a revolutionary cadre who had gone among the masses to seek forgiveness and had joined the new organ of revolutionary. 319. Power. Urko congratulated me, saying, "Now you can trade your dog cub of a capitalist rotor cap for your son of a revolutionary cadre cap." The story also appeared in the People's Daily. I went downtown to buy my own copy, which I posted on the wall of my room. I invited several East's Red Corps classmates in to see my latest radio project just so they would see the newspaper. Good tidings were followed by bad. Sangzi returned to school dead. Little Mihu, a look of derision on his face, brought Urko and me the news. A number of East's Red Corps students were standing outside the room where Sangzi lay. One said, "Look, the foxes have come to mourn the death of the hare." Sangzi was stretched out on 2 desks pushed together, his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something. His round, ruddy peasant face had shrunk to a bony, yellow mask. I lifted one of his skeletal hands and felt the calloused palm. Urko and I stayed by Sangzi's side the whole afternoon, unaware of time passing. Neither of us had an appetite for dinner. We went to bed early without talking but unable to sleep. My mind was full of memories of Sangzi, his earthy jokes, his brawny peasant strength, his zest for battle. I had never once heard him complain. I heard Urko tossing in his bed and knew that he was thinking of the same things. Sangzi stayed in that room for 2 days until his father came to take him to their village for burial. Urko and I did not talk with his father. We lacked the courage to face him. We felt responsible for Sangzi's death. If only the Red Rebels had defeated the East's Red Corps, the hospital would not have let Sangzi die. I went to Lingzi a few days later to spend Spring Festival with my family. Chairman Mao quotations in fresh red paint. 320. And pictures of Chairman Mao captioned with the character for loyalty on a red heart adorned the walls of the villages along the road. As the bus entered the Lingzi county limits, a row of roadside guardians, some built of mud, others of snow, came into view. Local peasants had sculpted them to mock the capitalist roaders. The figures were hard to recognize, but signs made their identities clear. Head of state Liu Shaokai was there, and so were the provincial and county party secretaries, and even the former county party secretary, Han Rong. I was glad to see that Papa was not included. Enthusiasm for the three loyalties and four boundless loves was even higher in Lingzi than in Yijin. Almost everyone in the streets was wearing a Chairman Mao portrait on a necklace, and some of the older people held the portrait up in front of their chests as they walked. Not a poster against Papa remained. He was now vice chairman of the county's new revolutionary committee, having prevailed over Mo Yin the wind sailor. I was happy about the outcome until I learned that Papa was but a figurehead. True power rested with a group of military men, led by the head of the county military department, who was chairman of the committee. Papa was in charge of agricultural production and had virtually no say in political decision-making. This did not bother Papa, however. When I got home, he had already left for his model brigade, Tile Terrace. He would spend Spring Festival with the peasants there. Last year's Spring Festival was no more than a grim memory now. An air of exuberance permeated our little mud brick house. Though still bedridden, Grandpa was directing preparations for the feast from the Kong. Jianhua, what did I tell you last year when your papa was in trouble? He asked. Did Grandpa predict wrong? Of course not, I said, because 321. You'd mastered Marxist dialectical materialism. Grandpa's laughing turned into choking coughs. I pounded him on the back and insisted that he rest. Mama had bought us a quarter of a pig this year. When she came on Spring Festival morning to eat gyoza, she also brought gifts from the tank regiment that supported Papa, a bag of exquisite Chairman Mao quotation books, half the size of the regular ones, and some large Chairman Mao badges, one as big as a soup bowl. The metal used to make the badges reputedly came from BS-2s shot down in Vietnam. My sisters, brothers, and I were so happy that we capered around to the dance called On the Golden Hill of Beijing. Weiwa returned to Yizhong with me. As we left the house, Mama told us that Papa had written to Fangpu asking him to ensure our safety. With Papa fully rehabilitated, Fangpu could not take such a request lightly. When we walked in the school gate, we saw that our statue of Chairman Mao had arrived. The giant figure was lying in front of the principal's building, partly covered by a tarpaulin. All over the country, people were erecting such statues to express loyalty and love for Chairman Mao. Our revolutionary committee had ordered ours from a factory in Tianjin that was working around the clock to meet the demand. I pulled back the tarpaulin to better admire the figure. Chairman Mao was 5 times as large as life. He was wearing an overcoat and an army cap with a star. His right hand was uplifted, exhorting us to carry on the revolution. The concrete was colored and textured to resemble light pink marble. Chairman Mao was lying on the ground because his base was not complete. An old tree had been chopped down and a concrete base poured on the spot, but Fangpu did not think. 322. It good enough. He had ordered some marble slabs to cover the concrete. Only Fangpu could make Chairman Mao wait without causing a political crisis. When the marble slabs arrived, they were far too big, so Fangpu assigned a group of teachers to cut them to the proper size. Out of curiosity, I stopped by the workshop where they were working. The air was filled with dust. My physics teacher, the Yankee Feng, and my geology teacher, the rightist Liu, were cutting the stone. My Chinese teacher, the Kuomintang officer Li, was polishing the cut pieces at a grinding machine. A cotton mask covered his mouth and pink particles clung to his sweaty forehead, making him look like a Beijing opera clown. I watched him for quite a while. I had the urge to address him as teacher, but felt it would be out of place. "That looks like an interesting job," I finally said. Teacher Li looked at me. His eyes smiled above his mask. "I'm glad to have the opportunity to reform myself through such significant work," he said. "May I help?" I said. "Thank you, no. It's too dusty here. You'd better leave." "Let me try just one," I insisted. Teacher Li yielded. He found me a mask and let me help him hold the marble slabs against the polishing wheel. We did not talk much. We did not need to talk. It seemed like the old days before the Cultural Revolution, when teachers and students got along. I felt so content among these ox ghosts and snake spirits that I went back to the workshop and helped Teacher Li for several days. Erko complained that I was not spending enough time with him. At last, Chairman Mao was righted upon his glistening pink base. It was a grand sight. A white marble plaque commemorated the event: greatest leader, greatest teacher, greatest supreme commander, and greatest helmsman Chairman Mao, erected by the Revolutionary Committee of the East Is Red Middle School of Yuan and all Red Guards of the East Is Red Corps, February 1968. Our school henceforth would be known as the East Is Red Middle School, Fang Pu announced. Teachers Feng, Lu, and Li were not at the ceremony, for all ox ghosts and snake spirits had been confined to their rooms. The order of our 3 loyalties and 4 boundless loves cooled after Spring Festival. My East Is Red Corps classmates looked for new diversions. They plundered the school warehouse and found some musical instruments. Now a screeching violin and weak trumpet notes disturbed our rest. They got hold of pistols and shot bullets into the classroom roof. When they tired of that, they tossed grenades into Rear Lake. I took advantage of this period to work on a 5-transistor radio. Just as I finished the job and was tuning in the central broadcasting station, several explosions went off outside. Little Ba Wang and Shuanggan were standing there laughing while smoke rolled out of the pit I had dug for disposing of wash water. "It's getting warm," Shuanggan said. "We don't need it anymore. This is easier than filling it in." 324. Another explosion went off. I went outside again. Little Bawang, Shuanggan, and Little Mihu were picking themselves up off the ground before another demolished pit. "That's dangerous," I said. "You shouldn't stay so close." "Nonsense," Little Bawang said. "We're experimenting to find a safe spot." "The soldiers told us that there's always a safe spot," said Shuanggan. "If you lie down at the right place in time, you'll always be safe." Little Bawang turned to Shuanggan and said with a sneer, "You two wouldn't have done it if not for my dare. We accepted it, didn't we?" Little Mihu said. "Look at your frightened face." Little Bawang said. "Don't pretend to be so brave." No sooner had I gone inside again than the 3 of them came in and fixed their eyes on my radio. Little Bawang picked it up and fumbled with the knobs. "Let me borrow this for a few days," he said. Before I could reply, he took a handful of bullets out of his pocket and tossed them into the stove. Urko and I ducked as the bullets exploded. Little Bawang did not even flinch. "So you agree," he said. He departed with the radio, his 2 companions following. I had spent 2 weeks making this radio, skimping in the dining hall even more than usual to buy the components. I wanted to appeal to Wu Du, chairman of the Revolutionary Committee, but Urko dissuaded me, saying that it would only invite more trouble. Urko and Wiawa lent me money to build another radio. This one was even better. It had 8 transistors and received many more stations. We even listened to Radio Moscow attacking the Cultural Revolution secretly, because listening to enemy radio was a serious crime. 325. Little Bawang heard about my new project. He came by with the 5-transistor radio and said he wanted to trade it for the 8-transistor one. I knew that if I refused, he would take both anyway, so I had to agree. If you like radios so much, why don't you learn to build them, instead of borrowing mine? I said. He replied that he would start right away. He started that afternoon by breaking into the physics laboratory to steal materials and tools. He and his followers turned their torture chamber into a radio workshop. I taught them the rudiments of transistors and drew them 2 and 4 transistor circuit diagrams. However, little Ba Wang had neither the talent nor the patience to assemble a radio. His finished product was a mutangle of electronic parts. He was so angry that he smashed it with a pistol butt. His followers did not do much better. Only Xuangan succeeded in building a working radio, and his sounded like a mosquito. Little Mihu appeared in my room early one morning and asked me to go next door, assuring me that there was nothing to fear. A jumbled mass of radio components and wires was spread over several desks. Musical instruments lay on the floor. Enemy classmates sat staring at me from the bunk beds lining the walls. Jianhua, little Ba Wang said in a friendly voice, I have invited you here to serve as our engineer. You will help us build radios. If you perform well, we'll accept you into the East's Red Corps. He told me the rules. I could not leave their dormitory room. Urko would deliver my meals. I must not divulge the source of parts and tools. I must work fast but maintain high quality. I would be expected to bring their non-functioning radios to life and to build an 8-transistor radio for little Ba Wang, a 7-transistor one for Xuangan, and 326 transistor ones for other East's Red Corps activists. Little Mihu qualified for a 5-transistor radio because of his excellent service as Fangpu's courier. After one finished this first batch of radios, I could start on the next batch a radio for every East's Red Corps member in Class 85. With no right to refuse this great honor, I became their slave. Urko was pressed into service as my butler. Under duress, he also resumed his role as class barber. I immersed myself in my new job. The smell of tin solder drove my cares from my mind. My skills improved rapidly, and each radio took less time to assemble than the last. One obeyed all the rules and added a few of my own. I was entitled, for instance, to sneak some of the best transistors into my pocket. Meanwhile, my captors resumed playing with guns and grenades. This led to the first casualty among my enemy classmates. A grenade exploded in little Mihu's hand. The county hospital saved his life but not his arm. When Urko and I heard about it, we agreed that it served him right. The day after the accident, little Ba Wang relieved Urko and me of our duties while he attended to little Mihu's case. We were lying in our own beds, relishing our newfound freedom, when the former editor of Red Rebel, Kaiud, came in. Looking around conspiratorially, he unwrapped a small paper bundle and held up an object resembling a small stick. Do you know what this is? He asked. Urko and I shook our heads. This is your classmate little Mihu's little finger. Kaiud burst into laughter. I found it in the bell tower courtyard. Other Red Rebels found pieces of his arm and threw them into Rear Lake to feed the fish. Kaiud's expression turned from delight to anger as he added, this bloody finger. 327. Is small payment for the blood of our comrades. He tossed the finger into our stove. The fire flared and sizzled, and a foul smell filled the room. Little Mihu did not return to school until early March. By that time, 8 of our East's Red Corps classmates were about to leave for the army. Ordinarily, the People's Liberation Army took in new recruits at the beginning of the year. In 1967, when making Cultural Revolution was taking precedence over everything, the army had skipped the annual recruitment. In 1968, we expected the same. However, with the growing tensions on the Sino-Soviet border, the army had abruptly announced a recruitment drive. Yizhong's Revolutionary Committee said that anyone except the main Red Rebel leaders could apply. Erko, Wiawa, and I all registered. Erko had always wanted to be a military man. I had never contemplated an army career, but with all the universities closed, I could not think of anything better. Although all three of us passed the physical examination, none of us was chosen. Several former Red Rebels were accepted, so we could not claim that the school revolutionary committee had discriminated against us because of our factional affiliation. Everyone knew, however, that the committee had given East's Red Corps students the best recommendations. More than 100 of them would be inducted. Rumor had it that Fangpu's top strategist, Jinyan, known to the Red Rebels as the dog-headed military advisor, had recommended that any members with blood on their hands escape this way. Fangpu was staying, but Jinyan had enlisted. Little Bawang, Shuangan, and the other boys who had beaten Zongwei to death would be leaving there blood-stained. 32-8. Reputations behind. My new friend Qinghai was going too. He told me he could no longer bear life at school. The campus emptied as students accompanied the new recruits to the railroad station. Little Bawang and Shuangan took along the radios I had made. Erko and I boycotted the procession. Little Mihu also stayed behind. Little Mihu could not have returned to school at a worse time. The enthusiasm of the new recruits only made him more depressed. He had just turned 17. But for his accident, he might have been going into the army too. The school revolutionary committee had paid all his medical expenses and awarded him a monthly allowance for sustaining wounds while implementing tasks for the public. But nothing could compensate for the loss of his arm. The sarcasm and arrogance that little Mihu had displayed in the service of his East's Red Corps masters had vanished. He looked at me now with a mournful expression that begged for sympathy. I reminded myself of the crimes he had committed against me and my comrades. Nonetheless, I could not hate him as much as before. Soon after our schoolmates went off to the army, the provincial capital was moved from Beijing to Ximen. People who were fond of interpreting political events said that Chen Boda had engineered the change to strengthen his position. He had never really trusted the 48th Army in Beijing. In Ximen, however, he had the 93rd and 73rd Armies on his side. When the Provincial Revolutionary Committee was set up, the People's Daily hailed the event with an editorial headlined, "The sons and daughters of the kingdoms of Yan and Zhao have lofty ideals." Yan and Zhao were the two states. 329. That had occupied what was now a single province during the Warring States period more than 2,000 years earlier. People who were adept at reading things into the newspapers said that Yan and Zhao also were allusions to the pro-93rd and pro-901 factions, and that the factional struggle was not over yet. Ji Ranpa's philosophy of conflict was, the loser is bandit, the victor king. The rightist scholar Hu Shi had once said, history is like a little girl, for people to dress up as they fancy. The victors at what was now called the East's Red Middle School demonstrated the truth of these statements. In the spring of 1968, they totally rewrote the history of the previous year and a half. The School Revolutionary Committee called an assembly to officially proclaim Yuan, who had plunged to her death from a window at the Public Security Bureau, a revolutionary martyr. At the same meeting, the committee invalidated the declaration naming Heping, who had died as a prisoner in a jeep, a revolutionary martyr. The East's Red Corps unveiled its two-line struggle exhibition of faked and doctored photographs. Pictures of Red Rebel leaders had been airbrushed so they would look like criminals. Some of my enemy classmates were glorified as long marchers in a caption to a picture of them walking along the top of the city wall. The future was as uncertain as the past was elastic. My 33-0 classmates and I would have entered the senior division of school the previous summer. Now Erko was talking about dropping out and returning to his village to earn work points in the fields. I urged him to wait a little longer and see if classes resumed. Let those ox ghosts and snake spirits teach us, he replied. Our hopes were revived in late March, when Lin Biao arrested the acting chief of staff of the People's Liberation Army, Yang Qingguo, and two other generals. It happened right on the stage of the Great Hall of the People, with thousands of high army officers looking on. Yang had written an article in the People's Daily entitled "Establish the Absolute Authority of Mao Zedong Thought in a Big Way and a Special Way." It was said that Chairman Mao had ordered Yang's arrest because he did not like the idea of absolute authority and big way. The reason that Erko and I were happy with Yang's downfall had nothing to do with this philosophical debate, however, or with other crimes Yang was said to have committed in Beijing. We were happy because Yang was a former commander of the 93rd Army. The East's Red Corps and other pro-93rd organizations had often boasted of being linked to Beijing's proletarian revolutionary headquarters through Yang. Yang was said to have championed the pro-93rd army cause at the negotiations called by Chen Boda. The enemy had lost its most powerful spokesman. Once again, Red rebels began to dream of a reversal. Our undisguised pleasure put the East's Red Corps people on guard. One day, some of them overheard me quoting 2 lines from a Tang poem to a former Red Rebel brigade leader. Even raging wildfire cannot burn it out. When the spring wind blows, it springs up again. 331. They put up a dazabayo citing my words as evidence that the Red Rebels were plotting a counter-revolutionary counterattack, and calling on East's Red Corps members to beat us back. That evening, as I stood with my classmates before Chairman Mao's portrait, Catalan demanded that I confess my ideological circumstances to Chairman Mao. I tried to humor my classmates by saying that I now felt content with East's Red Corps rule. They did not believe me. They made me stand right in front of Chairman Mao and formed a semicircle around me. They even let Erko stand with them. Little Mihu was there too, a distant look in his eyes. "Speak," Catalan ordered. "Why did you recite that poem to Shuhua?" "Because he likes poetry. Don't you know that he's a Red Rebel leader? People can change. If Kuomintang war criminals can be reformed, a student certainly can." "Don't play your stupid games," Kong Fang said. "Why did you choose that poem?" "Because this is early spring and the grass is growing." "Are you dreaming of a restoration?" "I'm telling the truth." "You bastards still haven't learned how to behave," said a boy we called Zubeiji, the name of the pig deity in Journey to the West. Zubeiji had been small potatoes in the enemy ranks until Little Ba Wang's departure. Lately, he had taken command of the remaining boys. "You won't tell the truth until we use force," he said, giving me a kick behind the knees. As I fell to the floor, Catalan restrained Zubeiji from kick. 332. "Ing me again. Apparently, you need some Mao Zedong thought to help you reform," she said. "Recite the quotation on page 10, paragraph 2. I could not find the words. "No wonder you're such a reactionary, you don't even know Chairman Mao's works," said Zubeiji. "We're not going to let you stand up until you recite the quotation." "Maybe we're being too strict," Catalan said. "I'll tell you the first few words, and then there should be no problem. Listen, everything reactionary. Everything reactionary. Everything reactionary." I could not go on. "Think again. It should be easy for a man of letters like you. Everything reactionary." I still could not think of the rest of the quotation. Erko gave me a reassuring look. Little Mihu was no longer there. Some of the others started taunting, "Stupid. Reactionary." I glanced around in confusion. I could see between my classmates' legs to the brooms resting in the corner of the classroom. The quotation jumped into my mind. Everything reactionary is the same, if you don't hit it, it won't fall. As a rule, where the broom does not reach, the dust will not vanish of itself, I recited. That's not quite right. Try again, Catalan said. After several more tries, I remembered the phrase that I had left out, everything reactionary is the same, if you don't hit it, it won't fall. This is also like sweeping the floor, as a rule, where the broom does not reach, the dust will not vanish of itself. Now recite it 10 times. I repeated it 10 times. Now make your confession. 333. I have nothing to confess. One withdrew from the Red Rebels long ago, and the Red Rebels organization does not exist anymore. Did you not take pleasure in the arrest of Yang Qingguo? Zubeiji inquired. Did you not think his arrest might pave the way for your comeback? No, one didn't. I must warn you that if you have any unrealistic illusions, you'd better give them up, Zubeiji said. The revolutionary red power will not change. One could not convince my classmates of my innocence. At last, they let me get up from my knees and ordered me to submit a written confession. One wrote that when my father had led a guerrilla unit against the Japanese he had known Yang, then a district military commander, that one had heard many stories about Yang's service as commander of the advance force on the Long March, and that one felt sorry for Yang and hoped for his reinstatement. One knew this feigned sympathy totally contradicted Chairman Mao's revolutionary line, for Chairman Mao himself had ordered Yang arrested. Nonetheless, it satisfied my classmates. The reversal that we Red Rebels yearned for did not occur. By the time the shrubbery atop the city wall was turning green again, the pro-93rd Army side had taken over Yijin County's new administration. The deputy political commissar of the county military department, who had fled to Ximen to seek refuge when the other department officials sided with the 901, had returned to become chairman of the county revolutionary committee. Fang Pu was vice chairman. Weiwa's classmate as we could strut about even more proudly because his Red Army veteran father was a committee member. By contrast, my classmate Yuan Cheo's father, also a Red 334 Army veteran, had been forced to resign as head of the Army hospital because he had leaned toward the 901. He was planning to retire to his hometown in Jiangxi province. Yuan Chao and his sister Kang Mei had gone ahead to look for a house. Fang Pu also became a member of the Standing Committee of Ximen Prefecture's Revolutionary Committee. My former editor Kayut assured me, the higher the helicopter rises, the harder it will plunge to the ground. But Fang Pu's political career seemed to be on an ever-rising trajectory. By the time the lilac bushes burst into purple blossom, we were involved in a new campaign. Chairman Mao had made a speech saying that factionalism was not completely bad. Proletarian factions should fight bourgeois factions, and proletarian factions could unite with one another, but not with bourgeois factions. This inspired the 12 Force Typhoon campaign, intended to defend the newborn proletarian revolutionary committees against class enemies. The time was still not ripe for a grand revolutionary alliance. Made a broad sweep across Yijin, targeting landlords, reactionaries, counter-revolutionaries, capitalist roaders, die-hard madmen, and anti-army elements. All the villains accumulated since liberation, plus the leaders, activists, and unrepentant members of the losing faction, had to put on white armbands with black characters identifying their crimes. Ding Yi, still number one capitalist roader and counter-revolutionary revisionist, Menge, black chieftain of the madman's hodgepodge, and Jinfeng, tramp and concubine of the black chieftain, took countless more jet plane rides on the stage of the school auditorium. The disgraced teachers were also dragged out again. I saw Zubeiji knock Teacher Li down in a rice paddy and submerge his head under the 335 muddy water. On another occasion, I saw him drumming on Teacher Liu's bald head with a stick. Not long afterward, Teacher Liu went to the army hospital with bleeding ulcers and had 3/4 of his stomach removed. ISTA's Red Corps students made Red Rebel students put on white armbands and kneel down before Chairman Mao morning, noon, and night. The noontime sessions were often held outside for other students to see on their way to lunch. Although the weather had turned warm, some of the Red Rebels still wore their thick padded winter clothes for protection. Once proud warriors like Xiang Sheng, now labeled the Black Cripple General, and Chun Fei, Black Madman Ambassador, crouched and kowtowed submissively while their classmates kicked their buttocks. Their submissiveness may have saved their lives. One who did not submit was Yang Rui, former director of our arsenal. Her classmates harassed her in countless ways, making it impossible for her to eat or sleep. One day, I saw her washing her bowl over and over again at the sink in the dining hall. The bowl was covered with ink. A few days later, I watched her struggle to stand upright while her classmates pulled her hair to force her head down. When she had weakened, the students threw her onto the classroom floor and kicked her unconscious. She revived and asked to go to the toilet. She could not stand up. Many onlookers had gathered, but neither I nor anybody else dared to help her. She dragged herself outside toward the lavatory. Later in the day, Red Rebel students found her body on the path. She was buried outside the North City wall with the others who had died ingloriously. Perhaps my classmates had decided that I posed no threat, or perhaps they respected Papa's status, for even Zubeiji left me alone. Urko escaped the dragnet too. Nonetheless, we 33-6 took precautions. One night, we dug up the blindfold and ropes that had bound Zongwei and threw them down the well in the bell tower courtyard. Weiwa was not so lucky. At first, his classmates merely made him apologize to Chairman Mao, without even making him kneel down. Late one night, however, a group of students beat him up again. One of Weiwa's friends woke me early the next morning to tell me. He said that Weiwa had disappeared. I finally found him lying on a bench at the bus station waiting for the next bus home. His jacket was torn and his face was covered with cuts. Hezwi and Huawigongzi had laid another trap, enlisting the aid of younger students to throw Weiwa off guard. When the bus came, I helped Weiwa to a seat and told him to see a doctor as soon as he got to Lingzi. He nodded absently. I later learned that he had fainted the moment he stepped into the house. He stayed in the local hospital for a week recovering from internal injuries. The struggle meetings continued at school, and the white armbands proliferated. I was surprised when the former head of the school's financial department appeared with one. The only revolutionary among the entire faculty and staff had become a color-changing chameleon. His former student allies, having kicked him off the school revolutionary committee, had locked him in a room and were feeding him nothing but bread made of sweet potato flour. I encountered him once in the lavatory, straining with constipation as he squatted over the pit. On market days, all the victorious organizations in the county paraded their 12 force typhoon victims through the streets of Yijin. The county revolutionary committee enlarged the marketplace and built a permanent stage for struggle meetings. The movement reached its height in mid-337 June, with a rally attended by 10,000 people. Menge and other top leaders of Pro-901 factions stood on the stage, held by armed police. Several hundred special guests with white armbands knelt on the ground between the stage and the audience. The authorities were killing the chicken to scare the monkey, as the old saying goes. They sentenced some of their captives to jail terms and others, including Menge, to labor reform. A policeman kicked Menge behind the knees to make him fall, pulled his arms behind his back, and snapped a pair of shining handcuffs on his wrists. After the rally, the typhoon subsided. Some former Red Rebels were dispatched with the ox ghosts and snake spirits to grow vegetables by Rear Lake. Others were allowed to take off their white armbands and rejoin their classmates. The East's Red Corps even absorbed some of its old adversaries into its organization by creating a new class of members. The original members were now called Red Guards and had the right to wear red armbands. The new ones were fighters and could not wear red armbands. Although Urko and I never applied, we were named fighters anyway. Now we could mix with our classmates and attend most of their meetings. We remained in our own room but could enter the room next door at will. I resumed reading radio manuals and experimenting with new circuits. Urko made woodcuts of Chairman Mao on the tops of broken desks. Meanwhile, for the boys next door, life had become aimless and boring. From time to time, they brought in a couple of teachers and made them slap each other or crawl on the floor. At night, they would light campfires outside the dormitory to attract cicadas and eat those that plunged into the flames. One day at noon, I stepped into their room to find them engaged in collective masturbation. 33-8. Lying in bed stark naked, their penises displayed like a row of anti-aircraft guns, they were competing to see who could shoot the highest. The School Revolutionary Committee declared that we would have a 2-month summer vacation, the first since the summer of 1965. Yuan had returned to school. Fearful that his old enemies would beat him a third time, I persuaded him to go home early. On the last day before vacation, I faced his enemies instead. Hezwi and Huawegongzi had one of their flunkies summon me to a room in the teacher's building. When I told them that Yuan had left, Huawegongzi grabbed the front of my shirt and said, "You brothers are playing tricks." Letting go of my shirt, he opened a folding fan with the flick of a wrist, closed it again, and used the folded fan to poke me in the chest. I backed up a few steps. He kept poking me until I had backed up all the way across the room. He struck me on the head with the fan and yelled, "Halt!" I had stopped beneath a portrait of Chairman Mao. Pointing to the picture, Huawegongzi ordered, "Confess your crimes." Just as I had seen my comrades do during the 12-force typhoon, I bowed 3 times to Chairman Mao and said, "Great leader Chairman Mao, I apologize to you, for I did not study your works well, and I took the wrong side in the great winds and waves of class struggle." I went on and on until Huawegongzi ordered me to stop. He ordered me to sweep the cement floor. I did so. He ordered me to sprinkle the floor with water to keep the dust down. I went to the dining hall and brought back a bucket of cold water. I sprinkled the floor. As long as they did not beat me, I did not mind humoring them. When I had finished my tasks, Hezwi pointed to a wash 339 basin and said, "Drink a basin of cold water to refresh yourself, and then you can go." He laughed as he filled the basin from the bucket and placed it on a desk in front of me. One drank a third of the water and put the basin back on the desk. Huawegongzi rapped me on the head with his fan. One picked up the basin again and drank some more, very slowly. My stomach was starting to ache. One put it down again and said, "I can't take any more." "Stop pretending," Hezwi said. "I know you can finish." One forced down some more, letting as much as possible flow down my chin and inside my shirt. When the basin was 2/3 empty, Huawegongzi got impatient and dumped the rest on my head. "Now," he said, "go get the worst person at school and bring him back here." "How do one know who the worst person is?" One said. "You have to tell me. If one don't satisfy you, you'll be angry." "It doesn't matter, just get the one you think is the worst." One walked slowly out of the building as one contemplated this demand. It would be a difficult decision, for whoever one sent them would be their next amusement. One went to the recreation building and found Eclectic Zoo. No sooner had he trotted off to the teacher's building like a goat than one regretted my choice. Eclectic Zoo might be an ox ghost and snake spirit, but he had never harmed me. One chased after him. My bloated stomach slowed me down. Eclectic Zoo got to the room before me. One put my ear to the door and heard Huawegongzi say, "Why are you here?" "A student said you wanted me." "You motherfucker, who wants an ox ghost and snake spirit like you? You been struggled against so much that you stink. We want those madmen. Go away, you mother." 34-0. Fucker. My guilt assuaged, I retreated to my room, collected my things, and set out for the bus station. As I passed Rear Lake on my way to the small north gate, I saw Men's secretary, Jinfeng, working in a tomato patch. She was barefoot, with her pant legs rolled up to the knee. The back of her blue jacket was wet with sweat, and her hair clung to her sunburned face. She still wore her white armband. Nobody was guarding her. She was working all alone and could easily have run away. "Sister Jinfeng, why don't you flee?" I said. She turned to me. "Thank you, but I don't want to leave. I want to be near Menj," she said. "Anyway, where could I go?" I don't have food coupons or money. People would know what kind of person I am. They would pick me up right away and send me back. She was right. She looked shabby and beaten down. With one look, anybody in the county could guess that she was from the defeated faction. Sister Jinfeng, take care of yourself, I said. The clouds will pass and the sky will clear. I shook her hand, and left without looking back. Grandpa and my younger brothers and sisters had moved out of their crumbling mud house and into a sturdy brick one across town. Grandpa was on his feet cooking again. He walked unsteadily and stood hunched over, but his hands were nimble as ever with the cleaver. Classes had resumed in the schools of Lingzi. Xinghua, Miwan, and Yuan were attending primary school in their new neighborhood, and Zhiwa had entered the middle school. The curriculum consisted mainly of reading Chairman Mao's works. The house seemed crowded after Weiwa and I had moved in for the summer. Worried about his future, Weiwa alternately brooded and raged. In one outburst of anger, he smashed Xinghua's rabbit hutch, making Xinghua cry the whole afternoon. Papa decided to send Weiwa and me to his favorite production brigade deep in the Taihang Mountains. He said that working at Tile Terrace would help to reform our outlook on the world as well as to build up our strength. Weiwa and I set out for the brigade one day in late July, taking a bus into the mountains and trudging another 10 miles through a valley, using a meandering river as our guide. The valley narrowed as we walked, and the river was only a few meters wide when we reached our destination. 12 villages nestled against the slopes, their terraced fields ascending like staircases to the tops of the hills. After a month of farm labor, Weiwa decided that he had worked enough. He hitched a ride out on a visitor's truck. I was worn out too. In the evening when I joined the villagers in Mao Zedong thought study sessions, I could hardly keep my eyes open. The brigade leaders assigned me to lighter work at brigade headquarters, helping 5 girls embroider a tapestry of their socialist mountain brigade. They wanted to send the tapestry to Chairman Mao for the upcoming 9th Party Congress. It was mid-September when I returned to Yijin. Heavy ears of rice were nodding in the yellow paddy fields. In spite of battles, campaigns, and typhoons, a good harvest was in sight. The peasants would reap, eat, and live on, as they had for thousands of years. But the place we now called the East as Red Middle School would never be the same. Earth-moving machines still rattled, and trucks shuttled back and forth among the hills of rocks and cement on the sports ground. The classrooms were dilapidated, the walls thick with layers of paper, dirty glue, and faded ink. Desks and chairs had been smashed and used for firewood. The science laboratories had been plundered. The music hall had been blown up. Above all, the faculty had been demolished. The dead were dead, and the survivors were no longer themselves. Desks, chairs, and microscopes could be replaced, run-down buildings rebuilt, but the loss of our teachers was irretrievable. With our own hands, we had destroyed the heart of our school. Shortly after I moved back into my dormitory room with Erke, our classmate Yuan Chao showed up at the door. He wanted to have a last glimpse of the school before moving to the south. His father had been edged out by young upstarts at the army hospital and was looking forward to retirement. Yuan Chao had found him a quiet place to settle down. When I asked about his sister Kang Mei, Yuan Chao said she was in Jiangxi province with her husband. She met a young guy in a restaurant who belonged to a local gang of ruffians, and in 3 days they were married, he said. There's nothing you can do after the rice is cooked. My parents didn't agree at first, but since she'd slept with him they had no choice. After Yuan Chao left, I pondered how unpredictable life could be. Who would have thought that Kang Mei, the pretty schoolgirl, daughter of a Red Army veteran, would marry a hooligan at the age of 17? I felt even more perplexed about my own future. Our immediate fate was soon determined. Everyone who 343 was still at school would graduate. The County Revolutionary Committee made the decision shortly after the Central Committee convened an enlarged plenary session in Beijing and declared Lu Shaokai a renegade, hidden traitor, and scab. Chairman Mao had called on students to go up the mountains and down into the countryside to receive re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants. Most of my schoolmates, especially those who came from the countryside, preferred to stay in town. Within a few days of graduation, all the Red Guards of the East's Red Corps were assigned urban jobs in county organizations and businesses. Zubeiji went to the Commerce Bureau and Catalan to the Light Industry Bureau. Kong Fang went to work at the cinema. Little Mihu became the gateman for the County Revolutionary Committee. A few less active East's Red Corps members in my class became waiters and waitresses in restaurants, which they considered much better than returning to their villages to repair the globe. Former Red rebels fared differently, of course. Those from peasant families returned to their villages with their useless diplomas. Those from the town of Yuan were assigned to a suburban commune. I said goodbye to Urku, who was going home to till the earth. Wiawa and I went back to Lingzi. We felt indignant at the East's Red Corps' abuse of power, but there was nothing we could do. Neither Wiawa nor I wanted to go back to work with the peasants. When Papa asked me to make a speech at a rally for local middle school graduates about my determination to go up the mountains and down into the countryside, I declined. If I made such a speech, I would have to live up to it. 344. And then I would not be able to do anything else. Wiawa declined the invitation too, saying that if all our East's Red Corps schoolmates had gotten real jobs, why should we go to the countryside? Not that we had high aspirations. Wiawa now said he would be satisfied to become a postman delivering mail by bicycle. I thought that I would like to get a factory job. Sometimes Siwa joined our discussions. He would like to be a cook, he said, so he could eat to make up for what he had lost during the 3 difficult years. In the meantime, Wiawa worked as a volunteer at the county bookstore. Every day, he brought home outdated picture books that he had rescued from the trash heap, children's versions of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and other vestiges of the Four-Aids. I attended to Grandpa, whose bronchitis had worsened again as the cold weather set in. He stayed on the Kong all day, choking and sputtering. I made him tea, which he drank right from the spout of a small porcelain teapot. Sometimes he would ask me to go out and buy him cigarettes to make him cough so he could clear his throat, despite doctor's orders not to smoke. One day, Grandpa broke the spout of his teapot. I could not find another of that kind in the local department store, so I went to Shimen to buy him a new one. Shimen was much quieter than a year ago. No dazabao, no loudspeaker debates, no fighting in the streets. The madman's commune was a thing of the past. Now the power of the new revolutionary committees prevailed. Nobody knew what was happening behind the high walls of the Missile Engineering Institute, but rumor had it that the 901 cadets were going to Vietnam for real battle and that the academy would close. 345. Found a pot for Grandpa in a porcelain shop and boarded the train. It was already dark when I got off at Yuan, too late to catch the last bus to Lingzi. I decided to visit Myo ID school. The campus lay lifeless under the moonlight. I went from dormitory to dormitory. All were empty and dark, and smelled of mildew. Reluctant to stay in this ghostly place, I considered going to old Liu's house in town. Then I saw a dimly lit window in a corner of the bell tower courtyard. Getting up my courage, I went to the door and knocked. Teacher Li opened the door wide. "Come in," he said in a jovial voice. His cheeks were flushed. I smelled hard liquor. "Tonight is New Year's Eve," he said. I had not realized that this was the last day of 1968. "Let me wish you a prosperous New Year, Teacher Li," I said as I stepped from the cold night air into the warm room. The only furnishings were a coal stove, a table, and a bed. "Happy New Year to you too." "We should all feel happy," Teacher Li said. "Sit down, Jianhua. Tonight, we two, an old teacher and a young student, should drink to our Heian's content." I sat on the edge of the bed. Teacher Li put a plate of rabbit meat on the table and said, "Freshly pot stewed." I got it this afternoon in town. He poured some clear liquor into a bowl, handed it to me, and toasted, "Bottoms up. Bottoms up, Teacher Lee." The fiery liquid burned my throat and made my eyes water. I began to cough. "Quick, have some hare meat and you'll feel better," Teacher Lee said. I followed his instructions and did indeed feel better. Teacher Lee looked at me, his eyes moist. "It makes me feel good to be called teacher again. Nobody has called me teacher for a long time. But let's not mention those old matters tonight. Let's talk about new things and look forward to the new year. Jianhua, do you remember Bai Juyi's poem about drinking wine? That fits my mood tonight." He recited it, his body swaying back and forth, his glistening bald head describing circles in the air, as in the old days when he had recited poems in the classroom. A jug of newly brewed green foamy wine sits on the small red earthen stove. Evening approaches with snow on the way. "Do stay to drink a cup with me." Teacher Lee's happiness was infectious. We sat up half the night at the creaky table, drinking, eating hare meat, and reciting Tang Dynasty poems. Finally, he cleared the table and said, "It must be past midnight. We have entered the new year. We should rest. Let's go next door and get you a bed." "Why take the trouble to move it?" I asked. "I can sleep there, if you'll lend me a blanket. It gets very cold at night. You must sleep in here with the stove." We moved another bed into the small room. My head was dizzy with drink. Teacher Lee talked on for a while. The last thing I heard before I fell asleep was that the East's Red Corps students who had gotten jobs in town would have to return to their villages or settle in the countryside after all. We got up late on the first morning of I-969. Teacher Lee was still cheerful as he saw me to the gate. Such a man would welcome anybody, even little Ba Wang, out of the cold for food and drink. At the bus station, I encountered little Mihu and his brother, who had served with an anti-aircraft artillery unit in 347 Vietnam and had been wounded and demobilized. Little Mihu was going back to his village after losing his job as gateman for the County Revolutionary Committee. His brother had come to help him collect his things. Fang Pu tried to get me special treatment, but it didn't work out, little Mihu said. I looked at his empty sleeve and then at his face. He looked back at me sadly. Then he looked down at the front of his cotton-padded coat. His remaining hand played with a button. "Is everything all right with you?" I said. "How are things at your home? How about your mother? I haven't seen her for so long." I had gone home with little Mihu for the weekend just once. His mother had instructed him to fetch a cabbage from the production team's collective fields. When I had told little Mihu that it was wrong to rob the collective for personal use, he had said he could not disobey his mother. I had vowed never to visit little Mihu's home again. "Mama is fine," little Mihu said. "She often asks me why you never visited again. What can I tell her? It was all my fault. As for me, I'm fine too, except sometimes I feel lonely. Our classmates do not keep in touch with me. Forget about the past. Let bygones be bygones. We should look into the future." I could not think of anything to say to someone who had lost an arm. Little Mihu lifted his head and looked at me again, gratitude in his eyes. I saw the sweet, naive little Mihu I had once known. I shook his left hand to say goodbye and boarded my bus. On the way home, I decided to build him a radio. The way out. Lis, the saying goes, when the cart comes to the foot of the hill, it will find its way up. Wiawa and I had been waiting at the foot of the hill for months. We found our way up when the People's Liberation Army came to Lingzi to recruit new servicemen. It was called compulsory service, performed by citizens as a duty without pay, but in fact nobody needed to be compelled to serve in the People's Liberation Army. Peasant lads eager to leave the countryside had always vied for the privilege. With the universities closed, Middle school graduates like ourselves were joining the competition in multitudes. Yuan was enthusiastic about joining the army, believing it far better than returning to Tile Terrace, and even preferable to the postal service. To me, it seemed the only way out. We signed up at the recruiting station for Lingzi and surrounding villages, along with thousands of other young men. Since I was 3 months short of 17, I registered as a year older to meet the minimum age requirement of 18. A preliminary visual inspection eliminated half of the applicants. The inspector's penetrating eyes gave me goose flesh, but both Yuan and I passed this first test. The next day, we returned to fill out political background forms. This stage of the process would weed out half the candidates again. I was worried that Mama's bankrupt landlord status might ruin our chances, so I suggested that we declare the way out. 349. Her middle peasant, as we had in the past. Yuan said we would be in terrible trouble if our lie was discovered. Mama turned pale when she heard my idea and told me to tell the truth. Your father's background as a lifelong revolutionary will offset it, she assured me. I did as she said. When I handed in my form, I saw that the others going into the pile all claimed poor and lower middle peasant origin. I slipped mine into the middle of the pile, too embarrassed to lay it on top. Despite my fears, Yuan and I passed the political evaluation. The next step was a physical examination, which would have the number of candidates once more. Everything from heartbeat to testicles came under scrutiny. We had 3 chances to pass the blood pressure test. After flunking twice, I took a pill and passed. As our army prospects grew brighter, Grandpa grew more and more subdued. One night as we lay on the con, he said to me, "Child, joining the army may be one choice, but I think you should go back to our hometown to till the soil. Get a wife and settle down. Yuan is a lovely place." "Grandpa, I want to join the army to continue the revolution," I said. "I don't want to be a peasant for the rest of my life." "What's so great about joining the army and continuing the revolution?" "Your father has devoted his whole life to the revolution, look what has happened to him. Officialdom is not so enviable. Being a peasant is better than anything." He continued, "It's fine if your big brother wants to join the army. His temperament suits it. You're the reflective, scholarly type. You don't belong in uniform." "Grandpa, I know what you mean," I said. "I won't stay in the army for long. If I get the chance to go to university, The way out. 35-0. Will go. But right now, all the universities are shut. I'll join the army for a couple of years, and I'll still be young when I get out." Grandpa was quiet for a while. Finally, he said, "Child, Grandpa can't prevent you from going. This time, though, I may not get up. After you leave, I won't see you again. Grandpa, I'll be back to see you." I pulled the covers over my head. My eyes overflowed with tears, wetting my pillow and quilt. While Yuan and I were waiting for final notification, we learned that recruits would be divided among 3 types of service. Top candidates would go to nuclear missile bases, second class to the Navy, and the remainder to regular Army logistics units. We did not even dream of being assigned to a missile base. The political standards were too strict. Recruiters investigated family histories going back 3 generations and disqualified people for the slightest question. So we began to hope for the Navy. Just at this time, Mama became the target of a new campaign, motivated by Chairman Mao's instruction to get rid of the stale and take in the fresh in the ranks of the party. Any capitalist roader, revisionist, devil, ghost, traitor, or spy who somehow had retained party membership was expelled immediately. Members who were not considered party activists were being persuaded to withdraw. Mama fell into the latter category. The slogan "Clean the daughter of bankrupt landlord Fu out of the party" appeared in the County Revolutionary Committee courtyard. Yuan and I suspected that the Lingzi County Military Department had engineered the criticism of Mama to embarrass Papa and keep us out of the army. We decided to make a personal appeal to the recruiters, taking advantage of Papa's. The way out. 35-1. Influence as Vice Chairman of the County Revolutionary Committee. We invited the recruiters to come to our house, hoping that once they saw our shabby home, they would realize that Papa was a good official, and that therefore his sons would make good soldiers. Whatever the reason, the officer representing the logistics troops agreed to accept us. Even as third-rate recruits, we felt especially happy as Spring Festival approached. I made fresh pork sausages in preparation for the holiday. I also made 2 radios, one for Grandpa, the other for Little Mihu. I wrote Little Mihu a letter asking him to come to Lingzi. Little Mihu came on the eve of the Lunar New Year. He had ridden a bicycle one-handed all the way from his village. He looked envious when I told him I was leaving for the army, so I did not mention it again. I asked him about his village, and he said that nothing had changed, and that probably he would live the same way for the rest of his life. At lunchtime, I cooked him a big bowl of noodles and presented him with his radio. He turned it on, twirled the dials, and stroked the wood cabinet with his one hand. In the afternoon, he carried the radio while I walked him and his bicycle to the hilltop east of town. He fixed the radio on his bike rack, mounted the seat clumsily, and rode away, his left hand on the left handlebar, his right sleeve flapping uselessly. 5 days after Spring Festival, Yuan and I reported for army duty at the county guest house. We lined up according to height in the courtyard, where bundles of crisp new uniforms were broken open and distributed. We were led to the public bath house, where we jumped into the big hot pool like dumplings dropping into a steaming pot. We had one last physical checkup. Then we put on our new khaki suits. They were winter uniforms, made up of quite a few layers, all of the way out. 352. The best cotton. I admired myself in a big mirror. Never had I had such fine clothes. Now, short of a red star, I was a true soldier. I caught sight of a few former Red rebels from Lingzi among the throngs of new recruits and their parents in the guest house courtyard. We looked at each other and laughed. An officer dragged me onto a hillock as a prize exhibit, showing the different parts of my uniform, layer by layer, to a crowd of captivated peasants. "Rest assured," he cried out, "your sons will not be cold." We spent 3 days at the guest house, studying Chairman Mao's quotations. The last afternoon, I was able to go home to say goodbye to Grandpa. When I walked up to the Kong in my khaki uniform, he looked at me through his spectacles for a good while before saying, "Child, you have grown wings. Now you can fly. Fly away, fly away." As he spoke, tears ran from his eyes and down into his wispy beard. "Grandpa, don't be sad," I said, tasting my own salty tears. "I'll write to you. I'll come back to see you." Grandpa turned away from me and lay on his side facing the wall, his shoulders quivering. The next morning, the new recruits marched across town to the cheers of friends and family who lined the streets. Canvas-covered trucks were waiting for us at the foot of the hill on the east side of town. From my spot on the back of a truck, I found Mama and my younger brothers and sisters in the crowd. They were waving at me. Zhiwa was wearing the clothes that I had discarded 3 days before. We boarded a freight train that evening. The doors to the boxcars slid shut. The clatter of steel against steel filled our ears as the train carried us northward. The way out. 353. Hours before Papa died of cancer in 1978, he sang Song of the Taihang Mountain Gorillas and asked us to scatter his ashes over the mountains of Lingzi County. 6 years later, the people of Lingzi dedicated a monument to former county head Gao Shangi. They set a slab of white Taihang marble on a hilltop overlooking a panorama that Papa himself had designed, terraced plots of corn and fruit trees up the sides of the valleys, yielding to pine woods on the heights, in accordance with Papa's afforestation plan of capping the mountains with pines, belting them with fruit orchards, and binding their feet with terraced fields. When Papa died, I still did not know him well. But I continued to hear stories about his past that illustrated how bold he had been before successive political movements gradually wore him down. He faced the first severe consequences of his obstinacy in 1952, the year of my birth. He was head of Yuan County, and the Three Antis campaign against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy was underway. The provincial party authorities assigned him a quota of 5 tigers, meaning he had to find 5 corrupt officials who had embezzled more than 50,000 yuan each. He refused to comply, stating that total government revenue in his poor county was less than 5 tigers worth. So the authorities named Papa a big tiger and jailed him for 4 months. I did not learn this story until 8 years after his death. 355. Papa worked in Ximen for the last 3 years of his life, as chief of the Prefectural Afforestation Bureau. He was in the countryside until then. He had left Lingzi to work in an even more remote county in the mountains after Yuan and I joined the army in 1969. The chairman of the new Provincial Revolutionary Committee had transferred him as punishment for his lack of enthusiasm in the movement to get rid of the stale and take in the fresh in the party ranks. Grandpa was not as lucky as Papa. Papa's soul found its final resting place, but Grandpa's is still wandering around. Grandpa died 2 months after Yuan and I left for the army. He had always insisted that he wanted to go home when he died, saying, "Falling leaves return to their roots." Mama and Zhewa hired a truck to take his body to the ancestral burial ground in Yuan. Near Beijing, where the pro-48th Army faction was fighting with supporters of the provincial military district, they ran into gunfire. The truck driver refused to go on. Grandpa finally was buried in the Fu family cemetery near Lingzi. Mama said it was the same Fu family anyway. Zhewa carved Grandpa's name on a brick and buried it by the grave. When we looked for the grave years later, hoping to take the remains to Yuan, we found it had been covered by a factory. Yuan became a career soldier. After several years on patrol along the border between Inner and Outer Mongolia, he attended an army academy and became a teacher there. I took a different route, changing careers several times. I drove an army truck for 2 years, delivering stone and cement to build military fortifications in the suburbs of Beijing in preparation for war with the Soviets. When colleges and universities reopened to accept worker peasant soldier students, I went to engineering school. Ultimately, I became a journalist. Yuan married a nurse and settled in Ximen. I married an American while attending postgraduate school in Beijing and followed her to the United States. The changes that occurred in my country during those years are well known. In I-97 the invincible General Lin Biao was publicly proclaimed a traitor when he died in a plane crash after his plot to assassinate Chairman Mao and seize state power had failed. Chen Boda, who had doomed the Red Rebels with one casual remark, was arrested for complicity in Lin Biao's conspiracy. In I-976, Premier Zhou and Chairman Mao died, meteorites and earthquakes hit, and the Gang of Four were arrested. The gang included Chairman Mao's widow, Jiang Qing, who had come to our attention early in the Cultural Revolution for her statement "Attack by reason and defend by force." The other members were Yuan, whose critique of the historical play Hai Rui dismissed from office had foreshadowed the attack on the three-family village and whose caustic writing style students had tried to emulate, Zhang Chunqiao, a Shanghai party propagandist, and Wang Hongwen, a factory security officer who had risen to national prominence in the Shanghai January storm by leading rebel workers in a takeover of the municipal government. Deng Xiaoping, who re-emerged from disgrace in I-973 and resumed work as a vice premier only to fall again in I-976, rose once more in I-977. The arch-capitalist Roder Lu Shaokai was posthumously rehabilitated in I-980. In I-98 the party formally proclaimed the Cultural Revolution a catastrophe. The truth of the old saying, "A thing turns into its opposite if pushed too far," had been proved once again. When I left China in 982, another kind of revolution was sweeping through the countryside, the revolution of private. 357. Enterprise. When I returned for a visit in 984, it had captured the cities as well. Mama and my brothers and sisters were still eating out of the common pot of socialism in Ximen, but Ziwa was thinking of throwing away his iron rice bowl to start a photography studio. In Yijian, people were talking about rebuilding the city wall and turning the town into a tourist attraction with streets representing the Tang, Song, and Ming dynasties. Renovation and new construction were underway everywhere. 2 of the 4 dilapidated pagodas were being rebuilt. The 4 celestial kings of Defo Temple had magically reappeared. The plaza where we had attended struggle meetings against capitalist roaders was a giant free market. Although one occasionally came across a faded slogan from the Cultural Revolution, there was a new saying: time is money, efficiency is life, talented people are capital, and knowledge is power. Young people walked through town in tight blue jeans, and high heels were not a rarity. Instead of dazabao, signs advertising public dances were posted in the street. Our school, closed for a decade, had been resurrected, and its Cultural Revolution name, the Eastas Red Middle School, was quite forgotten. The Chairman Mao statue inside the gate was gone, replaced by a rockery and a fountain. The workshop where Teacher Li and others had cut the marble slabs for the statue's base was now a general store run by teachers to make extra money. Teacher Li had died. He, Teacher Shen, and Principal Lin Sheng had been posthumously rehabilitated. Other monsters and demons were scattered around the province. My homeroom teacher, Wen Qiu, had transferred to Ximen's best middle school. Teacher Lu had given up teaching geography to become chairman of the Political Consultative Conference in a neighboring county. The Yankee Feng and his wife had returned to Tianjin. Guo Pei had gone to Beijing. The former party secretary, Ding Yi, had retired and was confined to a wheelchair. I was eager to find some of MoID comrades, but I encountered an old enemy first. I had talked to no one from the enemy camp for 16 years. When I saw Catalan on the street, I surprised myself by calling out to her. She invited me home for dinner. She was now a mother of 2 and worked as a middle-level manager in a tractor factory. Her husband, a former classmate who had secretly sent our side information about Little Ba Wang's torture chamber, had become an army doctor. We talked not about the Cultural Revolution, but about our lives since. Catalan insisted that I stay overnight, and furthermore that I sleep in the main bedroom while she and her husband joined the 2 children in the other room. She insisted on moving the electric fan into my room. My only surviving comrade in arms among my classmates, Erko, was working in a cooperative shop in his township and tilling farmland contracted to him under the new system of household responsibility. We spent a day talking over beer and watermelon while his 10-year-old son sat in the marketplace with the load of watermelons they had hauled into town behind their new tractor. I learned that Yuling had married an army officer and was teaching English in a middle school in Xinjiang, in the far northwest corner of China. Her parents had been cleared and reinstated in their former jobs. Little Ba Wang had gone to work in a trucking company after being demobilized. But as the result of an investigation into Zhang Gui's death conducted as part of a campaign to get 359 rid of the 3 kinds of people: followers of the Gang of 4, die-hard factionalists, and those who engaged in beating, smashing, and looting during the Cultural Revolution, he had been expelled from the party and sentenced to 2 years probation. Shuanghan had gone to college and was working at a fodder research institute. Because of his involvement in the death of Zhang Gui, he too had been expelled from the party. Little Mihu was an elementary school teacher in his village. Over the years, he had learned to do everything as well with one hand as others do with 2. Shang Yun had married an overseas Chinese and gone away with her husband to pursue the good life. Zubeiji had gone to business college, gotten a job at the Provincial Statistics Bureau, and won the heart of the bureau chief's daughter, a marriage sure to advance his career. He was slated for promotion to vice director of the bureau when his involvement in Zhonggui's death caught up with him. He too had been expelled from the party and demoted to ordinary office worker. Most of my other classmates from the enemy faction were doing fine in various jobs except for one who had died in an accident, another who had died of illness, and a third who had gone crazy and burned himself to death while yelling, "I want to go to university." As for the leaders of Yizhong's two Red Guard factions, East's Red Corps commander Fang Pu had lost all his power, while Red Rebel commander Meng had become a successful businessman. Fang Pu had been deprived of his high-ranking titles one by one, until he was merely director of the county propaganda department. Then he had been named one of the three kinds. 360. Of people, stripped of his remaining post, and expelled from the party. He is now working as a salesman for a state-run wholesale company. Meng was well on his way to becoming a red capitalist, one of China's first batch of self-made millionaires. After early release from labor reform, he had returned to his village and worked in the fields for several years. Then he had started a television and radio repair service. His instincts and timing were perfect. The party was just beginning to encourage entrepreneurship, and television sets were proliferating in the villages. His next step was to set up a private school for television technicians, drawing students from all over the country. Within a couple of years, he had a six-figure income. After more than a decade in ignominy, he had become the talk of the town. It is said that one difference between a peasant and an entrepreneur is in their treatment of money. The peasant buries his in the ground, while the entrepreneur uses his to make more money. Meng put his earnings into an all-purpose company that he named the Rising Force Industrial Corporation. He was president, and his board of directors included some experienced old capitalists and a newly retired provincial government official. When I visited my former commander-in-chief in his new 10-room house, he was contemplating whether to buy a bankrupt state-owned factory. Meng said that nothing was beyond his consideration. His corporation would deal with everything from import and export to canning, chemicals, and garment manufacture. He had spent a great deal of money on advertising, enticed technicians with high wages, recruited expert advisors, and even met with the provincial governor to discuss joint ventures with foreigners in the seaport city of Qinhuangdao. 361. As a businessman, Meng had the same charisma and easy manner that had won the loyalty of his Red Rebel troops. I told him that if he had been able to develop the 9-member Lusun commune into the 700-strong Red Rebel headquarters, he certainly should do well with his corporation. He laughed and said that he had been doomed to fail in those circumstances since he had no control over the political situation, but that now he was in firm command. I asked him what he would do if policy changed. "Let's back off 10,000 steps and assume such a change is possible," he said. "By the time the government might consider such a change, my corporation would already have thousands of employees. Who would feed them if the corporation were disbanded?" Meng saw the economic reforms as a continuation of our nation's efforts to find the most suitable road into the future. He said the reforms, like the Cultural Revolution, represented a struggle to reshape people's thinking, to shake off outmoded ideas and move into the modern age. Although this new revolution lacked the fury of the Cultural Revolution, it touched people's souls far more deeply and would have greater effects on the development of the society. As I left Meng's house, he told me that if I wanted to start a private newspaper in China, he would fund it. "Come back soon or you'll be left behind," were his parting words. Appendix. Bethune, Norman. A Canadian surgeon who went to China in 1938 to aid the resistance against Japan. Bethune worked with the 8th Route Army in the Taihang Mountains, tending wounded soldiers. He died of blood poisoning from an infected cut after operating without gloves. He became a frequently cited example of revolutionary humanitarianism. Chen Boda, Mao Zedong's longtime personal secretary, who headed the Central Cultural Revolution Group. His political career ended at the 10th Party Congress in 1973, when he was implicated in Lin Biao's conspiracy to seize state power. He was tried as a member of the Lin Biao anti-party clique in 1980 and sentenced to 18 years imprisonment. Chen Yi, famed commander of the new Fourth Army during the anti-Japanese War. Rebels ousted him from his post as foreign minister at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution. He died of cancer, and his funeral was the only state funeral to be attended by Mao Zedong after 1966. Chiang Ching-kuo, Chiang Kai-shek's eldest son, now president of the Kuomintang regime on Taiwan. Biographical notes. 365. Chiang Kai-shek, Kuomintang leader who came to power in a coup d'état in 1927. On the eve of the communist victory in 1949, he fled from the Chinese mainland to Taiwan, where he remained president of the Kuomintang regime until his death. Deng Xiaoping, Secretary-General of the Secretariat of the Chinese Communist Party at the start of the Cultural Revolution. Deng became a main target of criticism but emerged as the key architect of the subsequent economic and political reforms. He is currently chairman of the Central Advisory Commission to the Central Committee and chairman of the Central Military Commission. Hal Rui, Minister of Revenue during the Ming Dynasty. He was dismissed from office several times and was once jailed for criticizing the emperor. His name has become synonymous with honesty and uprightness. Hu Yaobang, Secretary-General of the Youth League at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution. Recruited into the Red Army as a boy in the 1930s, who was still in his teens when he finished the Long March. He is now Secretary-General of the Chinese Communist Party. Jiang Qing, Mao Zedong's widow. See glossary, Gang of Four. Laozi, a shadowy figure credited with writing the text on which Daoism was built. There is some question whether the text, the Dao De Ling, was the work of one man. Lei Feng, a soldier who dedicated himself to helping others. After his death. Appendix A. 366. In an accident, his diaries and good deeds were publicized, and a nationwide movement to learn from his selflessness was launched among school children. Lin Biao, a Red Army general by the time he was in his 20s, Lin won a reputation as invincible after his field army swept across the whole of China on the eve of liberation. Named defense minister in 1959, Lin had a great deal to do with the personality cult that developed around Mao Zedong. At the 9th Party Congress in 1969 he was officially named Mao's heir. He is said to have won every battle but his last. He and his wife and son died in a plane crash in Mongolia, allegedly trying to flee to the Soviet Union after his plot to assassinate Mao failed. Lu Hulin, a dedicated communist and land reform activist, this 15-year-old girl was hacked to death with a haycutter by the troops of the warlord Yan Zishan when she refused to cooperate with them. She is honored as a revolutionary heroine. Lu Shaokai, a career revolutionary who led underground work in Kuomintang-controlled areas before liberation and replaced Mao as head of state after the Great Leap Forward failed. He became the main target of the Cultural Revolution and died in custody. He was posthumously rehabilitated in 1980. L.V. Sun, a physician-turned-writer, considered modern China's greatest man of letters. An activist in the anti-feudal May 4th movement of 1919 and leader of the left-wing Writers' Union in Shanghai in the 1930s, he was an outspoken opponent of Kuomintang rule. Mao Zedong, a founder of the Chinese Communist Party, chairman of the party. Biographical notes. 367. From midway through the Long March until his death, and mastermind of the peasant revolution that culminated in the People's Republic, Mao dominated Chinese politics for some 40 years. Mencius, philosopher of the Warring States period whose idealistic theories greatly influenced the subsequent development of Confucianism. Stewart, John Layton, American diplomat, born in China of missionary parents, who served as president of Yenching University in Beijing and as the last U.S. ambassador to China before liberation. His staunch support of the Kuomintang inspired Mao Zedong to write an essay entitled Farewell, Layton Stewart. Sun Yat-sen. Sun, a Western-trained physician, mobilized the sentiments of Chinese around the world against the Qing dynasty. His efforts culminated in the Republican Revolution of 1911. He served as provisional president for a brief time, then ceded the presidency to the military commander Yuan Taozu, a party official who rose suddenly to vice premiership at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, only to become a target of the Red Guards, together with Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping. Tao died in disgrace after being denied the medical treatment he needed. He was posthumously rehabilitated in December 1978. Wang Guangmei. The daughter of a Chinese capitalist, Wang was born in the United States and went to China as a child. She joined the Chinese revolutionary movement in the 1930s and married the activist Liu Shaoqi in 1948. She became well known as the head of a rural work team in the Four Cleanups movement. During the Cultural Revolution, she was attacked along with her husband. She was rehabilitated in 1979 and currently serves on the Standing Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Wang Hongwen, see Glossary, Gang of Four. Su Xiangqian. One of the famed 10 marshals of the People's Liberation Army, Su was retired from the Central Committee Politburo just before his death. Yao Wenai Yuan, see Glossary, Gang of Four. Zhang Chunqiao, see Glossary, Gang of Four. Zhou Enlai. Premier of the People's Republic of China from liberation until his death. A veteran military commander, Zhou served as the chief communist negotiator with the Kuomintang during the war against Japan. He is credited with holding together the Chinese economy and protecting many officials and intellectuals from Red Guard attacks during the Cultural Revolution. Efforts to prevent public displays of mourning after his death from cancer led to the Tiananmen riots of April 1976, which in turn led to the downfall of the Gang of Four. Zhu De. Commander-in-Chief of the Red Army and the Eighth Route Army, and foremost among the famed 10 marshals of the People's Liberation Army. Zhu was also vice-chairman of the People's Republic in the 1950s and chairman of the National People's Congress from 1959 until his death. Zhuge Liang. Ingenious statesman and strategist who served as Prime Minister of the state of Shu during the Three Kingdoms period.